Aye.
A new day, and nothing has changed. You all crowned me your king. I never wanted it. I never asked for it.
How you doing? How you doing?
Aye.
Hello.
Pylorzian just boosted the Diablo 3 game
They
that everyone
are
loves
coming.
and can't get enough of.
For the fallen!
Hey!
Pylorzian just boosted, and don't forget that ugly rock. Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted Lion. Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted Zack.
It is imperative that we comply with railroad and customs regulations, Kate Walker.
Greetings, sire.
Cheater!
The penalty for failure is death.
Hello.
Abandon your foolish quest.
Greetings, sire.
Jot just boosted Kronder 2. Jot just boosted Wasteland. Jot just boosted Chrono T.
Hello everybody, happy Sunday. Thanks for joining me so early in the stream. So many of you, welcome Thor, Parrot, Spy, QP, Banana, Cavalier, Mason, Calm, Jettlers, and all the lurkers. I know you are very excited about about the reading stream. We are reading a game yet again after a while. This happened with Planescape Torment, obviously, months and months ago, and you know. Other games as well, like Betrayal at Krondor. This I didn't expect this from this game, but here we are. It's largely reading. Yesterday was full-time reading, in fact.
Obscures is
For
that it is
Life,
what
I could
must
craft an
be
update
done.
now. If I just do more, yeah, of course.
In
Typical
the
me.
name of my master, Brona, I will destroy you both.
Always afraid to commit to choices, thinking that I might get more out of what I spend later, and postponing. Just like the same problem with using consumables and stuff. Just, you know, I can do it later. I don't need to do it right now. It will probably pay off more later, and then the game ends. Basically, the game ends. But in Torment, I'm not like that, as you have seen. I'm using all my points. In fact, I think we will have to rest and recharge our pools today. Hunt for more Torment. Yeah, I hope you are having good fun with your Kotor playthrough, Thor, and I hope you're all doing well, chat. I hope you're having a relaxing, a nice Sunday, and ready for some chill gaming. Torment has been really extremely chill so far. Zero combat apart from the tutorial. Hey Ash, welcome. Ooh, that's a pretty high roll. How are you doing? How's everyone doing? Torment has been very chill so far. We are, you know, walking around, meeting new characters, examining the environments, talking to them, reading stuff, mostly reading stuff, a lot of reading stuff, non-stop reading. Yesterday I think I read for 5 hours straight, with a few other things in between. So I kinda wish there was a little bit more voice acting in this game, but it's what it is. We'll go on, we'll keep reading, we'll keep playing. I've been loving it, honestly. It's tiring, but it's also very, very enjoyable for me. Hopefully you're also having a good time. Today I seem to have some problems with my connection. It used to be so much worse like half an hour ago. Normally my download is like, I think 40 or maybe 80 megabits. Something like that. I'm not even sure. That doesn't seem to be any problem with my upload, but my download is down to like 10 megabits or 15. I restarted my router. It seemed to help a little bit. I had been dropping frames at the start of the stream. It doesn't seem to be the case right now. Hopefully it doesn't get worse. If it does get worse, please do let me know. There is a limited amount of things I can do about it, but I might be able to do something about it. We shall see how it goes. Hopefully it won't get worse, and you know, stream won't be cut or anything. You often wonder if Torment would have been much more successful if it would have gotten the disc of cut treatment. Probably, you know, that's something to think about. It would make sense. Hey Adam, welcome. Finished BG1. Hey, congratulations. Wait, was it your first playthrough of BG1? The final fight is very, very difficult for first-time players. It's a really difficult fight in BG1. You know, way ahead of any other fight in the game. I think that final fight. Congratulations. So what was your character, Adam? What did you beat the game with? So yeah, final fight. Even on easy, you had problems. Yes. Yeah. No, not at all. You're not bad at all. That Baldur's Gate 2 is like that as well. The final fights and a few other fights in Baldur's Gate 2 expansion, they are extremely difficult compared to the rest of the game. So you kind of train yourself that this works. If I do this, it works throughout the game, like 98% of the game. And then there is this final fight where it doesn't work, and you have to adapt. You have to relearn. It's not being bad. I think honestly the game kinda does a little bit of a bad job training you for what's to come. But it's also why it's so epic. When you beat it, you feel so much fulfillment and accomplishment. Yes, it is an extremely common. It's pretty much 100% of the players. You did a mistake, basically. You're running into the end of the boss. Yeah. I'm glad you are continuing, because the whole saga, BG1, BG2, and the expansion are just, you know, amazing games. Continue with your character. You will build the wizard to epic levels, I'm sure. But be ready, especially in the expansion, be ready for extremely difficult content. It's a great game. Yeah, I know, it's a little bit of an exaggeration, of course, but you know. It is what it is. So, do we have any boosts? I don't think we have any boosts. Oh, we do have some boosts. Let's go and boost a little bit. Starting with pi. Hey, it's reverse pi. It's 413, not 314, but 413 boosts for Diablo 3. Pi with the reverse pi treatment.
Adam Ciuda just boosted Dungeon Siege 2.
Dungeon Siege 2? You mean 1, right? It's okay. I'll fix it. No worries.
Thor Obliterator just boosted SR Returns. Thor Obliterator just boosted Banner Saga.
Wasteland.
Thor Obliterator just boosted Deadfire.
Chrono Trigger. Which passes an Acronox. Dungeon Siege. Shadowrun. Oh no, you don't have the points, Adam. You need to lurk a little bit. I'm sorry. Try it again in like 50 minutes. You will have enough points in 50 minutes. Alright, there we go. These are the boosts we have for now. 300,000 Jettlers. What are you going to do with those? With all those points? You should do the way to the end of Throne of Baal. You may experience a similar difficult curve. If things are going smoothly, you don't feel the need to learn and interact with some of the game mechanics. The ending may seem impossibly hard. Yes, that's what happened to me. Fantasy is boosted. That's the most important.
Pylor's EAM just boosted boost at
That's
Adam
good.
Ciuda game on my account.
Oh, all right. What was that? Was it Mass Effect? No, it was Diablo. All right. So that is the reason Pi is boosting Adam the game on his account. Like Diablo 3, I'm guessing. Hey Voxel,
Badger
welcome.
just boosted Baldur's Gate 3.
How are you, Voxel? Good to see you. There we go. There we go. Thank you for the boosts. Voxel, Pi, Thor, Adam, Jettlers, QP. Alright. Hey dude, welcome. How are you doing? Happy Sunday. You didn't even see what your boosts are? Really? Wow. Ooh, dude. Is that in the top 3? Nyarlathotep, Sauron, second most evil. Very nice, dude, very nice. You're also in the most good, second most good. Alright, there we go. Well, alright, well, I have accepted 2 Diablo 3 boosts from Pi today. Normally I don't accept that, but since it was on behalf of Adam, we'll go with it. One-time exception. Normally you cannot do that, Pi, even on behalf of others, but we'll accept it. We'll accept it. It's fine. But that means, Adam, you cannot boost Diablo 3 today anymore. Even if you collect the points, you cannot boost Diablo 3 because Pi did it on your behalf. In fact, let's go ahead and change this to your boosts on my end. This is now your boost. Just Pi paid for it. I normally do not allow that either, but we'll do it. I'm feeling generous today. I'm feeling generous. Am I not merciful, chat? Are you not entertained? I don't know. I haven't watched Gladiator since its release. I'm not even sure if those are the correct lines. BG3 is high, yes, it's in the poll. So, we shall go to Torment.
I'm a god. How can you kill a god?
Bonus boost for Zoria? Well, you have to convince others. Dude, it's your job to convince others if you want others to boost Zoria. I do not freely grant any boosts. Someone's gotta pay. Someone's gotta pay. I'm greedy like that. If I don't get paid, I don't do anything. Okay, so this is where we left off. I was feeling low energy at the end of the stream yesterday. There were a couple of things I left half finished. First, we are going to confront the slaver after having rescued Rin. This may turn out to be a bad idea and I may reload from that. Hey, thank you. Thank you. That's enough to keep me through the 6-hour stream. Thank you, Parrot. So we are going to try confronting Tol Magur after rescuing Rin. If it turns out to be a bad idea, I will reload from it. Just saying. The next thing we will do is, I think we will maybe sleep at this camp. Maybe we'll do it later though. I think we should do it. It's just that I don't know if I have any time critical quests. In fact, it would be nice if someone told me if I had any time critical quest. That would be good information. I don't think any of these are time critical. It didn't feel like that, but I would maybe still like a, some sort of confirmation before I head to bed. I spend the day. And then we will continue from the dialogues we left off at the tavern. The smoldering corpse. I'm sorry. What was it? Something. The other tavern. It's Burp Cracker. One pit is enough to say small man. Yes. Just like Lambas. The only person aware of one-time critical quest you have not activated. Okay, that's good. That's good though. Well, hope you enjoy the game. Hope you enjoy the stream. Let's start the timer. See if she'll become angry. Well, she's bound to become angry, right? Ah, there's my little lost bird. Glad you found her. Now just send her on over here and we'll count this job done. I don't want to go, she whispers. I'm not giving her to you and I'll make you bleed if you try to take her. Oh, we need to talk about this, Tol. No, we don't. Just give me the girl and... She puts her hand to her face. Fine, fine. I didn't want to tell you this, but damn it. She grits her teeth. Here's my dirty secrets, and if you tell anyone, I'll burn your flesh and scatter your bones. I'm a cast-off like you. You want to know why I want a girl? It's because she helps control the tides in me. She keeps them from slipping out into the world. Without Rin, everyone around me gets hurt or even killed. If I use an adult for this, they die. So here's the deal. Give me the kid and I'll teach you how to control your tides better. Dawns? And well, let's not get into dawns, eh? No deal. We'll have to settle this some other way. No, the time for talk is over. She stares at you and you feel a sudden swirling in your psyche, a cacophony of dealing emotions. She's doing something with the tides, filling you with sickness and despair. The overwhelming compulsion to lie down and sob. She stops, a grim smile on her face. You want an example of what cast-offs can do? You want to know why I want a girl? She stops me from doing that, now give her to me. How about this? Stop using your tides to hurt people or I'll tell the cult of the changing god that you're a cast-off. Her face loses its mocking cheer. She speaks slowly and deliberately. If you do that, I will spread your guts across the harbor. You do not put those mewling sycophants on my tail. Are we clear? Good. She smiles sweetly. Now, send Rin over there. I won't stand for threats. One more like that and I will shut her up. Okay. Took 3 damage to intellect pool. Did you just use the tides on me? Is that what you do to Rin? Frequently, she smirks. Do you have a problem with it? It's better than the alternative. If I'm not a leech or a killer. I'm not a leech or a killer. I'm not. You should learn how to control your powers better. You do not need to use someone else as a sponge. She spits, not quite at your feet, but certainly near them, says the cast-off who can't control their own tides. So how can you justify Rin in your custody? Release your claim. Well, this is a pretty low chance. Let's see, we already spent a lot of our pools before. 50% is our best. We may need to attempt this a few times. Alright, let's try it with Rin first. Failed. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to reload. I want to succeed in this and not fight. Can I reload right here? Well, we are starting the game with a little bit of a save scum, but that's okay. Sometimes it's necessary. I'd like to avoid combat unless it's, warranted. It might be better if I don't lose the 3 intellect damage at that encounter. So what did we do? We need to talk more about this. No deal, settle some other way. We will forego this one. Oh, we still took damage. Okay, it's because of the curse. You should learn how to control. Let's try the persuasion again. Unfortunately, he doesn't. I guess I could use an intellect consumable there. Let's try again. Come on, succeed. Oh no. Oh, come on. I don't like this. But I wanna get that done. Maybe we'll rest first. Wouldn't the combat be fun to change things up? But I don't want that to happen here. I would like some combat in the game, but not here. 3 points of intellect. Let's give one of this to him. Use it.
Need me?
What about this? Let's try again. Did I add a reload? No. No deal. Console your powers better. Persuasion. Alright, let's try with you. 95%. Okay, this should work. This should easily work.
I'll remember that.
She grits her teeth. Fine, you convinced me. You can keep her, but you treat her right, you hear? If I even get a hint that you made Rin unhappy, I'll track you across the ninth world. She concentrates a moment, and the miasma that filled your mind lifts. You know what? I'll live up to my part of the bargain. I'm going to teach you about your tides, because it will help you keep Rin safe. You ready for this? So she actually cared about Rin. She had a weird way of showing it, but she cared about her. Alright, let's do it. She fights to keep the despairing sneer on her face. You know I hate all of this cast of skist, yeah? Alright. So, the changing god, he made us. Maybe not on purpose, but we are just an accident, but he made us. He uses the tides to transfer his mind. You felt them, I'm sure. Surges of power, emotion, whatever. That's the tides, but they are pushing around inside you. You focus them into something, you can make a weapon out of them. Manifests differently for each of us. Most of us don't think about it, but I figure use every tool at your disposal. Like most things, it's not black and white, even for slavers. Yeah, well, I wasn't under some kind of impression that since she's a slaver, she's a terrible person. But it was like she was using Rin as a sponge to, you know, to absorb the tides that she releases. So it's like she didn't care about Rin much more than an object at her disposal. But now it doesn't feel like that. You like killing her and throwing her into the chasm. Ah, that would have been fun, but yeah. You know, I didn't want to do 100% pacifist, and I still don't really care too much about it, but a lot of the pacifist routes going happening through the dialogue, it just feels so organic and natural. So it's not like, okay, I have to not be seen by this huge group of enemies, stealth through them to avoid combat. Not that kind of pacifist, you know. It's just meaningful dialogue, usage of your skills, convincing them or otherwise deceiving them. So that is the kind of route I would like to manage, I would like to accomplish. Unless they absolutely deserve being killed. But yeah, I didn't want to do it with her because she's a cast-off. I thought she might be useful. And apparently she has a soft side for Rin, so I'm happy. She breathes out. Close your eyes. Feel that coiling power in you? That's the tides. Now feel this. I'm going to push a little power at you. Try to fight it off. With your eyes closed, you can see the energy emanating from her. A dark and angry spike of red-hued power that drifts toward you. Instinctively, you raise your hands to bat it away, and she snorts. With your mind, use your tides. As the tidal dagger drifts closer, you feel something inside you uncoiling, a vast and restless power whose depths you can barely comprehend. It's reminiscent of the energy you used to blast the sorrow fragments from your mind, but now you can control it, and you breathe out, pushing her probe away. Love the graphics in this game. By the way, there's something awesome about isometric RPG backgrounds. Yeah, I agree. This is my favorite camera angle. Maybe it's because I kind of grew up with them. And this uses the engine of Pillars of Eternity, which I really like as well. It seems a little bit prettier than Pillars of Eternity 2 even. But you can absolutely see the similarities with the fonts and the UI, etc. That's it, she says. That's it. Practice that. She pushes away. We are done. Your level in Tidal Affinity. Oh, we got Tidal Affinity. Now we can use Tidal Affinity. You might remember we had a couple of Tidal Affinity dialogue choices that we couldn't select. They were grayed out. And I wasn't sure what it was, so apparently we get it here. So I'm glad. I'm very glad. You know, more glad than before that we spared her and she taught us. Pillars of Eternity 2? No, this is the Pillars of Eternity 1 engine as far as I know. I may be wrong. But I think this is the Pillars of Eternity 1 engine. You know, same with Tyranny. They all look the same. They are all the same engine. But I may be wrong. That's what I think anyway. Now that I know you're a cast-off, let's talk about G a little more. It's not a core part of my identity, you know? I don't walk around thinking, oh, I'm a cast-off. Let me think about my place in the world. She jabs a finger into your chest. I'm my own person, got it? But fine, ask your questions. Hey, Tazen, welcome. Dance! How are you, Tazen? Happy Sunday. Same engine, assume they just got more adept at you. Yeah, exactly. Do you know anything about Matkina? She shrugs. I've heard the name. I know she trades with a bad crowd. I've never met her. Don't know where she lives or who she knows. Never hope to either. Do you know any other cast-offs? I knew Riastrad, Glaive, covered in living metal armor. He had some underworld connections. It didn't end well for him. Last I heard, he scrambled his brain trying to change his past with dodgy Numenera. For the rest of the cast-offs, no, I keep to myself, and I'll thank you to keep my existence a secret. What is it you have to accomplish with your life? Why become a slaver when you are effectively immortal? Just got done with rice. It's cooling. Hey, rice time. Carrot rice, Hazel? Or are you changing it up once in a while? You know, maybe add some broccoli. I'm a little sad that you cannot really find broccoli at this time of year, at least not fresh. I like broccoli. Maybe at some point. I mean, it shouldn't be too bad for your... Well, maybe it will actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, carrot is safer. Why become a slaver when you are effectively immortal? She eyes you speculatively. Why? Because it was easy to fall into the life. Because it was a challenge to get good at it. Because I don't particularly care what others think about me. She rakes her hair back. This tattoo? It doesn't define me. I'm not the man who made me. I owe him nothing. I owe you nothing. I owe the world nothing. It's my life and these are my choices. Don't you think you could do some good for people? What makes you think I'm not? Look, you're approaching this all wrong. You see slaves and you think mistreatment. I see criminals and burdens. Sure, they are not going to find happier lives right away, but once they've finished their service, they get to live. Most of them anyway, so kiss my arse. That is good for them. Your business is your own, yes, until it interferes with mine. Where do you draw the line?
I too love butts.
She cocks an eyebrow. Wherever I please. Weren't you paying attention? It's my life and I make my own decisions. When they intersect and interfere with yours, then we figure it out. On a case-by-case basis. No better way to handle it, I've found.
I too love butts.
If you don't have any other epiphanies you want to share with me, I've got some important none of your business to attend to. Aurora Broccolysis at this time of year. Do you know anything about the sorrow? The what? She looks genuinely puzzled for a moment. Oh, you mean the monster that looks like the night mated with some year-old corpses? I don't. Nothing that would be helpful anyway. I felt it a while back though. She shivers. Felt like it glanced my way. Felt like it told me not yet. She shakes herself free of the memory. But no, can't help you with anything about it. You were telling me about the tides. She eyes you warily. What about them? What's the deal with the girl, Rin? She caught my pain. When the tides well up in me and overflow, she took the excess and kept me from hurting others. Don't know how, but it was a service. Without her, these others around me, they take the brunt. And while they like the experience in small amounts, any larger surge poisons them, lays them low. It's even killed a couple, so the girl is essential to well-being of those around me. What's the deal with your followers? They seem a little strange. She gives them a quick glance. They are Rin-filtered, I guess, They are Rin-filtered, I guess, my tides. I turn my energy outward and it makes most people sick, but Rin changed that. Instead of making them sick, it gave them hallucinations, pleasant dreams, a euphoria that improves their days. Right now they are suffering because I've been bleeding off into them slowly. Bad combination. I'd like to talk about these tidal surges. Why? It's different for each of us. I can't tell you how the world looks through your eyes, or what something tastes like on your tongue. You got to figure that out on your own. I can't tell you that you don't like meat, or that you think, I don't know, fungus is delicious. You see the world your own way. It's what makes you... Why am I even telling you? This is remedial experiential philosophy. I think that's all. Farewell. Fun guy. Let's talk to Rin.
What's going on?
I want to talk about you again. Okay, we cannot talk about what we talked to her about. We haven't gotten what we needed from this guy. We need to go to the... What was it called? Underworld. Underbelly. Let's see if we can rest here. Oh, he wants to talk to us.
Yeah? Yes, lass?
How are you holding up? I'm fine, lass. I just hope you won't regret our friendship. What do you want? What did you want to talk about? We talked about these, right? Yeah, we... That's weird. There was a talk option. What about this? Rin? No. Well, how are you holding up? No, nothing for now. It's still... There's still a talking option. What's up with that?
Yes, lass?
What am I missing? Sags. Strengths. What about you? Maybe stories. First battle. We talked about this. Oh. This might be new. Okay, let's take it from here. At any rate, the Protectorate kicked our teeth in and drove us back to a little herd town at the far eastern end of the Plowshares. I remember this. Well, the herd folk there, they were doing all they could for us, feeding us, binding our wounds, because, well, we'd been defending their town, hadn't we? He expressed his sense, trying to attenuate, but they didn't know that the Protectorate had also stolen all their anine for provisions, the whole herd, and was headed south with them. He sighs, come winter, those folk were going to starve to death. How the herd got stolen is a different tale. Villains on all sides we were. He shifts uncomfortable. My commander wasn't going to tell him, but I couldn't stand it. We were meant to be saving of these people, and here we were robbing them just as surely as the Protectorate had. So that night the new sergeant and I borrowed 2 rasters and a sonic punch and flew south until we found the stolen anine. We screamed at the herd until they bolted and chased them all the way back north. He shakes his head. What a young hero I was. What a fool. We nearly got knocked out of the sky a few times by their fire throwers, but we were sure that once we got the anine away, they wouldn't dare turn back for them. We knew we were being reinforced the next morning, you see. All we got demoted for that stunt, and we both got a week in the brig besides. But those herd folk were damned grateful. Some of them several times. Ah, who is Ovi? Huh? He says, eyebrows climbing. Oh, let his name slip, did I? Owen. Owen? It's Owen. Was the old sergeant I mentioned. First we were partners, then more than that by a long shot. He sinks his thumbs beneath his belts, but well, you know things, they change. Grinning, Tiber shakes his head. I haven't thought about the man in years. That was why I haven't thought about him too hard. You can't help noticing that his hands, hooked to his belt, are trembling. Okay, that was new. So new stuff can come up, even in the dialogues that we had before, dialogue options. But maybe hopefully the speech bubble always pops up, so we know. Mercenary work. Okay, let's read this. Too many stories in that sack to tell in a single sitting, he says, scratching his head. But I'll stick to the one with the least amount of back alley murders. It's too lovely a day for grim tales of bloodshed. It was just after I'd left the military life. I was desperate to make a name for myself as mercenary. Too desperate, as it turned out. He clears his throat. I was drinking in my favorite bar and I felt a soft touch on my shoulder. It was a lady. Navarrene nobility, she said, and in need of a bodyguard. Groaning, he covers his eyes. And that body, those eyes... I accepted on the spot, of course. She tried telling me why she needed me, something about assassins at a ball, but I was too busy watching her hips shift beneath that dress. I followed her around that ball with barely a thought in my head. Then halfway through the party, she excuses herself and comes back in different clothes. He chuckles, though there's no humor in it. She tells me that to anyone who asks, I'm her husband, Baron Gyask of Navarrene, and that we have to leave immediately. We worked our way toward the door, but were stopped by the host of the ball and a phalanx of Stigards, and they demanded to know who I was. He grimaces, terrified, but right on cue I say, I am Baron Nykask of Gavriline, and this is my knife! Okay. He shakes his head, 30 days in the blocks as an accessory. Turned out she's stolen a fortune in living gems from an upstairs bedroom. She wasn't any kind of noble, just a common, beautiful thief. And the next time I saw her, she was dead. Life isn't fair for anyone, and that's the truth. How about one of those good times? Oh, I had plenty, he says, running his teeth over his lip. AJFC, welcome. Happy Sunday. How are you doing? More good times than bad, even as a gallows glass. But of course, there is one that stands out. Is this new? My partner at the time, my old sergeant, and I heard of a scrap brewing on the border between two mercenary armies over territory. We got here and knew it was going to be a bloodbath the moment someone went for a weapon. They'd been rivals for too long, see? It's a sad, sad thing to see professional killers turn violent. Now I was thinking we should get back on the road and as far from the fight as possible. But my partner, he was a tinkerer. A soft gleam rises in his eyes. He had these two rings he was messing with at the time, claimed they could link minds. He wanted to plant one on each side, you know, get them seeing things from the other's point of view. I couldn't talk him out of it. He snuck around in the dark of night, cursing and thumping, set up the damn things in rival camps, and ran back to our distant hill to watch. He rubs his eyes. And all night long, we heard strange things. Sort of wet sounds, you know, laughter, happy singing. He runs his hand through his hair. Then dawn came. And there was a different kind of war going on in the mud below. He flashed a grin. The kind where everyone wins. What, that was an orgy? What's going on? It turns out that once they got a taste of each other's toes and they found that they hadn't wanted to fight each other after all. Not exactly. And that was Ori for you. He finishes with a touch of smile, always bringing out the truth in people. A better man than I deserve, certainly. Okay, some new stories. That was cool. Let's talk another time. Oh, he still wants to talk to us.
Yes, lass?
No, yes, you. What do you want to talk about, dude? What's your background? Again. Connecting people, yeah, those are Numenera from the previous civilizations. Strength, Sagas Cliffs. Got people we're traveling with. Eritis. Isn't he a treasure? Do anything for you, he would. Do anything for anybody if you made him think it was exciting enough. Are you talking about me? I heard you say exciting. I never stopped talking about you, lad, he says, winking at you. How could I? Is the orgy soon? You need to get a drink? You should prepare. These are all again, so how are you holding up? Okay, I'm starting to think this is some kind of a bug. I don't get it. It might be a bug. 10 powers of intellect, fresh vapors. Let's sell this. Let's keep that. You made it. I could have ripped it. No worries, but thank you for the clip anyway. Did you see what I shared? The original happy happy joy joy quote. I didn't actually know it was a thing in Ren and Stimpy. I knew it only from Baldur's Gate, but Baldur's Gate may have grabbed it from, you know, quoted it from Ren and Stimpy as well. I don't know how the release dates line up. We can keep those. We have 100. If he gets a little bit more money, we can get another upgrade. I guess maybe later. You didn't? Well, feel free to check them out whenever you have the time. I would like to sleep here. What? 40? Oh, it's not even free. Well, okay then. We are not sleeping until we have to. I don't want to pay money. I don't have the money. Well, that's a little sad. Is there a different way to trigger this? Congress need to have costumes so powerful. I guess so, you're right. But it's gone now, it's gone. So maybe it was a bug. You want to know if there are multiple sleep locations? I think there are 2 in this place. In this city. At least I was told there are 2. There may be more than 2. But don't tell me just now. So what upgrade do I want from this guy? Oh, not this guy. There's probably, I think there was another mentioned in Underbelly, but I'm not so sure. So what is the one I want next? Cloth Gauntlets, I don't particularly care. Blood Nanites is good. Encroaching Darkness, what was that again? Living Tattoos with the Mysterious Purpose. Let's get that. We have the money, that's all of our money, but we'll get that. I want these upgrades as soon as possible. I'll take the darkness. The drones close in, opening various under arches. Tendrils plunge out of the cavities, winding around your head. Icy, oily daggers plunge through your spine, worming down through your arms and legs. Your muffled screams sound very far away. The tendrils abruptly unwind from your face, leaving you gasping for air. You lie still for a moment, feeling your new tenant riding through the dark channels of your body, leaving tangled brands on the surface of your skin in its wake. Do you know, Cherno says, that you are the first person to buy this enhancement? Well, I say enhancement, but I'm not really sure, as I said. Well, can I interest you in anything else? Very well. So we didn't know what Encroaching Darkness was, and we still got it. And that's exactly why I got it. So it heals 8 points of damage every day. Also, let's take a look at the... Where is the tidal? Tidal Affinity. Allows the last cast of the greater control and finesse with the tides, granting access to increasingly complex ways of manipulating people and objects with those forces with tidal surges. So this is like, these are not the drones you're looking for kind of thing, right? At least we had one option that worked like that. And I've got this encroaching darkness, looks like a self-heal. This tiny ink black blot is a living creature made of thick fluid. When applied to skin, it can shape itself into a number of different kinds of black tattoos, shifting easily into complex glyph shapes. When the wearer is asleep, the dark crawls over the skin, changing into new patterns as it finds a new place on the body to rest. When it has found a suitable stop, its tendrils dig deep into the flesh, provide some form of restorative boon. The exact nature and origin of the encroaching darkness is hard to determine. Ion priests have debated whether an individual darkness is in fact one entity, or an entire civilization living on another being's skin. The relation of the darkness to the wearer is meant to be symbiotic, but the symbiosis appears imperfect. So maybe it changes what it does every time we sleep? I don't know. How do we use that? Character abilities, let's say. It's healed and it's not usable anymore. It was a good use. I think it almost healed us fully. We'll keep that. I won't reload. I have a solution for that thing with sandpaper. Is that toilet paper from Deponia? Alright, so yesterday we did talk to the characters here, right? Did I talk to the Soul Keeper? I must be alone. Alright, let's talk to these characters. Dama of the Bloom. The wispy mustache on this pudgy middle-aged man would be almost comical if it weren't for his deep and despairing eyes. They are the eyes of a man who has passed through the gates of alien hells and returned, though not necessarily whole. Is this the Disco Elysium protagonist? Wispy mustache on this pudgy middle-aged man, for deep and despairing eyes. little bit reminiscent description. His fingers, tightly wrapped around some fine glassware, are strong and slim, a musician's fingers or a strangler's. You can't read his thoughts at all. You might as well try to read the thoughts of a wall. Before you open your mouth to speak, he says, "What is that place in your head?" It's a labyrinth. A labyrinth? He raised an eyebrow and leans back in his seat. That's a novel construction. He starts ticking items off on his fingers. I've seen people construct psychic fortresses, cathedrals, graveyards, hellscapes, and vortices from which no life escapes. All dramatic places, all powerful and forbidding. But a labyrinth? Well, that's a whole different construction that speaks to cunning and guile. Do you mind if I take a quick look? Seems like a strange thing to carry and not know anything about. His voice is polished and clean, friendly but intense. Go ahead. My thanks, though it's not often the wisest choice to let strangers enter your mind. I'll not do any harm, might help even. He smiles to take the sting out of his words. Ready? He breathes in and suddenly you feel you are a mote tucked inside a gigantic prism. With eyes peering in at you from all around, you're held tightly in an enormous fist. You are a flimsy piece of glass held up to the light. Yet somehow it's not utterly terrifying. His words come to you as if from a distance. A shared space, such depths, such twists. It builds itself around your experiences, around those who share it with you. Shared spaces are occasionally dangerous, so I sharpen the part of your mind. Hey! His voice draws closer and pressure eases. I didn't probe deeply, but this would be an excellent battleground. If you lured a foe to you, you could trap it within your mind. You could destroy it. Oh, introductions, yes. Nice, we gained another intellect. That's amazing. There is so much... There's so many ways to gain intellect pool. It kind of reminds me how we could gain stats from certain dialogue options. Like a lot of wisdom in Planescape Torment. He sets the glass down and shakes your head. I'm Dama, Dama of the Bloom. He pinches the bridge of his nose, his eyes tightly shut, and you feel a gentle and powerful presence surround your consciousness. I have a request for you. It might seem strange, but you have an interesting topography to your mind. You might be able to help us. The Fifth Eye is home to psychic veterans. We fought an incursion of nightmares, I suppose. Nightmares slithering into the city's shared dreamscape, eating minds and leaving husks behind. Dumb and Dama. We called them the adversaries. We burned them out and cauterized the wounds through which they infected our reality. But I can't shake the nagging feeling that one of them survived and raised a strike. I trust my intuition, and now it's telling me to ask for your help. I'd be happy to help. What do I need to do? He breathes a sigh of relief. My thanks. I feel the adversary. I know it's here. I know it's close. It's watching us, but it's hiding its presence. And I fear it will strike when our guard is down. It may well be in Fifth Eye even now. He shrugs helplessly. Sadly, our Fifth Eye is blind. He jerks a thumb at the bartender. It might be that our foe has blinded us, but it might not have shielded itself from you. Look for it. Tell me if you find something unusual. Did we really? I think I may have a lead on the identity of the adversary. I'm grateful for your help, friend. Tell me your suspicions. I'll see if I can confirm or allay them for you. Could it be Clarion? I feel like it might actually be Clarion. I know almost for a fact that these four are wrong, so let's start with those. There's a strange ghostly woman over there.
Remember that.
Ah yes, while she's unpredictable and possibly dangerous, she's not an adversary. We've tried to remove her before, yet she always returns. Rather than risk any damage, we just stay out of her way. I'd advise you do the same. The man in the yellow shirt who changed his shape, what about him?
I'll remember that.
That poor lost soul is not the adversary. He has been trapped in the form of an abacus, but is not an abacus himself. Do not fear him, pity him. Of course, pity the abacus, because calculators have replaced them, right? I liked abacus. I had a toy abacus as a kid. I loved playing with it. Never really did any math with it. Hey Woozy, you have to lurk, of course. It's good to see you. How are you doing? Hope you are having a good Sunday. Thanks for the 5 stream streak. Thank you, thank you. I talked to a being called O, definitely not human.
Making a note.
I have sensed O's presence and reached out to it with my mind. It's not an adversary. It's, well, I don't know how to describe it. But rest easy, because O probably won't destroy you. Probably. Alma's the Soul Keeper. What about him?
I'll remember that.
He shakes his head. His is a tale of personal tragedy and sorrow, though perhaps the end result is not the worst for the people under his cast's titular care. He is not the adversary. Could it be Clarion?
Updated my journal.
He bursts out laughing. I understand that her devotion to destruction might make her seem a monster, but like the rest of us, she's merely human. I'm off to grease my abacus. Wait, who says that? Parrot. Who says that? Was that in Civilization? Was it in Civilization 2? I think it was one of the science advisor. When you ask how is it going, he says something like that, right? Maybe I'm making... Yes, okay, I remembered right. That was so... It suddenly popped up in my mind, all the recorded video and stuff. That was so funny. The science advisor, yeah. Wow, I can't believe you, you know, reignited those memories, Parrot. I loved those. Thanks for that. Clarion seems to hold you in high regard. She thinks you'd be a valuable ally in the endless battle.
I'll remember that.
I've got more pressing matters closer to home. The adversary, remember? I'm not going anywhere until we've dealt with that nightmare. Tell me about yourself. I told you they called me of the Bloom. I was born there, and I knew nothing of the world outside the longest time. I thought it was normal to play in passages made out of gut and tissue, hide from slavers in diverticula, watch the visitants staggering in from other worlds. I learned how to read people there, and how to understand them. And one day I left the Bloom and came to Sagas Cliffs. I discovered the world was a different place than I thought. A better place. Shut
JFC
up.
will take it out of context.
Of course you will. You always do. That's what you
Draconic
do.
dude just boosted Zoria.
That's when I learned to fight. That's why I learned to fight. He just said himself. This isn't the
Draconic
warrior's
dude
body,
just
of course.
boosted so
Not
last
in the
off.
usual sense. He smiles and a great pressure swells in your head and vanishes before you can even register alarm. But I'm not usual. No one in the fifth eye is.
Draconic
We are
dude just
psychics,
boosted Eye
psionics,
of the
seers.
Beholder.
Call us mind menders or thought reapers. We are warriors. We keep the minds of Sagas glyphs safe from threats they don't even imagine. The old man growls they'd go crazy if they did. Not that they're exactly paragons of sanity at best of times. Okay, I'm afraid I have to stop here for a few minutes and run the ads, but we are going to continue this dialogue right after the ads. You may get ads up to 3 minutes. Hope you stick around. I'll see you in a bit. Alright, boosts. We have some boosts. JFC takes it out of context. Zoria. Celesta. You're going to head out? Alright, Mason, you're falling asleep. Go have a good sleep, have a good
JFC
rest.
Fuller just
Thanks
boosted
for stopping
WDIV.
by. I'll see you next time. The Beholder.
JFC Fuller just boosted Witchy Woo 2. JFC Fuller just boosted Tickle Me Under My Tail.
No. No, I won't. Thank you for the boosts, dude and JFC. I thought the adversary could have been Clarion, you know, trying to trick the veterans into joining, you know, into joining the fight, but won't really make them join the fight. In fact, trap them somewhere else. Maybe use that kind of a plan, but I guess not. Denied. I don't, you know, I'd at least require a dinner first. I don't just start tickling under tails immediately. So there are 5 veterans we have to convince. If all 5 of them have side quests, it'll be fun. At least we'll do we'll do some nice side questing action. Shall see. So it's a little bit of a problem that long rests costs money. I was kinda hoping it would be free, you know, like in Pillars or something, but it is of course very important to keep your pools topped up. So, but it also makes me feel better about having used the consumable to recover some intellect points earlier. James is in a pickle if you want tickle. So fickle. Yes. Maybe at some point we'll find a cheaper place. Like if there is a place in Underbelly. Maybe since it's, I guess, more dangerous down there. Maybe it'll be cheaper or even free. Maybe we'll find other places that we can rest for free. Maybe we'll earn a place we can rest for free through questing. There was stuff like that in Planescape Torment. I remember. Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully you didn't actually get any ads. But if you did, I appreciate you sticking around. What is this place? This is the Fifth Eye. You might think of it as a retirement home or a veterans hospital, but it wasn't always this way. Look around you. He gestures at the pipes and disused machinery. There's a reason we are here. Ask your questions. Can you tell me about the nature of the Fifth Eye? What did you mean when you said it was a veterans hospital? He raps on the nearby wall. It's a solid sound, no vibration. We don't know what this place was, though the pipes and the machinery make it seem like a kind of pumping station. But what's it to us is... Then his mind whispers in yours. Sanctuary. A crawling sensation, like insects under your scalp. This is what the outside world is. You see an image of the city beneath you, riding with ribbons of light that flare in a million colors. Heavy on TV, so you got some wonderful ads for diapers and chocolates. Oh. Wait, are you sure it was chocolate? Did it look smeared on the diapers? Because it may not be chocolate, Thor. Each of those ribbons is a thought, word, deed, and each calls out for attention. His companions nod. He continues speaking. When we are here, we can dampen that noise. The voices become voluntary. We can still listen, but it's not insistent. Whatever else this building is, it's shielded, safe for our kind. Being able to take a week-long trip back to your HQ, rest up, take a week-long return trip, continue where you left off without any cost or consequence. Yeah. Worse. True. True. I mean, it's good mechanically, it's easier on the player. But you're right, of course. Roleplay-wise, it does make little sense. This makes much more sense. But it just means we are going to have to manage our money better. Right now, I'm trying to get all the surgical upgrades as soon as possible. Maybe I need to change my priorities. Maybe keep a little bit money. Because even in the game's tips, it tells us, keep money. You will need it for bribing. It says. Now, I have no money right now and nothing really that I want to sell. So we are in a little bit of a problem. But there is also parts of the city that honestly, we have only visited the 3 maps so far. The reef, the circus, and this part. So there is still a lot. There is the government districts, there is the underbelly, there is north of here, I forgot what it was called, and there is south of circus, I forgot what it was called. So there are a lot of other maps that we still haven't been to. I'm sure there will be opportunities to gather money. So you carry your HQ with you, a camp, an RV, a hovering super carrier, or you just become a turtle, you know? Tell me about the history of the Fifth Eye. This psychically, right? The psychically sensitive have been hiding here for generations. The endless battle, the Cobalt breach, the rising blood. All the great psionic conflicts have victors and defeated. Oh, I forgot to increase the font size, by the way, yesterday. We talked about it. I was going to do it off stream. I forgot. I'll do it after this dialogue. If I forget to do it after this dialogue, remind me. Rather play slow, so I'll fine. But more importantly, they have the wounded, the veterans, the scars of 1,000 mental battles slip away here. We can let our guards down. He drinks, and so we do. It's a long history. I should write it down sometime, but I'm feeling lazy. Actually, let me ask you about something else. What can you tell me about the adversaries? Good question. Better if I show you. He closes his eyes and you feel an insistent nudge in your mind. Then your vision goes black, replaced with a nightmare. You see a void, oblivion, a place where black stars hang and shriek with formless rage. Violet lightning arcs through the sky, and you witness enormous masses of postulant orbs raging against each other. Streams of conscious thought rocket from them, and they scream of need, desire, hatred. Other emotions arise with these wisps of mental energy that curl like steam. They brush your consciousness with a touch beslimed with the unknowable hungers of an alien mind. These luminous wisps quest through invisible cracks in dimensional walls. New worlds, unsuspecting minds, brilliant lights enfolded in the adversary's decaying orbits, imprisoned with stars, winking out forever. They came through the bloom, shining and tenebrous at the same time, he whispers. They offered... Tenebrous means dark, right? Like deep dark. Not visible at all. It's not easy to please less of your in-game resources. Urges you to take more breaks than you need, which breaks the pacing. Yeah. Makes you waste a lot of time with back and forth. Takes away from the excitement. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right with all of those. Tenebrous equals dark. Okay. Of the shadows. Okay. Tenebrae, I guess it's like dark. Something like that. I'm not so sure. Tenebrae was the name of the city in Ultima 8 Pagan. Also. They offered games, richest promises for the future. I felt their passage and was afraid, and I hid my mind from their questing touch. I felt them reach for me, and I cowered in my shell. She lays a hand in Dama's shoulder. Those who didn't hide saw the lure, and they were drawn into that unwinnable mental game. Attracted by the light of adversaries' minds, they followed their own dreams into madness. Psychics and normal people alike, the ruin of cities' minds was... She shakes her head. You were wise enough to see beyond the lure and into the danger. You couldn't stand against them yourself, and so you hid. He all did. Tenebrae's darkness. Okay, thank you. Not all, he growls. Some stood. They played the game and got cracked like glow globes. I felt them die, and their spirits got sucked into a vortex of endless fear. You did the right thing, Dama, and I've told you that before. Fine, fine, he replies, waving the words away. But you've seen what the adversaries are like now, inhuman, with no negotiation. Maybe they're communicating with us and we don't understand them, but I tell you, if this is their hello, I don't want anything else to do with them. So those of us who survived the initial incursion gathered here. We set aside our differences and we fought back, but not without our own losses. What are the adversaries? I don't know. What we see isn't the whole picture. We know that. It's an extrusion into our world. Just a piece of the creature's psychic material. Maybe it's a conscious unit on its own. Maybe it's self-directed. But my deepest fear is that every adversary we've seen is the smallest piece of a singular entity, and that our pushback is drawing its attention ever so slowly toward us. If you ever meet one, you'll know why that frightens me so. How do you fight the adversaries? Are you thinking you might use your labyrinth to trap it? Don't do it. He stipples his fingers under his chin and considers. Though wait, it might work. It might. He looks at Theboros and Ziob. They exchange wordless communication and he shrugs. You use the spotter, someone trained to recognize their scent. He'd give them the briefest engagement, enough to whet their appetites, and he'd bring them to a battlefield of our choosing. The adversary will tempt you with something. It will tap into the parts of your mind you had forgotten, ignite a desire. It will offer bargains, tastes of power, and try to draw you toward this way of thinking. The key is to keep control of the imagery and the metaphors your minds conjure together. That's where I come in. He leans forward on the table, his gaunt face seeming even more drawn. I'd feed words and stories to our spotter, help him build an internal story that seemed to mirror what the adversary told, and I'd lay a pathway toward our battlefield. He'd walk down that pathway, and the adversary would be extruding itself into our world right alongside him. His smile is hard and feral, and then we'd close off the exits and get to work cutting it to pieces. So, tell a story. Resist the adversary's metaphors, build in the details of your hardened mental space, draw it in, and then use your familiarity with the place to destroy the bastard. He swallows the rest of his drink. If you are going to try, and again, I can't emphasize enough that you should seek our help, but if you do it alone, gods, I can't believe I'm saying this. If you do it alone, be careful. Can you tell me about the people here? He smiles a little wistful. Sure, but keep in mind most of them can hear us. Who did you want to gossip about? The others burst out laughing. He gestures around the bar. They've all got their stories. Some of them aren't from this world. Some aren't even real. This summons another peal of laughter. He points his chin around the room. There's Theboros, Ziob, and Leto. Oh, and Feriok. We own this place together. We fought in all manner of wars, battles, and conflicts. We traveled for some, worn Esper helmets for others, and projected ourselves across the world. But the worst was the adversaries. They were the true test for all of us. They forged our friendship tighter than any other experience could have. Best part is we've sacrificed our lives, our friends, and our sanity for a city that they'll never know. They keep on with their daily lives and just assume the rash of madness is some effect of the Numenera. Gave up the best part of our minds, and they don't even care. Doesn't matter to me what the rebel think, but it'd be nice to at least get some professional recognition. We've been over this, Theboros. We don't do it for ourselves. We do it because it's the right thing. Let them continue. If you do it alone in the dark, be careful. Most people aren't used to 10 controls anymore. Ah. Alone in the dark was so difficult to play. Very difficult game. Sure, saving the lives of people who flinch when they see me coming. I love seeing mothers snatch their children from my path. Clearing the insects from my bedroll is the next important step in knowing that I took action, because the ingrates in Sagas Cliffs won't even sell me a damned clean sheet. If they were dead, at least I could steal their sheets. Who do you think the adversaries would go after once all the citizens were dead, friend? You think they'd head out into the world, leaving your mind glowing brightly behind them? I could shield myself, no problem. I did it when they came out, remember? Just like you. Yes, I did, but I found help. And we hunted those bastards down and wiped most of them out. You? If you were alone here, you'd get tired of having to hide your true self around them and start cursing at them just so they'd notice you. He turns, holds his hands up. You see what I have to put up with? Ask for a modicum of respect and instead I get mockery. I don't know why we pay any attention to this old gallows glass. Does anyone truly get used to tank controls? Honestly, the first time I played Grim Fandango with the tank controls, it didn't feel that bad for me. But maybe because I absolutely love that game, and I absolutely loved it the first time I played it as well. It didn't really feel too off for me. Also, there were a lot of games with tank controls back in 90s. I was kinda used to them. What did you mean when you said some of the others here aren't even real? Smile disappears. Talk to Ziobi. Let's talk about Theoboros. Theoboros, despite his terrible complexion, gaunt face, bird-like nose, and questionable tastes and haberdashery, actually, I'm trying to think of any redeeming qualities that might offset all of this. I'm right here, you know. He ignores his friend. Ah yes, despite all these obvious disadvantages, Theoboros has become one of the preeminent warriors of language in the entire world. You can laugh, but the old saying is undeniably true. The tongue with the word is deadlier than the hand with the sword. Unless the sword hand gets to you before you can make someone else get in the way, he mutters. He laughs. He can plant words in your mind that will activate and weaponize your body against itself. With a word, he can spin illusions inside your skull. He knows the hidden receptors and compartments of the mind, and he can whisper lock you dead. That's a fair enough assessment, eh? His friend nods. Let's talk about Feriok. The smile slips from her face, but she says nothing. Ah. He doesn't look toward the bar, but his mood turns somber. A true empath, our spotter back when he could do the work. A brave man aware of the risks he took. Psychically sensitive, able to catch the lure of the adversaries and willing to run with it. If it hadn't been for him, we'd never have had the success we did. He looks down at the table. The last one we fought caught him. He pauses, lost in thought. She steps in. He took some of the things that make him special. He can't spot for us anymore. His powers aren't what they were. He's a shadow of his old self. But the old skid-sucker has our thanks anyway. He raises his glass toward the bartender and drops it on the table as Ziobi punches his arm. Ow, that's bad luck, you know. Don't you speak any ill word about him, Theoboros, not after what he did. You know how I feel about Feriok, Ziobi. He swishes the liquid left in his glass. His head and voice lowered. Before he lost his powers, he was one of the best of our team. One of the best I've ever known. They all nod. He cackles. But don't tell him I said so. Ziobi punches him again. Did I not choose Ziobi last time? So I chose Feriok. Let's talk about Feriok. Okay. Let's talk about Ziobi. Let's not. Nonsense! Ziobi is our enforcer, our telekinetic. She summons visions for us to distract our foes, projects deadly energy, and harnesses the power of our physical world to anchor us or our enemies while we deliver the killing blow. She also lets us focus our energy through her. She is what you might call our heavy weaponry, because she makes the material world much, much more tangible. While we frolic in the playgrounds of the mind, she's concerned with more earthly matters. How poetic, you old skull-arch. Truly, you took the words straight from my... Why, you dirty thief. He holds his hands up in surrender. You were practically shouting, Ziobi. How could I help but listen? Let's talk about Leto. She's our seer, our prescient. She knew where the adversaries were going to be. She knew when they'd be there, so we could set ourselves up in time. His voice is somber. But they grew wise to her. They threw themselves through probability space, played the game of maybe with her, and they were better than she was. Not so loud, he murmurs. It wasn't her fault. I never said it was. He radiates tension. The adversaries got better than all of us. We are lucky they only... He wipes a tear from his eye. We are lucky we only took the losses we did. How did you all come to this place? He frowns. It's cold to us. It was a beacon. It was warm and welcoming. The first time I set foot inside these doors, the noise from the outside world lessened. It didn't disappear. I can focus and hear it as I wish, but I could let down my guard, relax. He looks around the room. I'd wager the same is true for all the others. Can you... let me ask about something else. We had this... Okay, that's all for now with Dama. Let's go back to Clarion and Isk and Almas. See if there is any option about the adversary. There is not. I guess we cannot even talk to Almas. Alright. Hey, Gem Farmer. A phase into the past. How are you? How are you, Farmer? Good to see you. Happy Sunday. This woman's face seems timeless, neither old nor young, unblemished but somehow not perfect. Her dark and wavy hair floats like a cloud to her shoulders. When she speaks, her voice is musical, almost artificial. I am Ziobi, and you are? She concentrates, fingers pressed to her temples. When her table mates start smiling, she pulls them away. I'm not actually a mind reader like these two, just a joker. So you're not going to guess who I am? I don't know who you are, but I can tell where you're from. Tell me, are you from the area? A small hamlet slightly isolated, but still within the broader Sagas Protectorate? Somewhere near Arwenwood, perhaps? I actually don't know where I'm from. I was born in a falling star. A what? How is it that you know the language here? You must be particularly observant. Your voice, your inflections, your mannerisms. They speak of someone whose upbringing was based on an older version of the
New
Sagas
channel
Cliffs
SFX
dialect.
request by Thor Obliterator.
Touch shift thing? Alright. That suggests an isolated aldea or enclave of some sort. Although she claimed not to be a mind reader, Ziobi's mind is impenetrable. She might as well be one of the bartender's pumps. I'm looking for warriors to join the endless battle. Clarion would be honored to call you an ally. I am through with war. Finished. I want nothing more to do with conflict. I have served my time. My colleagues might help you, but I refuse. Don't ask again. Oh, okay. Can you tell me more about yourself? I am Ziobi. I hail from the western reaches of the Clock of Kala, near Matheunis. She bows her head modestly. I have had the opportunity to serve with my fellows here in a number of disturbances, though if you wish to hear more about those conflicts, you must speak with Dama. I am their support, their backup, and if need be, their physical offense. What's going on with this place? It's the Fifth Eye. It's where the psychics and psionics of Sagas Cliffs have been coming for generations to protect ourselves from the noise of the city. Life is easier when you're among friendly people, those of your own kind. She laughs. Though not everyone here is technically one of us. Some of the people you see here are manifestations of our minds. Some of them were called here by our minds. Some have come from other dimensions even. She leans back, tapping a finger on her lips. I have a challenge for you. One of the 5 of us who own this bar is a projection. Talk to the other veterans of the Psychic War, see if you can figure out which of us is the projection. You can ask each of us only once, so make your question count. Are you the Psychic projection? Me? No. No, indeed. In fact, I am projecting him now. It's my power that makes the projection possible. If I were you, I'd focus on physicality. Best of luck. What can you tell me about the adversaries? I'm curious if you find this puzzle trivial or difficult? We'll see. I'm curious as well. Looks like a nice riddle. I don't know where they came from or what they want or any of that. Her voice is becoming harsher, more distorted with suppressed anger. I only know that they destroy everything they touch and that I will destroy them. My friends pull their extrusions into the real world and then I get to sever them from their source. She downs her drink. I love doing that. You sold it so you'll probably find it easy. Hey, it doesn't mean, you know... you never know. You might have been able to see something I want for hours. It happens all the time. Can you tell me anything else about that series? Sorry, I'm the heavy eater. Okay, farewell. Let's ask Dama about the projection. Ziobi challenged me to find out which of you is a projection. So, are you real? He hasn't moved from his position at the table, but he's accumulated more glasses on more plates. Me? I'm as real as they come. He slaps his belly. Could a projection do that? He poses. Come to think of it, Ziobi probably could make one do that. And make it sound right too. She's good. But how would you test whether a psychic emanation was real? Touch Dama. He doesn't move and your finger sinks into his flesh. He grins, satisfied. Ziobi said I should focus on physicality. Here's a hint. He reaches out and claps you on the shoulder, his fingers holding tight. Projections play on your expectations, but they are pierced easily. Good luck with it. That's all for now. Farewell. Did I look at the oldies? This booth was once a metal tank that held some sort of fluid. An odd lilting song occasionally rises from within this machine as if a musician is trapped inside. Passionate kiss. Sure. This booth was once a metal tank. Okay. This fancy couch might have come from an aristocrat's house, except for the stains and the smell of vomit. You can hear liquid coursing through these ancient pipes, and this whole building seems to predict the ninth world. These pipes are pumping fluids from somewhere outside the bar. Someone added the spigots later, so the fluids probably weren't intended for drink. Alright, let's talk to Theboros. This man's mind is sealed off from you, like trying to read the thoughts of a book that's been glued shut. The man is old and strong, his face lined with years of brutal
just
experience.
boosted Witcher 2.
Hey kids, welcome.
I get 1 claw just boosted Gorky 17.
Happy Sunday. Hope you're
I get
doing
1
well.
claw just boosted Return to Kronder.
Hope you're doing well today, kids. His face is aquiline, his nose sharp, he wears a broad-brimmed hat, and his voice is a low rasp. I'm Theboros, he says. Tell me your story, make it a good one. I was born falling from the sky, and now I'm trying to repair a chamber that will stop a nightmare. He watches you intently as you speak, and when you finish, he nods sharply. You are telling the truth, he says. A lot of people embellish or they lie outright, try to pretend they are up to more than they are so people will remember them as giants. More often than not, they just end up looking ridiculous. He pats you on the shoulder. You've given me a rare treat. Thanks. So, what do you want? Can't help you with your chamber, but maybe there's something else. Ziobi says one of you veterans is a psychic projection. Is it you? A psychic projection? That's an interesting way to word it, Z. He tilts his head towards Ziobi. Couldn't you say that we are all psychic projections in one way or another? He leans in. Put it this way. Are you always how I picture you? Does your behavior change based on my thoughts? Yes, depending on the image anyway, I might change my behavior to improve your opinion. No, your thoughts are your own, as are your opinions. They have nothing to do with me. No. So you are influenced by my thoughts, but are my thoughts the whole of you? If they are, then you are my imagination, and the converse. You'd say we are one consciousness subjectively experiencing itself, and that means we are all each other's and our own psychic projections. He takes a slow, reflective breath. But we are also autonomous, eh? At least to some degree. You exist when I'm not paying attention to you. Pretty sure I've no need to imagine someone like you. You might as well say we are all interconnected at the fundamental level, and that our thoughts and actions have effects on each other. It might not be reality, that is the truth, but we each have a perception of a truth. It's a guiding star that we use to live our lives. It's not reality for everyone, but it's reality for us. It's our story. Dama rolls his eyes. Oh no, Ziobith, the Boros is getting started again. Hush you, I'm lecturing. He turns back to you. Even if we don't understand reality, we understand stories. So maybe our best gauge for us how we experience each other is through the stories we know and the words we use when we tell those stories. He laughs. What I'm really telling you is that I'm not Ziobi's projection. Maybe learn some of our tales and you'll get to the truth. A truth anyway. The first thing I thought was it has to be Feriok, because he had taken he was lost in the battle, and Ziobi has a soft spot for him. I don't know, maybe he didn't die and he's still here, but maybe he died and this one is not the real one. Who knows? That was my first thought. We'll see. What can you tell me about the adversaries? His eyes narrow and he leans in close. I don't want to talk them up. It's important to understand that they are not unbeatable, that they are not immortal. They are tough, hells yes, but they can be stopped. He leans back. That said, what are they? You heard of spirits being of pure thought? That's what they are, except that they are more like living hate. Like every nightmare of fear that you can't escape, a vortex of despair. That's why we fight, because they are poison. Clarion needs strong allies to fight in the endless battle. Would you be willing to join her?
Remember that.
Not while Dama is convinced that one of the adversaries still lives. No, besides I've got other concerns. Maybe later. Can you tell me about yourself? I'm the brains of this operation. He gestures with a lazy hand around the table. Without me, they'd lose the thread of their thoughts and spend all their time wandering in dreams. We're just trying to get away from your nagging. He tips his friend a wink. It's that nagging that sharpens my word, Dama. Though I admit that my words are probably getting duller every second I spend talking to you. He turns back to you. Let's call me a warrior of language. Words are my weapons and my treasures. They might be pretty sounds to you, but to me, they are the tools that pry open your imagination and leave you vulnerable to my friends here. I build pictures, set the scenes, and create mazes in your minds. He takes a careful sip of his drink. I'm also the last person in the world to know the lost words of Kra. He closes his eyes tightly, and when he opens them again, you see worms of light dancing in his eyes. They are gone again with his next blink. They are a weaponized meme.
I will feast on your entrails and devour your soul.
Enjoy your food taste. Thanks for the luck. A thought that sticks in your head, a tune you can't get rid of, a saying that echoes in your mind until it drives you mad and melts your brain. She lays a hand on his arm. You don't have to talk about this to the Boros. She turns to you. He's eating away at him. He has his compartmentalized, but he says he can feel it burning away at his mind. I feel the power in you. Can you help him? What can you tell me about the words of Kra? His long face grows more somber, if that's possible. Those words were the ruin of an ancient civilization. I had this story from a dying Newain before I wrested the last word from his mind. It goes like this. The scholars of that age had found deep truths about the world, and they stumbled across these words. They wrote the knowledge down and sealed the words away with the strongest warnings they could find, and they killed themselves so that they wouldn't infect their kind. The problem was they didn't count on their writings sticking through the ages. Some skist-brained fool ignored the warnings on the bindings, read the words, and spilled them out into the civilization that had grown up in that spot over the millennia. 8 rulers of Kra, 8 words, and the continent-spanning empires fell, its people bleeding from their eyes with hatred in their hearts. Survivors tried the scholar who had released the words, buried him in stone. The words were lost again. A Nevain, a hero, found the imprisoned scholar. He tried to wipe away the knowledge he'd spoken and removed him from the world. Had the Nevain stuck there, it would have seen the dust itself rewriting the words of Kra on the floor in the wind. He bows his head, but it was too late. The words had infested his mind. I found the words, I burned them from the world, trapped them in a maze in my mind, and they are near the exit. What are you going to do about the weaponized meme that's burning your brain? Well, I could always kill myself. Honestly, I don't think anyone else could carry it. Then the alternatives are too horrific to bear. He tilts his glass toward them. I love my colleagues here, but can they handle the words of Kra? I don't think so. Right now, I've got them locked into a metal construct no one has even the slightest idea how to build. I do have space in my mind and I can contain the words of Kra there. He leans back and crosses his arms. Really? And how is it that you're a better custodian for the words of Kra than I am? I'm more than strong enough. Use your psychic ability to read me. Oh, this is a very low chance. Ah. We may have to save scum this as well. Okay, we got it. Marcus will do anything with your words. They're getting this strange bug where charge stats are reduced to flat 8s when traveling up, so they get no skill points. Ah, sounds interesting. I don't know. Do you have any mods or anything installed? Do you have the restoration mod installed, Thor? He focuses on you and you feel something like the skittering of spiders across your mind. They plunge inside and suddenly you sense his presence in the labyrinth and you can feel his mind recoil. He snaps his eye back to yours. Yes, yes, I think you'd be an excellent vessel. Do not use the word. Keep it contained, you hear me? He leans forward and whispers the word into your right ear. It's a beautiful word, and you feel your tongue curling to shape it aloud. The Boros claps his hand across your mouth, his eyes tight on yours, and with his mind he drags the knowledge of the word into the labyrinth, into a disused corner, and he seals it with an image of steel, glass, and dark infinities of space. He leans back, panting. Ziobi. Yes? I need a piece of my mind cauterized here. He touches his hands onto her temples, and she to his, and they lean forward, their foreheads touching. You see a flare of light, and he cries out in pain, but he doesn't let go. When they release their hold on each other, you see a small, smoking hole in his forehead. I couldn't take the chance it would leave a trace of itself in there, he says. It's gone from me. It's your responsibility now. That was cool. I wonder if what we can do with the word, if we can. Just restoration. That's weird. I don't think I had that problem when I played. Nothing like that. Can you find anything like that in Google? This one was interesting. It really was interesting, yeah. Really was interesting. This game has some really interesting concepts. You know, the words of Kra destroying millennia spanning civilization, a doubt destroying a community. We heard that story before. Some really interesting stories here. Not even 5 seconds after getting the word. I wonder what we can do with it. What? Of course, yeah. I of course wonder what we can do with it. No, I said if we can do anything with it. I didn't say what we can do with it. I said if it's... I'm curious if it's like a locked part in our labyrinth, or if the game will actually give me the chance to kind of, you know, dabble with it, tinker with it, try to open it, unlock it. I'm not saying I will do it. I'm just curious what the game will do about it. Will allow with it. What can you tell me about this place? Ask Dama, ask Leto, ask Yobi or Feriok. I just drink here. Hey Draven, welcome. Giant Draven. How are you doing? Good to see you. Did you end early today, Draven? You weren't on when I woke up. Hope you're having a good day. Can you tell me any stories about the others in this bar? You had to finish an hour early, was out for lunch at your mother's. Ah, that's nice. I hope you had a good day. I'm sorry I missed your stream, but I hope you had a good day. You had a good lunch. I can, but I won't. Talk to them yourself. They all have a piece of wisdom that they carry in themselves, and I won't dishonor them by telling their stories for them. He scratches under the brim of his head. I can eulogize them, but every story would start like, here's a warrior, selfless and self-absorbed, knowing about themselves so they can help the world. But they're all more than that. See if you can get them from different perspective than me. Farewell. Sir Arthur. He's not one of the veterans. I still have 3 intellects. How does that work? I just used my 3 intellects for that challenge. But I still have 3. Did I somehow regain? The Rob Literator. The Rob Litigator. This man has leathered, dark brown skin and hair as white as the full moon. He peers at you from beneath long strips of eyebrows, sucking on a long pipe that has been made from either segmented wood or the leg of an enormous insect. His clothing is blue and formal, like a priest or a professor of some kind. All over him, on his belt, in every pocket, on both shoulders, even hovering in the air around his head, are glowing, chittering devices of all kinds. Let me guess. He sucks from his pipe. A ball of green steam floats away from his mouth. You're a traveler, that much is clear. Ooh, wow! Draven! What is that? 664. Hell yeah, Yog Sothoth. Very cool. Very cool. Last month, you rolled a 666. This month, 664. When are we getting 669? When you roll a 669 on a D69, I'll add it. You really are, Draymond. Oh, I'm kicked out from the top 3, Evil. I'm kicked out. I had 657. Six 606? The sleeper. Awaken! That's a nice roll, but it's missing 1-6 there, you know. Unfortunately.
Awaken!
Imagine if it was... No, but I said you have to roll a 669 on a D69. Not on a D669, Hazen. But you know what? Okay, if you roll a 669 on a 669, I will add it. Fine. You're a traveler, that much is clear, an explorer, yet you have the look of a farmer visiting a teeming metropolis for the first time. He taps various relics on his person. Never seen the like, have you? Fortunately for you, I adore educating folks on the subject of the Numenera. I've also traveled extensively and seen much of the world. Go ahead, ask me whatever you would like to know. A metallic bug-like creature perched on the side of his head begins glowing. It crawls into his ear and he pauses as though listening. After a moment, the bug scuttles out and resumes its perch. He leans forward and lowers his voice. So you're a mind reader, eh? Well, I won't hold it against you, but old Arthur wouldn't walk into a bar of psychics without mental protection, so don't expect to read much from me. How did you know I could read your thoughts? Normand told me. He points at the bug, now burying itself into his shock of white hair. He can detect that sort of thing, and then this one blocks it. He pulls a circular device from his pocket. I don't like letting people know what I'm thinking. Oh, I'm sorry, chat. Too dangerous. He puts the device back into his vest. That's the new disc, of course. My first psychic blocker used to melt brain matter, provoke people to know, and especially those who didn't know their friends were psychic. What happened to the kid? Did we give her up to chat party? No, Rin is still with us. The kid is still with us, Taze. Oh yeah, that's something we meant to ask you. So there are a few cards for D666 that we couldn't find we couldn't think of a nice art for. Maybe you'll think of something with your vast knowledge of memes and, you know, all the other stuff, with your creativity and, you know, all those good things. We should emote with the eyebrow twitching right now. Isn't that a Twitch global thing? I think maybe there is one. No, maybe actually there's not. Evil cat with red eyes. Oh, that's has, right? That's has emote, yeah. Who are you? Goodness forgive me. He stretches out his hand. Sir Arthur Thorane, traveler, explorer, and lifelong student of the Numenera. I have seen everything between here and the Steadfast, and I have studied Numenera of all kinds for decades. There is no man more knowledgeable about the Ninth World than he who sits before you, I assure you. Why are you here? Who knows? No one knows. Knowledge, of course. I have traveled all over the Steadfast and beyond, but I had to know what was beyond the beyond. Who knows how much time I have left on this world? I wanted to see it myself. What are the Numenera? His eyes light up, as too do a number of devices on his person, though you cannot see why. The Numenera are practically everything around you. You live among the detritus of uncountable civilizations, many of which were more powerful than you or even I can imagine. Everything they left us is the Numenera. Weapons, power sources, medicines, gels, plants, animals. Why, even the very dirt in the ground and shins in your pocket are examples of the Numenera. What shins in my pocket? I have maybe one shin left. Yeah, I absolutely... I have an exact amount of one shin. It's such a broad term that the Order of Truth has categorized the Numenera with terms like oddities, ciphers, and artifacts. Of course, any true student of the Numenera considers these categories too broad still. I have my own distinctions, but that is neither here nor there. He takes a puff from his pipe. In any case, it's the Numenera that power the wonders of the world, from an explorer's esoteries to the datasphere to the drinks in the Spirit Tavern. What's the difference between oddities, ciphers, and artifacts? He takes a long puff on his pipe before answering. For the most part, he says, those terms refer to how useful a device is. It makes sense. As wonderful and powerful as the relics of the past are, nobody in this world gives a damn use unless it can fix their problems. He sighs. They don't care how it works or where it came from, eh? But if they can use it to feed themselves, fight off an errant grass, or at least get them a few extra shins, now they are interested. He shows you back to his fists. He shows you the back of his fist and sticks out a thumb. Oddities are the least useful. They do something alright. Heat your drink, float in the air, make everything you say sound like music, whatever. But it's rarely something anyone can get any utility out of. Oddities are fascinating, but pragmatically they are only worth a few shins. Ouroboros as a depiction of the concepts. I don't know. Interesting. He sticks his pointer finger in the air next to his thumb. Ciphers now, those might do anything. Heal your body, shoot a blast of flame, teleport you somewhere safe, and so on. But they're volatile. Whatever they do it just once. And if you don't know what you're doing, putting too many together can give you what's called cipher sickness. He puts up a third finger. Artifacts won't do that, but that term belongs to devices that last. Maybe not forever, but more than a one-shot. What's cipher sickness? Terrible, just terrible, he sets his pipe down. Ciphers are volatile devices, as I told you. If you know what you're doing, you can separate, insulate, quarantine, thus carrying more ciphers than your average explorer without ill effects. Something on his person starts chirping. He taps his pocket to stop it, but otherwise pays it no mind. But if you carry more than you can handle, those ciphers react in unpredictable ways, draining your energy, wearing you down, or worse. He leans forward conspiratorially. This one time, I saw a cluster of ciphers bound to each other and gained what I can only describe as sentience. Ripped my assistant to pieces before tearing off into the cold desert. Haven't seen it since. He picks up his pipe and sticks it back in his mouth. It was completely unexpected. I felt bad about the assistants, but well, science and all that. Fortunately, most effects of cipher sickness are temporary, easily cured by simply getting rid of those some ciphers. I wonder if there's an Easter egg in the game if you collect certain ciphers together on your person. They combine to become something else. Maybe it's not even an Easter egg. Maybe it's something that will happen later. But I don't know. I don't know if they would add an intended feature like that. Maybe they would. Maybe they won't. But an Easter egg sounds more likely. Pretty sure you ate all these eggs. All of them, Draven. Draven, you're insatiable. How would you categorize Numenera? Ah, a fascinating question. He sets down his drink and leans forward. I'll give you the brief version because you obviously have places to be. Put simply, I'm less interested in how useful a device is than its means of function. He takes a quick puff from his pipe and sets that down as well. Now, the technology of the prior worlds is far too incomprehensible and varied for us to truly understand which civilizations created what, but we can define some basic categories. He counts each one of his fingers. Many devices deal with fundamental forces, gravity, magnetism, sound, light, even time itself. Automatons and created intelligences fall under artificial life. Biotechnology covers a wide variety of Numenera. Many plants and animals that we consider natural were in fact created by prior worlds for some arcane purpose. The blue may fall under this category. Someday I'll hear a time and find out. If I can find anyone
just
reckless
boosted
enough.
fire. Verumamo just boosted water.
They never would have caught me in the first
Verumamo
place if
just
that
boosted
invisibility
darkness.
potion I'd bought hadn't been watered down.
Hey Veru, welcome. Good to see you. Happy Sunday. Yes. Yes, I expected you to go immediate spoiler. See you soon, Vera. Thank you for the like.
Draven just boosted Nom Nom 8.
There are chemical devices, as well as those dealing in various forms of matter, metals, liquids, crystals, and
Draven
conversions
just
between
boosted
the
Anna's
three.
watch. Draven just boosted Wizzy and Wari.
His eyes light up. The most interesting are the most esoteric, nanotechnology, which covers much of what common folk consider magic, transdimensional tech, and technology related to the data sphere itself. He leans back, reinserting his pipe. But these are just the classification I prefer, the Numenera defy definition. What is the data sphere? It's difficult to say exactly. At the most basic level, the data sphere is information stored within the air itself. But it's much, much more than that. Several of the prior worlds created similar spheres of knowledge around and throughout the world. Our term data sphere encompasses all of them, the connections between them, and the effects thereof. For example, he lifts a knobbed finger. People talk about glimmers, visions from another place or time. These are actually some portion of the data sphere accessing human minds. Some ciphers, even some nanos, can access arcane knowledge from the data sphere. Why even so-called telepathy is sometimes two people communicating through the data sphere without realizing it. The data sphere as a subject of research is far too large for several lifetimes. Alas, I have only been able to spend my time delving into devices that seem to use it, but not the data sphere itself, or rather the various and incompatible networks that comprise the data sphere. Perhaps someday. What are esoteries? Esotery is the common name for any various powers or abilities that cannot be explained by our understanding of science. Nanos are capable of esoteries more than most, but other people, and even creatures sometimes, exhibit powers that we would call esoteries as well. What are shins exactly? He peers at you over his glasses. Ah, you are new, aren't you? Shins are currency. The Ion priests believe that some very ancient prior worlds use specific metals or crystals as currency per their rarity. But of course, no metal is truly rare anymore. Half the nanos I've met can transmute metal into crystal. Why, I once transmuted flesh into gold, though not entirely on purpose. Anyway, rarity is useless as a means of value, so the value of shins is necessarily a social construct. Shins can be any coin-like object or jagged bit of interesting material, though I think you'll find there is remarkable agreement as to what does and does not constitute a true shin. Many realms in Steadfast actually mint their own money, but you'd be hard-pressed to find a traveling merchant who didn't accept anything you had on you at the time. How is Drit part of the Numenera? Run your hand through the soil, girl, and you'll find it's hardly soil at all. It's filled with the microscopic remains of ancient, unknown technologies and structures, commonly known as Drit. Why, in some places the Drit is even alive. He takes a sip from his mug. I don't recommend sleeping on the ground in those places, by the way. Terribly unnerving for the survivors. What's your Droth root? It's what you might call an organized religion, except it's not religion. Oh, members of the order call themselves priests and their founder the Ember Pope, but they don't worship anything per se, so except perhaps their own intellects. I understand this town has its own branch of the order. They could answer your questions better than I. How do you know so much about the Numenera? Cipher gathering was always the main source of income for my family. Alas, no more, but I have extended that penchant into pure research. It's not arrogant to say that mine is one of the greatest laboratories in the Steadfast. Why, an entire university has sprung up around my home. I specialize in research and experimentation. Prospective assistants apply almost daily, which is good considering how quickly we churn through them. He clears his throat. I'd like to know more about the world. Of course, ask me anything you like. I've traveled all over the Ninth World, throughout the Steadfast and the beyond. I even know a little about this part of the world, the so-called Beyond the Beyond. I've met explorers of all kinds and listened to countless stories. So, what's it you would like to know? What can you tell me about the Steadfast? Much, my friend, much. Too much, in fact. The Steadfast is a collection of kingdoms and principalities far west of here, all the way at the end of the continent. He blows smoke from his mouth, it forms into purple ball and drops to, and then through, the floor. He swear the Order of Truth holds sway more than anywhere else. There are several different kingdoms, along with scattered villages and aldeias, but they all swear fealty to the Ember Pope and his Iron Priests. He utters a small growl. The order requires nobles of the Steadfast to fight against the Gaians. Supposedly a cult to the north. I have never been there myself, so I don't know the truth, but it sounds like a waste of lives and resources if you ask me. That's why I keep my laboratory in the southern reaches, as far from the conflict as possible. He sucks on his pipe thoughtfully. Granted, the order did ask me to leave after several incidents, but I was planning on moving anyway. What can you tell me about the Beyond? A wilderness between the Steadfast and here, highly dangerous. His words seem meant to frighten, but he has an excited glimmer in his eye. Some of the most interesting claves and villages can be found there. I found one village whose people hovered a meter off the ground from birth to death. The villagers of another would tell you the exact method of your future death. I can't say how accurate they were, though several of my assistants tendered their resignations. Further out is the realm of the most deadly creatures, landscapes, and weather. Oh yes, he says, seeing your expression. The land and weather itself will rip you apart in several locations in the beyond. You've heard of the Iron Wind? It is but one of the cruel rulers of that land, though perhaps the most infamous. A cloud of invisible machines altering the physical structure of anything and anyone it touches. He grins widely as he brings his cup to his lips. Truly terrible. What can you tell me about the areas beyond the beyond? You're in it, friends. They call it the Sagas Protectorate, or at least portion of it. There is Sagas Cliffs and the Bloom nearby. I've heard of places like Harif and Mara Jolios far to the east. I'm most interested to explore this Valley of Dead Heroes I've heard so much about. A place to inter the dead? Bound to be some very interesting relics in a place like that. He sighs. In truth, I'm only a recent arrival to this place myself. You would do better speaking with the locals. What can you tell me about different kinds of explorers? Brave and intrepid souls, my friends. Explorers come in all shapes and packages, but I think you will find that most people prefer to label the bravest explorers as glaives, nanos, or jacks. Glaives are the elite warriors of the world. Nanos are those who study the Numenera, using it to perform powerful as the trees. He taps a yellowish ash from his pipe. Jack is something of a catch-all term. They are mostly pragmatic folk who know a little fighting and a little Numenera, jacks of all trades as it were. But explorers of any stripe are useful to have around, especially if you're experiencing trouble. Why do they call this the Ninth World? An interesting question. He takes a preparatory swing from his cup. One would think it's because 8 worlds came before us, but even a cursory study of the Numenera reveals far too much breadth and variation for there to have been mere 8 prior worlds that created it all. One then might ask what qualifies as a world. He could say the first true 8 worlds are defined as the most powerful or influential civilizations of their eras, but even that fails under the most basic reasoning. If the previous 8 worlds we refer to were the greatest of the ancients, then what qualifies of this world, wherein we cannot even understand the most basic theories governing a time ogre to be in the ninth? The truth, I'm afraid, is that we call this the Ninth World simply because that is what we have decided to call it, no more, no less. That's something else. Is there anything left? No, that song. Alright, the next thing to do would be to talk to these, but I'm going to do that after the ads. I'm going to run the ads again. And, you know, as usual, if you're not a sub, you may get ads up to 3 minutes, most probably much shorter or none at all. We shall be here, we shall be waiting, not playing. Hope you stick around, I shall see you soon. Wow, I have been
just
here.
musted Undertale.
Can you
just
see
musted
it?
Scald.
I have been here in the last
just
hour.
musted Chrono Trigger.
I have been reading the dialogue of these 4 characters for the last hour. This is definitely a lot like the Smoldering Corpse bar. There was a lore dump character there as well. The character with the most amount of dialogue in. It was in the Smoldering Corpse in Planescape Torment.
Nectar of the Gods.
Yes, thank you, Pat. They insisted you spend an hour here when they signed their contract with the developer. I wasn't notified. They didn't care to share it with me. That's okay though. It's all very well written. Alright, let's continue. Witcher 2.
Parrotwise just musted Undertale.
Gorky. Kurondor. Deadfire. Wrath. Darklands.
Parrotwise just hosted Dragon Age. Inquisition.
Magic. No
Hi,
whiskey.
Lorzen has just cheered for 50 bits.
No
whiskey. Sorry, I mean iced tea. Wink wink.
It's finished. It's finished pie. I finished my I finished my iced tea. Maybe I'll get pick another flask later. Thank you for the bits pie. Very much appreciated. Might and Magic, Anachronox.
Parrotwise just roosted Might and Magic 8, Day of the Destroyer.
Anachronox passes Chrono Trigger. 2 Chronos clashing right here in the 12th and the 13th place. Fight of the Chronos. A battle of all the times. Certainly a battle of all the time. These are some warriors. Undertale. It's called Chrono Trigger. Chrono Trigger passes Anachronox. The Chrono War continues. Chronicles of the Chrono War. Undertale. Dragon Age. And Might and Magic 8. There we go. Thank you for the boosts. Ikit, Veru, Draven, Thazen, Parrot. Icy gives everyone a bad headache. Yeah, sure. Welcome back everybody from the ads. We were boosting and waiting for you. Now that you're here, we can continue. Alright, let's talk with Leto. Or Leto. Though this woman's face is young, she has been beaten hard by the sun. She wears a tight-fitting skin suit under loose desert robes. Her eyes are a deep and unsettling black with no whites to be seen. Occasional streaks of light race across them, flashing in the shadows of her hood like stars plummeting from the sky. I am Leto, she says. I saw your coming. Now you are here. Leto's mind is inscrutable. Your efforts reflect back at you from 1,000 angles, like shining a light onto a mirrored ball. I'm looking for warriors to join Clarion in the endless battle. She thinks you'd be a valuable ally. Dama is still here, is he not? I follow his lead. He believes one of our old foes is still present in the city, and if he believes it, I do as well. I will not abandon him should he need me. Ziobi says one of you is a psychic projection. Are you the projection or are you real? Who can say what reality is? I see strands of possibility tying the future and the past together. Probabilities grow and decrease. Is a small probability a reality? In one universe, it will be. In another, it has vanished into a web of what might have been, an opportunity for nostalgia or gratitude at avoiding it. I tell you that reality is more than our perception of time. It exists beyond us. What is in the past extends into the future. Touch the threads of the past and you can see their intended shape. Know what is that you seek and you will be able to discern your reality. Ah, what are you even saying, Leto? A smile touches her lips. Only that one who would question reality must know how that reality should behave. She faces you more fully. I am not this projection you seek. Can I touch you? A being named O is here to give you a vision. It says you will be the mother of empires. She stares at you, her mouth opening slightly. Her eyes flicker across the bar, landing on no one in particular. I have not yet received the vision, and... A mother? Me? She shakes her head. I am barren. I will give no life. She pauses. Her hands are shaking. She whispers. I see only a stain when I look at myself, nothing more. A miasma occludes my vision of myself. What can you tell me about yourself? To the northeast, in the middle of the Lost Sea, there is a small town called Jerboa. Dwarfed by the magnificence of the oasis of Mara Jolios, Jerboa is a poor town dependent on the charity of its neighbor. She nods to the bartender and he refills her drink, floating a bottle through the air without touching it. I was born in the slums. The Gibra, residents of the city, would sometimes tour our ghetto. One of them saw my eyes and declared me touched by their god Nikul. They taught me the deep secrets of their church and showed me how to comprehend the tapestry in my mind. One day I saw a light flare in Sagas Cliffs. Though this city and mine suffer hostilities, I knew that I must brave those dangers, for I saw the darkening storm. She grips your sleeve. I see the futures. Miasma occludes my vision of myself. Time for a shower. Or at least a napkin. I will not be able to return home, but I arrived in time to aid Dama in his struggle against the adversaries. For a time, I was able to read the strands to help our team prepare against the adversaries' attacks, but they learned to cloak themselves against me, and all I could see of their intent was a generalized darkness. I am of little use against the adversaries now, but I remain to help against our foes. What can you tell me about the people here? I know the stories of my comrades in arms, their past and their future. I have a deep bond with Ziobi, a friendship with the Boros. My respect for Dama knows no limits, and I have fond recollections of Firiok's Redouit. She shakes her head. I wish I could unravel the skein of perception and live in the present, as do so many others, but it is not to be. So I scramble across my web of time and know the threads of my friends. Can you tell me any stories about your friends? Of whom did you want to speak? Tell me about Dama. He is the lodestone, the hourglass, the light that lifts and rope that binds. His strength is our strength, and through him we become stronger. He is the caller, the bringer, the tactician and the strategist. He brings us to this place, and in the future he is gone. She does not see you as she speaks. The unseen adversary claims him, unless... no, the probabilities are too low. She shakes her head, bringing herself back to the present. Is he still here? She slashes a glance to Dama and breathes a sigh of relief. Do you know anything about Black Voodoo? Tell me about Feriok. A seer of pain and love, a great light, his powers, speech and attraction. An empath, a weaver of hope and reconciliation. The story I love most is this. An angry citizen comes, threatening violence, and Firiok eats his pain and makes a new man in his place. In those old strands, Firiok is my friend. And you, mine little. Of whom did you want to speak? Tell me about Ziobi. Hey, Sangnif. Hey, the zebras are back. How are you, Sangnif? Happy Sunday. Happy Sangnif Day. Tell me about Ziobi. She gives herself too little credit. During the Cobalt Breach, she erected a shield around her company and fires precise bolts of telekinetic range into the attackers. She destroys their inhuman captain, hurling him from the walls into dark space, and then dismembers the attackers who have come for me. In that day, she is my hero. She's the only one of us who can touch the physical world so completely. And when Dama dies, she stands to unite us. No, wait, this isn't real. Not yet. She slaps herself lightly and mutters, "Walk in this world, Leto. This world alone." What? Okay. Of whom did you want to speak? Tell me about Theboros. He follows the trail of the worlds of Kra. He finds the dead village. In his mind, he seals the words, and they chew him to pieces until his brain has lost their knowledge altogether. She looks across the bar to the old man. No, that's a past possibility. That is not this reality. His mind is still intact. His stories are still resonate. Is this the world in which he buries the last rose of the Kra? Yeah. He buried it in me. She shrugs. But he is the man who helps plan our battlefields. He shapes our expectations. It is he who brings the first adversary low. It shows him a story, he tells it a better one. It bows to his vision before it knows his strength, and he traps it. He is a hero to this reality, although he knows it not. Maybe. It doesn't matter, you know. You can just post whatever you want, Simon. If you don't need to provide any special treatment for this stream. It's perfectly fine. She shakes her head. I have spoken all the stories I will tell. What can you tell me about the adversaries? She spits on the ground. I waste water speaking of them. I don't know what they are, but I know what they represent. They are the death of possibility, an existential threat to humanity. They sweep minds into themselves, consume individuality, and worship power. And they have learned to counter mine. I am helpless against them. How did you know I'd be coming here? Skeins of lives weave together in a tapestry. Your thread glows. It emerges from the sky, and the great darkness follows in your wake. She waves a hand as if pushing through cobwebs. I have seen you. Where you go, that is beyond my powers. Can you tell me anything about the people I travel with? Ask and I will tell. Tell me about Erisys. Yes, tell me about me. She frowns at him and pokes a finger at the golden glow that surrounds him. She snatches her finger back as if burned. His features bright, but short. After a long moment, he bursts out. Was that it? I expected to hear something about fighting Sarex or leaping heroically onto a flying vehicle and wresting the controls from his savage pilot. I do like to fly, you know. I'm a very good pilot. That's the kind of thing I wanted to hear about. The faintest touch of a sad frown at the corner of her mouth is her only response. Ah, Theretis is going to die. Young, probably. Tell me about Rin. She takes Rin's hands in hers. Child, the future is uncertain. The one you travel with is a decisive force in your life, though it remains to be seen whether this force is for good or for ill. I cannot advise you, for your future is in flux. You must make the choice yourself. Tell me about Tibir. For the Gallow Glass, I have only one prediction. Change your ways or live with your regrets forever. Forever? That's a very long time, my dear. And I'm told nothing lasts that long. She turns her head toward him and looks away shivering. I have spoken. I want to ask other questions. I don't think there's anything left. That's all for now. Farewell. Alright, the last NPC to talk to, Feriok or Feriok. The bartender is a tall, powerfully built man with nut brown skin and bushy beard. He radiates strength and confidence. He moves with speed when necessary and remains almost motionless the rest of the time. Like a predator waiting to leap. Yet even when he prepares a drink, he doesn't touch a thing. His brow furrows slightly, and the bottles and glasses lift by themselves. When he sees you, he smiles broadly. Welcome to the Fifth Eye, friend. I'm Fairy. Kirik's mind is a careful blank. You can't read anything from him. Dama said you're blind. What does that mean? He laughs. I used to be the spotter for this gang. It means I could sense the presence of the adversaries, build an attractive playground for them, then drove them after me. The last one I faced though, his face falls and he draws into himself. It burned me out. It put out my eyes. It burned me out. It put out my... And then he's back to normal, smiling as if nothing had happened. Clarion needs your help. She is looking for warriors to fight in the endless
I'll
battle.
remember that.
Ah, no way. This part is my life and I've done my time. I've got no interest in fighting for people I don't know, for a cause I don't believe in. You go right ahead, but count me out. He pauses for a moment, lost in thought or communion. You know what? Maybe you could convince Clarion to take her recruiter act somewhere else. If you want to, I mean. But really, what she's doing and what she's thinking is pretty offensive. Hey, Tony. It's going well, Tony. We are having a good time. I think I am having a good time at least. Having a good Sunday, having a good stream. How are you doing? It's good to see you. I see you wishlisted Torment. I think yesterday. I saw it on Steam. Are you planning to get it sometime, maybe? You know, are you interested in playing it yourself? Hope you're having a good Sunday, Tony. Ziobi challenged me to find the person who is a psychic projection. Are you the one? He laughs. Now, why would I come right out and tell you? If Ziobi is playing a game, why should I spoil her fun? Come on, puzzled out, but let me offer you a clue. Know your subjects. I guess that's kind of the thing an empath would say, eh? Dama hinted that I should touch you. He seems to consider for a moment. Fine, touch away. His flesh is as hard and yielding as sin steel. Clean living, he mutters. The Borough said I should know about people's stories. And what stories do you want to question? I was the group's spotter, an empath, until the adversary burned out that skill. That's basically all you need to know. Lito said you were an empath, not a telekinetic. Did she now? He looks over at her and frowns. She shrugs. What if I develop telekinesis after the adversary stole my empathic ability? Ziobi said I should focus on physicality. She did. How's this then? He concentrates momentarily and bottles and glasses circulate in a convoluted pattern around his head. They settle back into place after a moment. How's that for physicality? It's Sim, right? It's clearly him. Let me ask a few other questions. You saw it's available on Mac, you added it on the list. After all, it's a game worthy of Mitral playthrough. It's gonna be a good game. If it's a game, hey, if it's a game worthy of being selected by the community here, you know, I just do what the community says. I have no choices myself. But the community always selects good ones, so I agree. I'd like a drink. You're in for a treat, friend, a real treat. Assuming you call the possibility of a toxic reaction a treat, of course. He points at the various pipes on the wall. We positively identified some of these as safe. Smaller subset here as inebriants and hallucinogens. You've got a few that are,
Tony
well,
68K
chancy,
just
as in
boosted Eye of
sometimes they kill
Beholder.
people.
Tony 68K just
I don't
boosted
have
Mass
money.
Effect 3. Tony 68K just tooted Fallout 3.
Let's talk about the chancy drinks. You got this strange black eye core thick enough that it's almost chewy. There's a pink sludge that's a known entheogen, but its strength varies and sometimes kills people. We have one that smells like Altaban fruit, and we sometimes use that one to get rid of stubborn grease stains. It's acidic, but well, maybe it's an acquired taste. I'll come back and try one of those when I have motions. We will try all of them. We may reload from them, but we will try and see what they are. Just to experience the content. Can you tell me about this place? The fifth eye is a bar for psychics. At least it is now. In the prior worlds, near as we can tell, it was an old pumping station. All these pipes lead down to some reservoirs down beneath the city, and they pump whatever is in the reservoirs up here. He laughs. Anyway, some damn fools started drinking from the pipes, and some other fools started in too. Some of them died, but some got drunk as hell. After a few whiles, vague enough for you? They got pretty good at figuring out which were safe and which weren't. And that's when they figured they'd start making money off the place. The reason psychics flock here is because building dampens out the psychic noise of the city. He grins. The drinks help too. Fyriok means to say that he's only involved in the delivery of these drinks rather than their creation. Given his skills, this is only right and proper. He throws a hand across his forehead. I have been maligned by this desert-dwelling interloper. You said this is a bar for psychics. What does that mean? I mean, this is a place where psychics can unwind, get away from the city, get away from the noise. You know what it's like to be psychic? Let me paint a picture. Imagine every time you are going to sleep, someone comes and starts screaming in your ear. Or objects in the room start whispering about how they want to burn. Or they might tell you their secret names and how to make them float and dance at your command. Or maybe every person you meet is like a house with all its doors and windows thrown open, and you can't help but look in to plunder their secrets. And to underneath it, all you hear their silent judgments, the truths they hide even from themselves. He pauses to concentrate on a floating cloth as it wipes a mug clean, then the mug places itself on a rack. Folks think that it's a blessing to have these powers, and sometimes it really is, especially when you can join your friends to make everything great, but it can be hard, hateful. You can never tell when you are going over the edge of sanity. That's all for now. Farewell. That's unfortunate. That's really, you know, something that would really debilitate your life. Or some music too. Alright, we'll try Fyriok. I think it's Fyriok. She laughs delightedly. I won't even ask how you figured that out. If you guessed, it was a lucky guess, but your instincts were right. I began manifesting him after he was killed. He was our spotter, the man who saw the adversaries and lured them to our battleground. But the last adversary we fought, it was ready for us. It caught hold of the lure he offered, and it followed his mind all the way to reality. It burned. She pauses, chokes back a sob. It burned him from the inside. I can apologize. Hey, the music you listen wouldn't be bad. I know that song. She looks into the distance. He lured it to us, and with his dying will, nailed it into place. It was a sacrifice any of us would have made, Ziobi, no matter who was in that position. He speaks softly as if trying to convince himself. She continues. The adversary didn't pay attention to us, even as we poured our heaviest attacks into it. It was too absorbed in destroying Fyriok, tearing him apart instead of defending itself. As if its first priority was in blinding us instead of preserving itself. Her voice turns hard. We beat it though. So long as I'm breathing, I'll keep his memory alive. We'll serve his drinks and make his bad jokes, and everyone here will feel welcome. It's the least I can do in his name. Farewell. I don't know if that's one. Ah, 4 experience. It wasn't much. So I don't think the adversary is anywhere here. I think maybe the adversary is outside in the city. In Stanford. I have another possibility for the adversary. Can you check on it? Absolutely. I hope you're wrong, of course. The man in blue, with the pipe and all strange Numenera, could he be the adversary?
My journal.
Sir Arthur? No. He's a wanderer and a collector of knowledge, but his interest appears to be entirely beneficent. He's a strange one, it's true, but no, he's not the adversary. Okay, let's leave this place. I don't know, is there something I'm missing here? Something related to the adversary. Maybe I have to go to a certain spot and something will appear. I don't know. A potential dangerous entity may be lurking in the Fifth Eye Tavern. Dama of the Bloom called this entity an adversary, a mind-eater. These malign beings were defeated in a psychic war by Dama and his friends, but he believes that a single adversary survived. He asked me to help find him and confront his elder. Well, he does say lurking in the Fifth Eye. Search the Fifth Eye. That means it's somewhere in the Fifth Eye. It must be concealing itself from them. If I encounter anything suspicious, I should sell Dama at once. What is it that I'm not finding? There aren't any more characters here. There aren't anything to... Oh, the fifth one! Nice find, Tazen. I have an update on the recruitment. Do tell. I'll talk to Ziobi. He refuses to leave the bar. A pity, she's strong and wise. Perhaps the others are willing to test themselves. I've talked to Ferric. He refuses to leave. She shrugs. He has not been the same since his last battle. His powers seem to have changed, but he has not become noticeably stronger. No great loss. Now we could get Clarion removed, rather than convincing the veterans to go back into fight. Have we... Oh yes, we have talked to O. We did it last stream. Maybe I have to bring a certain character here to spots.
Yes, lass?
Spot the adversary. Maybe it can only be done with a certain
Remain dust,
companion.
my foolish god.
Hey Prince, welcome. How are you doing? Nice roll, a Melisan. Smellisan. Smelly Melly.
What's going on?
I don't know, I cannot spot anything, so the only thing I can think of is maybe we need to bring a different companion here to see the adversary. I don't know who. We'll do it. We'll at some point we will bring different companions. We'll keep this quest in our log for now. We will take a look at it later. And something new in Kotor too, because you're playing blasters, you have no strength. Good of influencing Handmaiden. Apparently if you talk too much with Lisa before Handmaiden, she gets jealous. Hot locks you out of her entire... Really? Wow. I'm going to consider the fact that you keep getting Baldur's Gate characters with D&D a good sign. Sure, it's a good sign. Medalia glittering. I have nothing to sell. I cannot buy anything. Let's talk to these characters once more. I had a talk with Lord Wantkin. He agreed to call off the hunt for your sticks. His eyes widen and he stares at you with obvious awe. Thank you. I thought nobody could tell the slave families what to do. He smiles. That means the stickers can stay here now. You'll keep him fed and out of sight. It was the right thing to... I did as I promised. It was the right thing to do. And we appreciate it. He takes something from inside his shirt. It appears to be some sort of a small device. Here, take this. I scrounged it a while back and never found a use for it, but you probably know about all of these things. It's a cipher. Charm paste. Plus 45% persuasion tasks. Six is covering in the trash. We cannot tell him that he's safe. Cannot go there. Okay, I think we are done with this map for now. We haven't been able to reach this guy. We haven't been able to talk to him. I thought maybe when we brought Rin, she would talk. I don't know. Didn't work. Okay, there are clearly stuff we are missing in this map, but I don't think we can do it right now. Let's go to other places. Mother Tomas. Pinzen. That boy makes a woman believe in gods with a soft spot for fools, she says, snorting. His mother survived a difficult birth only to die from a scratch a few years later. His aunt raised him, if you can call it that. She shakes her head. The boy spent years working towards an early death alongside the scum of the city. Now he's a citizen and living this straight and up, she spits, better than him are dead and forgets. Fair one. Alright, we are done here. So next we can go to the Underbelly or the Caravanserai. So I think Underbelly is the main location that we need to go. Like for the main quest to find Matkina. So I kind of want to go to the other places. Now to the north we have Caravanserai and west of there we have the government districts. And Government Square. Oh, there is no other map here. Underbelly, Government Square. I guess we are going to go to the Government Square. No, I guess we are going to go to... We're going to go to Caravanserai first. Let me check all the characters here, see if there's anything new. That's Kina. We'll go to the Underbelly last. Oh, we can force it to tell us about itself. Let's save and try. Let's see how tidal surge works. Blue raised a huge amount. The surge of tidal energy pours from you into the flethids. The creature's bulky armor cloth ropes flap and flutter as if caught in a windstorm, and its glass face scintillates wildly, refracting and reflecting the forces brought to bear upon it. A chill keening, like a kettle brought to boil, blasts through your mind as a fracture spreads across the flet's impregnable mass. Then you feel it, a hole inside of you, like someone torn away. A truth, an unknown answer to an unknown question. A name, a self. You crumple with the weakness of hollow things and imagine armoring yourself in a false enigma, obscuring your shame through obscurity and scrounging through the world's streets for a lone lost grain. As you tremble, the flet's face goes black and it speaks a short, uninflected phrase. One sees himself in the glass, though it bends. Then the feeling is gone, and so too is the flet's. Oh, very interesting. I don't think I want this to happen, but it was a very interesting scene. I don't know if this is a good thing. Like, I don't know what kind of repercussions it might have. I don't know if I want to reload or not. I think I do, yeah. I don't really want this to happen. I did it out of curiosity, really. Let's reload. Add a reload. And rewind that. It was an interesting scene, though, for sure. Okay, there is nothing left here. We cannot do anything with genocide, I think. We don't have the book for them. Otero, I don't think we can talk about anything more with them. Rata? Discounted goods. Oh, active until next sleep. It's not just for one check. It's for every check. Until next sleep. But of course it takes off the positive buff slots. Anything else would overwrite that. We are not going to talk to Jerem. We're not going to tell him the truth about his past. Zaofi. We haven't really found out any information about this sculpture's subjects. For that we need to go to... Have you made progress? None. I need to know who the victim was, what drove him. Without that knowledge, how can I capture him in stone? So you are still at an impasse? Impasse? He snorts. Impasse is a kind word. I call it stuck, defeated, useless. We need to go to Underbelly for that. No, we need to go... Yes, you need to go to the Underbelly, to Dendro or her. And we talked to this person at the start of the stream. You are welcome to stay with me, Rin. You need not have this vagabond life. She shakes her head once sharply. I made my choice. Can't blame me for trying. Her face is wan. Best of luck, child. Alright. Alright, I think we can safely say that we have done most of the stuff that we can do. There are some unresolved quests, but most of them involve other regions, other squares of the city. And the one I wasn't able to figure out, but I don't think I can figure out. Maybe I need to bring another companion, or maybe I need to use a specific skill or some kind of cipher or something. I'm not going to think about it now. We are going to think about it later. So we are going to the Caravanserai first. We will start there, then pass from there to the government district, and then only finally go to the Underbelly. The technology that suspends the tables prevents them from being easily flipped, dragged, or moved. Given the location, this is probably a good thing. Sliff, Explorer, Explorer, Sailor, Sailor. Tarnakops. Let's start with the barkeeper. Seen you before, haven't I? Locals don't usually drink here. This man's brow is creased with worry. He avoids your gaze, his eyes fixed on a point to your left and far away. His trembling, battered fingers pluck at the air. He stares through the chattering customers, the bar, as though he's utterly alone. Stepping closer, you see a thick blue crease running down his throat into the depths of his heavy robes, and orderly rows of azure holes pierce his bony arms from elbow to wrist. First, he's really dense with stuff to do on every screen. How many other games basically have 1.5 screen day rate? Yeah, exactly. There is another game that is very thick with the first city it starts with. It's like a lot of the game. It's Baldur's Gate 2. There is a ton of content in the big city that you can do, and then you start wandering of other locations and game starts to flow faster, kinda. This is the only other one I have seen that kinda has the same feeling. Tarnakovs. This discord, he says as you approach. Scarred melody, too many voices. Hurts. His words stream out one by one in a subdued and continuous monotone, tumbling over each other as if in a blind rush to escape. Study the man. He does not meet your eyes as you step closer to examine him. Instead, he winces, as though your presence is somehow painful to him. You watch him move and track the twitching of his fingertips. You hear a low, vibrating whistle, though it's not coming from his mouth. What are you doing here? Wayfarers bring me broken Numenera. I repair them for pay. I need to eat, he cries, and you don't think you are the target of his anger. The Wayfarers thank me, he says, swallowing. They don't know I have remade their Numenera. They don't know they will also be remade. All will be remade when the choir awakens. Can you remake any of my Numenera? Instead of asking to see your belongings, he looks at you for the first time. His pupils are as dark as the space between the stars. No, he says after a long moment. His eyes flick back to whatever distant terrible place has so captured his attention. You are wounded, broken instrument. He has no use for you. You didn't even look at my belongings. Do I have anything you can remake? No, you are worthy, but broken. This time he doesn't look at you. What are you staring at? The grand hall, the spiral pinned by broken columns, the invisible roof. He stops with a gasp and a tear rolls down his dirty cheek. He tells me not to share our secrets with you, but you are not of the choir, you are discord. A cold wind coils down from the rooftop, flicking at his tattered robes. Suddenly, you hear something beneath the flute-like notes of the breeze over the holes in the man's skin, a dry, angry voice speaking the word Akar. Must not speak of Akar. Akar, what does that mean? You may as well have slapped the man. White with shock, he doubles over, clutching at his chest. Beneath the man's agony, you sense otherworldly indignation and ageless despair, deep as oceans. Great Akar was once the mightiest of cities, and it will rise once more when the choir awakens. His gaze meets yours. The conductor will reward your curiosity and allow me to tell you what I have seen. You need only ask. I wish to know what you have seen. Before my becoming, I found a pit ringed by stone deep in the Arwen wood. Broken pillars at the edges. I stepped inside, breathed the dusty air. He pauses, passing a shaking hand over his mouth. I was lost in the Grand Hall for days, decades, pillars twisting like always, spiraling. The ringing of bells, whirling chandeliers, listening to the song of the lost choir. I was an audience becoming an instrument. Finally I slept, and I woke here, upon the heights. He took my voice, the man says, his eyes dull and distant. But my blood sings, I am becoming, I dream. I remake Numenera for wayfarers so they will become and dream as well. And together we will go into the forest to the ring where the Grand Hall once stood and rebuild. He falls silent, eyes wide and wet, as if dreaming of the city that lives in his mind. What do you think you are becoming? An instrument, he says, swaying, a doorway. Before I made Numenera, now I wake and find devices the conductor has made for me. He's generous. Look, he says, smiling and pulling aside his robes to bare his bony chest. Countless devices are embedded in his flesh, looping bloodlessly in and out of his ribs, linked by tubes or wired to an opalescent sphere at the base of his throat. You study the blue crease, the subcutaneous cable leading up from the sphere into his skull. You suddenly recall seeing a similar device in your studies and understand that this one is meant to do. Soon this man will go to sleep and something will wake in his place, in his body. A doorway indeed. You said that you dream. What of? Proud a car at its peak, he says, gaze locked at the distant ruins of the city. Instruments of metal and flesh ringing the balconies of the Grand Hall. The conductor, our heir, breathing him in forever. Hey, Claiborne. Just like how you like all your cables, subcutaneous, exactly. Good wire management, exactly. I agree. You know, otherwise they're all dangling here and there. You can't deal with that crap. Good to see you, Claiborne. How are you doing? Happy Sunday. Very well. Alright, interesting character. What is the... Ah. Okay. Maybe we'll find a way there later. Let's talk to Sliff. This pretty young woman stands unnaturally still. Suddenly her large glassy eyes spring to life with a rattle and quickly lock with yours. Just as quickly snapping away. Her skin, as fair as porcelain, is cracked beneath several layers of dirt and faded makeup. And on the side of her neck, you see what appears to be a small tattoo of vertical lines with glyphs etched at the bottom. For a moment, familiarity overwhelms you, disappearing as a minute's shudder runs down her arms. Her gaze snaps back to your face, but not to your eyes. She's starting at your tattoo. Jerkily, her hand rises to touch her own. Well, Matt, I am called Sliff. Sylph, not Sliff, Sylph. You note the slight pause before she pronounces her name. Her voice has a purring quality under which you can hear the spinning of countless gears. She coughs just once, and a small greenish cloud emerges from between her lips. How did you come by that mark? It's her, or is... Try to remember where you've seen Sliff's tattoo before. And amnesis. You hear an echo of yourself and see in front of you a strange old man, gnarled by time and rabid with expectation. On his neck, weathered and sagging, you see the same series of vertical lines etched into his skin, a faded map to a time or a place that no longer exists. An inadmissible period of time has elapsed without an answer. Conclusion, I will rephrase the question, she says as the memory fades. How did you come to have those marks upon your skin? I'm a cast-off of the Changing God. You hear an excited clicking and her eyes flutter closed briefly. I appreciate your honesty, she says, demanding working of gears sounding from deep within her chest. She regards you, head tilting to the side with a series of smaller ratcheting noises. You have the absurd impression the motion is meant to be flirtatious. I hope you will answer another question for me. Her voice takes on a more eloquent tone, deeper and richer than you've heard from her before. I wonder if you might have heard this old riddle before. She clears her throat and begins, as if reciting from memory. What comes in with breath and out with a word, transmutes upon death but can't be conferred? The words sound vaguely familiar, resonating in your mind even after she stops speaking. Old, ha! It's what you've done for centuries. You told me. Try to remember where you heard the riddle before. You listen again to her words and feel the echo and weight of them moving in your mind. You see Sylph, garbed in the robes of an iron priest, her face in shadow. But when the riddle comes, it's in your voice, not hers, and the rhyme is different. It arrives with first breath and leaves with each word, transfigured by death unless it's conferred. You are chill, just enjoying a bit of coffee after this semi-typical German breakfast called Katz crackers, beer, cheese, Weissbier, white beer, beer, cheese, and white beer. How goes run? Run goes well. I mean, it's mostly reading. We are reading a crap ton. We are reading crap ton of stuff. Almost non-stop reading. It's very well written though. It's just a little bit tiring. At the end of the streams, I'm usually exhausted, but, you know, I'm having good fun. In your mind, Sylph replies in a deeper, melodious tone, consciousness. It isn't until you surface from the memory to find Sylph staring at you that you realize you spoke the word aloud. Well, Sylph sounds pleased, still speaking in that deeper voice. Perhaps you can be of use to me after all. It compares favorably to Planescape Torment. Your thoughts? I think it does compare in many ways. I still think Torment, for me personally, is the superior game. But this one has some superiorities over Torment as well. For example, the combat in this one is far more enjoyable than Planescape Torment. And you can actually find alternative methods to progress through the game, for going combat 100% of the game and going a pacifist route, if you would like to call it that. So this game allows for that as well. The writing itself, it's pretty good, but I don't think it is as good as Planescape Torment, but that's just my personal opinion. And the world of Planescape, the world of Numenera is highly interesting as well, but I've always felt much more interest towards the world of Planescape. There's also that as well. World-wise, I would also prefer Planescape. I think this game is a worthy spiritual successor, and anyone who likes Planescape Torment should play this game as well. This is a very good game, but I don't think it 100% compares to Torment, is what I'm trying to say. Quality of life is higher. Definitely, quality of life. This being a very much newer game, of course, has some with regards to game mechanics and the UI and stuff. The combat is so much better. It's I think undoubtedly this game has so much better combat with this turn-based strategic combat. And I like the systems as well, you know, the stat systems. It's pretty simple. It's very simple, really. Just 3 stats, the concept of pool and the concept of edge, and then the concept of effort. That's all you need to know. And then there's all the different items that you can find, but it's all just very simple rules-wise. Dungeons and Dragons is much more complex than the Numenera system. That being said, Planescape Torment itself has its own modified Dungeons and Dragons rule set, which is pretty simple in itself, so it's not an issue in that game either. One of the biggest complaints you have is that doing a heavy combat run isn't rewarding because there's actually not much combat, even when you go out of your way to find it. Oh yeah, you may be right about that. Something I didn't think about before. There's one final question I would ask you, she says, face and hands unusual still. Please answer to the best of your abilities. What would you do if you met someone who had succeeded at your life's work before you and they refused to share that method? I would find my own method. Yet you failed, haven't you? These cast-offs you make, each an imperfect shell, each an undying monument to your failure. She laughs at the look on your face. It's not a pleasant sound. And to think all those years ago you had the audacity to call yourself a god. Look at me. Look at this. She spreads her arms and turns in a circle, clearly intending you to see every angle of her body. This is the pinnacle of a lost civilization, she gloats. The void beneath her eyes replaced with fervent, furious madness. My perfect immortal vessel, and I'm the one who discovered it. Me! She spits bright green froth that lands in the dust at your feet. That's to your help. My methods are beyond your comprehension, and I'm going to make sure they stay that way. The light fades from her eyes as suddenly as it arrived. She blinks at you with a chittering of decaying cogs, folding her hands in front of her and executing a small bow. I don't know what transpired, she says. Please accept my apologies. Anamnesis, try to remember where you've seen Sylph before. Okay, I don't need to spend any points, that's fine. Maybe we'll roll a critical and replenish all our points. 80% is fine. 80%. An image appears in the mind of Sylph standing demurely beside a richly clothed man who gestures at you impatiently. Sure, she's old, but she can still work. Still got that machine intelligence of hers running along nicely, unlike some others, he says. If you're lonely, she'll keep you company. If you're not, she'll keep quiet, won't you? He turns his piercing gaze on Sylph, who nods. A sharp edge of disappointment. You recall walking away from Sylph when she was offered to you, passing a sneering man in dark robes who had already made her offer. His presence overwhelms the memory with a sudden understanding of who and what stands in front of you. Eden, an obsessive Ion priest who made it his personal mission to track the changing god to the ends of the world. searching for a way to transfer himself into the vessels of his choosing. It seems he succeeded, at least partially, but one look at Sylph's decaying body tells you that he has merely exchanged one prison for another, with no hope of salvation anytime soon. Eden, are you in there? She slowly blinks her eyes, one of them fails to open completely. I am Sylph. Have you mistaken me for someone else? Eden, I know you're in there. Can you hear me? I am Sylph, she replies. The Ion Priest's mind seems to have faded into the construct subconscious. Who knows if it will emerge again? Farewell. Take care. Alright, let's take an overlook at this districts a little bit. There are changing god cultists, Omadon, RFE merchants, silver orphans. We can climb these stairs, we can go this way. We can climb, oh man. The government square should be to this side. Let's see if any of these characters actually talk with us, or are they just... Oh. A man in Brigandine coat. Brigandine? I'm not sure how to read that word. Stands in front of the heavy wooden gate. His arms are crossed, his feet firmly planted. You got business with the Memovira? Who is the Memovira? She's the boss lady of the Bloom, been in charge for about 10 years. Couldn't tell you what the title means, but there's always been a Memovira. Memovira? His eyes narrow, and if you had to ask that question, you ain't got business with her. Do you know someone named Zebak Uralo? He works for the Memovira, and his son is looking for her. Zebak? Yes, served with him in the Bloom. I ain't seen him since the boss lady posted me out here. Couldn't tell you where he is now. What is the Bloom exactly? It's a monster, a stinking tumor the size of a city, full of veins and cysts and sacs that folk can crawl around inside. Sometimes they lead to mows. His sunken eyes gleam as he speaks the word. If you give them what they want to eat, they'll send you to another world. Or not, if they decide to feed on you instead. I didn't even want to open the mow. Rush. What's on the other side of the door? A road. It goes down the side of the cliff towards the Bloom. Nobody gets by unless the boss lady gives the word. Can you tell me anything else about the Memovira? Nobody crosses her, not even the council. He makes a dismissive hand at the passers-by. All these poor plodders are scared of her, and that means they are scared of me too. Go work for the Memovira, son. That's what my dad told me. You'll never be anybody in this life if folk ain't scared of you. Dad never told me about the Bloom though. I wonder if he even knew. So you are from Sagas Cliffs. Born in the cliff's edge, house where I grew up fell into the sea a couple of years back thanks to the Stika. Made a black tree bug around with the flaming pricks, he spits. Joined up with the Memovira and served 5 years in the Bloom. Gets in your head, the Bloom does, whispers to you, tells you to do things maybe. His eyes gleam. When the boss lady found out, she sent me out here. Threw my mate in a wall. I still can't remember my... Farewell. I guess maybe it's the path that leads here. There are things here, interactable, but we cannot go there just yet. Distant panel lies flush with the ground. You see no way to pry it open. Packed bundles and sealed urns line the area, waiting to be taken into the city or loaded onto a ship. The spherical pod is made of silver metal interlaced with ribbons of energy. 2 silver humanoids stand near a small vehicle of indeterminate origin. Their skin has a reflective metallic sheen that makes them appear both part and separate from the scenery around them. As you approach, both of them turn to face you. They have no mouths, and they must scream. They have no mouths, and their eyes are a fathomless black, reflecting nothing. A name for these creatures rises from memory: Silver Orphans. It may not be the name by which they know themselves, but it's the name used by the Order of Truth. The Silver Orphans turn to stare at each other for several moments, then the one on the right gestures at you in a complicated pattern. Minds of machines we seek, know you any? Although you can't understand their gestures, you can hear their thoughts. Why do you seek the minds of machines? They stare at you impassively, as though they can't hear you at all. The one on the left kneels, using a foreshortened finger to trace lines and circles in the dust at your feet. Ripples radiate from a point, first a square, then a human eye. then an unrecognizable mass of interconnected dots. The silver orphan looks up at you and awaiting your reply. Any minds of machines that we may find, that which was lost. Tell orphans about Sylph. You draw a crude approximation of Sylph next to the orphan's image, still visible in the dust. It might be your imagination, but when you finish drawing, the orphans seem pleased. They turn to stare at each other, then the one on the right reaches inside itself, the silver hand merging seamlessly with the glistening metal on its torso. An instant later, its hand is full again, holding an object of peculiar construction. It drops the item into your hand. Payment, you assume. Glorious! We thank you. Take reward of service. Thermodynamic detonation. 126 shins. Wow. I'll let you know if I find any machine intelligence. Alright, so they are looking for machine intelligence. I'm going to stop here for a few minutes. I'm going to be taking a break. I shall be back within 5-6 minutes or so, you know, something like. I'm going to run the ads in the meanwhile. So I hope you stick around for the ads and also enjoy the clips. I shall be back, as I said, 5 minutes or so, and see you then. Ooh, my heat setting is getting awfully high. Let's go somewhere a little more romantic. Let's show me your skills. What are you doing? Are they cooked? No. Come on, cook my bread. Are they cooked? They're not cooked. Come on, cook the bread. Toast the bread. This is getting awkward. Is the bread toasted? No. It's flashing fast. Oh, is it the jump? Can I fall on the first aid kits and get healed? Yes! However, the net result is still, it costs. Okay.
It's a big one. I have no idea what that is.
That revenant is trouble. This is so funny for some reason, I don't know. Sorry, chat. Okay, let's go. I should probably do this right. Sorry.
This better be good. What
Well, they're old friends. They won't mind.
If you not get out of water, we can't catch fishes. Get out! You is scaring fish.
Or what?
If you not get out of water, we can't catch fishes.
So, how is that my problem?
You is scaring fish.
I think I'll just take a bath.
Into your eyes, I'm fondly gazing. You're not a platypus. Amazing! Your legs are short. Your nose is flat. I must admit, I fancy that. I like your pretty face so well, and your sweet platypusy smell. Into your eyes, I'm fond.
Okay, that's enough. That's enough.
Hands
He actually got an
off.
achievement.
The field guide is only.
Can I do this? Nope. I can't do this. You didn't see that. Every once in a while, I like to lie on the ground in an infested mine full of aliens for a month and a half You know, for detox purposes. Yeah, they do. They do. And they are amazing at grenade aiming. I don't think this is how this weapon is supposed to be used. But, you know. That's how you conduct an orchestra. Oh, laka lay. Laka kaka. Kakalay.
Likely to change. It's obvious that there'd be trouble ahead. People always
sir?
talk.
Do you need a hand? Are you okay there?
Somebody and you're in trouble. That's how it goes. I thought that had been cleared up ages ago. People always. Well, that was. If you think.
Nope. It's not doing anything for me.
If you could just go and talk to the Bedine, maybe they would allow us to restock our water supply.
You know why you cannot deal with problems like this, Katriana? That is because you don't move away from your stop like 2 meters. If you would just, you know, go around, look around, walk around, you would probably solve some problems yourself. Okay, if you want backseats, you need to have at least 5 years of backseating experience in an established company, preferably an international company, and bring me 2 referrals from said company. Attach them to your resume, and don't call us, we'll call you, okay? What gallery was that? You know what I just did? I just closed the game window, thinking it's the computer in the game. But it was actually the actual game window that I closed. Wow. Wow, Mitral. I will continue. Oh, wait, these are not chickens. I thought they were chickens. Are we going to swing on the rope like opposing force this time for real? I'm back. We have Tony boosts. Let's do them.
Welcome back.
Thank you, Parrot.
Don't forget to drink water.
Yes, I will. I got some more iced tea. Yes. We'll say learning the push out of the ring technique from Coach is proving very useful this low strength run. Yeah. I learned that from Nebu. It's definitely, I wouldn't be able to win those tests without that technique.
C1 Iborn just boosted BG3.
BG3.
Forward march!
Yes. There we go. Thank you for the boosts, Tony and Claiborne. Feel free to boost Mark Clay whenever. And before we actually continue, let's take a look at these texts, these fonts. I keep forgetting. See if it can. Text size large, very large. So how does it compare? How is it looking for you? Is it too large? What about this? Let's go with large. Alright, let's continue. There's this guy and the cultists and the... Let's look at the cultists. The three robed figures stand here. You wouldn't mind either one? Okay, we'll save it large for now. Three robed figures stand here, staring at the skies for ships or watching the entrance to the caravanserai for new visitors. He sees you coming, and he elbows his companions. They turn and bow in unison. Revered one, their leader says, we had heard of your arrival in the city, and we thank you for this honor. We believe great things are in store for you. I'm looking for the cast of Matkina. Revered one, I wish I could help, I do, but I have heard nothing of your sister for some time now. He bows. Tell me about yourself. We are the servants of your creator, revered one. The one who brought us to your incarnation. He cheats death and changes the course of history. He is the savior of humanity, and we seek to emulate his ways. I doubt he actually did everything that's said about him, but his cast-offs are real and powerful. What are you doing here? You look for your creator, revered one, and the comings and goings of other cast-offs like you. Since this is a major travel hub, and we had hoped in vain, it's generally true, to see your kind come through. And why, here you are, it's a delight to see you. It's the cast-offs that truly interest me. How do they do what they do? I have no further questions. Are these all the same dialogue? Let's talk to these... Oh, okay. We cannot talk to them. We couldn't find a captain who takes all the way to end this battle. Let's talk to the levy. Welcome, Mr. The bridge crosses to Government Square. Let's go all the way to the end. Okay, this is where we pass to the Government Square. Let's look in here. Devices near the head of this bed move to match the current time of day, shading the eyes of their occupants. That's a nice one, really. Folding screens provide the illusion of privacy to room occupants, if not the real thing. What is this?
A word.
Beside the bed is a handsome and well-made night table with a single drawer. A large open book sits on top of it. Examine the book. The pages of the book are made of thick vellum, and it appears to be an atlas of the region. The book is open to a map that depicts the city of Sagas Cliffs, the Valley of Dead Heroes nearby, and the range of mountains to the north, labeled as the Osiphagan Range, and a circular desert farther to the east, marked as the Lost Sea. A thin strip of fabric has been placed between the open pages. A second fabric strip marks another place in the book. Try to judge the age of the book. The book doesn't seem new. Its pages are worn from frequent use, but that's all you can discern. It might be anywhere from 10 to 50 years old. No dates are stamped on any of the pages. Look for the names of nearby settlements. Besides Sagas Cliffs, you only see a few other cities and towns. In the center of the circular desert are a large blue dot labeled the Oasis of Muragilios, and a smaller dot immediately next to it, Jerboa. On the far side of the desert is another city, Harif. On one end of the Valley of the Dead Heroes is a dot labeled the Necropolis. It's unclear whether this is settlement or just a site of interest. Examine the page marked by the other fabric strip. You see another full-page map, this time representing a region called Ogre Kala. It seems to be located somewhere to the northwest of Sagas Cliffs, and is defined by a massive ring of mountains labeled as the Cloak of Kala. The mountain range is so perfectly round that it was almost certainly engineered by artificial means in the distant past. Several cities and towns dot the landscape, but the largest and most prominent is named Sada Imidu. After a few moments, you turn back to the map of the Sagas Cliffs region. Examine the night table instead. The table is finely made and has a single drawer. Try to open the drawer. The drawer appears to be locked, but you can hear something rattling around inside. The noise is faint but constant, as if the object were alive. Quick fingers, attempt to pick the lock on the drawer. So who has a best 65%? 30. Yeah, tie beer. Let's almost guarantee it with 85. After a bit of effort, you hear a satisfying click and the drawer opens soundlessly. Inside you find a small ornamental comb that looks like a jeweled insect. In fact, it is a jeweled insect, a biomechanical marvel that is very much alive. The pincers seek to fasten themselves upon locks of hair, and its wings allow it to hover around the wearer's head. Several strands of hair are still clutched in the comb's pincers. They are a vibrant purple. Anamnesis. You feel like you've seen this style of biomechanical craftsmanship before. It is very, very old, probably older than the Ninth World. Antique hair clips, a quest item. This small ornamental comb is actually a living jeweled insect, a biomechanical marvel. The pincers seek to fasten themselves upon locks of hair, and its wings allow it to hover around the wearer's head, creating unique styles that would otherwise be impossible. Is this related to any of the quests that we got? I don't think so, I don't remember. Okay, it's going to be a quest that comes up later then. Let's talk to the Tranquility. A woman as tall and graceful as a willow steps forward to greet you. She bows, then looks down at you with warm gold-flecked eyes. Welcome, she says. The Tranquility's Rest. I'm the proprietress. That's such a difficult word to say. Proprietress. Tranquility. Are you looking for a place to take your ease? As she speaks, a sense of delicious calm comes over you, and you find yourself wanting to agree with her. There's nothing you'd like better right now than the peace and solitude of a quiet room. Perception. You begin to wonder if the sense of peace that surrounds Tranquility has something to do with the way she speaks. Her voice is low and rich, and she appears to be modulating it some way. The technique is subtle, but the effect is profound, calming you and making you feel a little sleepy. Sarcophagus. Yes, sarcophagus. You are using your tone of voice to calm me. Is that something you learned? She raises her eyebrows. Very few people notice that. Well done. I am indeed manipulating my voice. When I opened this place, I wanted to make it the most relaxing hostel in the Ninth World, and I worked to make every aspect of it soothing, even my voice. She smiles mysteriously. Another talent of mine has been helpful as well. Could you use your calming abilities to put me into a trance? She looks bemused. No one has ever asked me something like this before, and normally I would refuse for fear of some complication, and perhaps retaliation for that. But I sense a certain affinity between us, a kindness we share. I don't think any harm will come of it. If you feel it will help you, I will do it. She reaches out to you. Now take my hands and close your eyes. As you take her hands, a sense like baking bread and honey overwhelms you. And she begins to sing in a soft but resonant contralto. The melody fills your head, making it heavy with slumber, so that your chin drops to your chest. You feel like you are being lowered gently into a warm bath. The water closes over your head, but there is no fear of drowning. You have returned to the womb, where all is comforting darkness and the steady pulse of a beating heart. Oh, are we going to our labyrinth this way? You are looking, a lot more well rested than you usually do. Has anything changed since the last time I was here? You cannot, it's your mind. I think I'm ready to go, okay. I want to find Atkina, the girl, the flutist girl. Avina, not Atkina, Avina. Is that the Vault Dweller? Is this a Vault suit? Her eyes grow wide at the scene in front of me. In front of you. That's me. I remember now. The siege ended. The Tabath were driven back, and I was among the survivors, but... She places a hand on the surface of the chamber. I didn't exactly survive. One of the Tabath's weapons made me sick somehow, in my mind. My father was an explorer and a tinkerer. He knew something about the Numenera. He put me in there to protect me. But the Ion priests and surgeons couldn't help me. No one could. My father kept me in stasis until a cure could be found. Atkina, the flutist girl, not to be confused with Mavina, the albino Amazon. Yes. She gazes into the distance. Exactly, Pat. She gazes into the distance as though trying to remember something. Are the women the result of some attempted cure? I don't know. Please, we are so close. Keep looking so we can find the answer. These machines make no sounds or motion at all. Like the other machines here, they seem to be just a facade. She looks so real. Her chest moves up and down with each breath. It's strange to see a ghostly woman both inside this chamber and out of it. Have you found more of the women? No. So one of them is dead, yet a piece of her lives. The other is a leader. She has sacrificed much of her life, so gained life in return. Okay. We'll find them. I think the game lets us know it's one of her... not quite copies. I'm not sure what the correct word would be.
Much better.
Much better? What is much better? What is much better? I don't know. Okay, let's see what this costs. 20. Okay, it's 20. This is cheaper. The slab is much better, yes. I'll rest later. I'll rest when I'm dead. Tell me about the Tranquility's Rest. She smiles. It's the most peaceful inn in Sagas Cliffs, with the most beautiful views. All rooms face outward, so that the bustle of the caravanserai is invisible and inaudible. All you see is sky and sea in the roofs of the city far below you. All you hear is the breeze. I am the sole owner, and I have been offering solitude, security, and discretion to travelers for 20 years. You will never have as sound a night's sleep as you will when you stay here. Forgive me for asking, but are you human? She laughs melodiously. No need for apologies. Given my height, it is a natural question. I am indeed human, a human mutant, and fortunate to live in Sagas Cliffs where that is not a crime. There are very few places in this world where someone like me would even be allowed to clean a hostel, let alone own one. Fair one. Okay, let's talk to the caps. Ho there! Ahoy! Well, we kinda snitched on Sylph to these orphans. Did that change anything? No, okay. Alright, the rest of the city. Let's go up these stairs, the northern stairs. Master Rainio. This airship master is keeping a nervous eye on his vessel. He is a short and wiry man, dressed in travel-stained but well-kept clothing. He is chewing on his impeccably groomed mustache in frustration. As you approach, he turns away from his vessel. Welcome to Master Rainio's Aerophile Adventures. I'm afraid that I will not be departing anytime soon, not since the theft. He says the word carefully, as if holding it at bay. I've always taken pains to see the best in people, he confides, swallowing hard. But that was before that runty, glowing, straw-haired idiot stole the Coronet, my prized airship. He shakes his head, genuinely distraught. Until that thief is caught, my ship remains in dock, safely shuttered and chained. He breaks off when he sees Eris standing near you. Him! That's the thief! Thief? I've never stolen a thing in my life. I have borrowed certainly, but always with the intention of returning the item to its proper owner. Though I must admit that I haven't always been entirely successful.
I'll remember that.
I demand compensation. My vessel, my source of livelihood, snatched by this vagrant. He stares hard at the oblivious slave. I require justice. I will take it in the form of service. Let's be blunt, Ertis can't be responsible for his actions. I mean, look at. Says Ertis. We don't have many points to spare. That is a problem. It could be cool if Ertis tried it with a 50% chance using up all his intelligence points. I mean, look at me, I can't be held responsible for my actions. The best we can do is 50%. 55%. I guess we'll try. You don't need it when you know what is right. We failed. He does so. Ertis is staring suspiciously at the passing mote of dust as though it intends to ambush him. No, he may be. Master Rainier lowers his voice to a whisper. A complete scatterwit, but he has caused me grievous damage. Grievous! I demand compensation. Okay. Is there any other way we can resolve this? I would prefer that the guilty party make amends, but I would accept monetary compensation for the losses, he shakes his head. I doubt the young thief has the money at hand, however.
I'll remember that.
He pries at the bridge of his nose with ink-smudged fingers. I'd consider bringing the matter of compensation before the council clerk, but you had a number of arguments in the recent past. I doubt he'll help me. That four-eyed bastard won't pick up a pen without grease for his wheels, damned if I'm giving him any. You want to look at it? You don't need to when you know what's right, exactly. Hit me when I have no intelligence, how could I steal anything? Yeah. It's not about being smart, it's about remember shit no one really needs to know. I'll speak with him. Alright, sure. Really? He says, his eyebrows climbing. Well, good luck. The gentleman is somewhat difficult to work with. You'll find the clerk outside Council Tower in Government Square. Okay, another side quest. I would have save scummed. I would have reloaded and tried to get that option. But I think it would kind of lock us out of a side quest, right? So this is the better. This is the more content approach, I guess. Let's do that. These plants cling to the top of the wall, their roots hanging in empty air. Their means of obtaining nourishment eludes you. Driftwood held aloft by suspension platforms provide useful if somewhat perilous bridge between the dock and the ships moored in the area.
Eridus, you remind me of a prince. A tiny glowing prince.
Tiny? Glowing? Prince?
I love that. That's so nice. That's that line with Eridus. That's perfect. Wonderfully voice acted as well. Eridus is the best boy. I don't know. I'm reserving my judgment for now. Yibra merchants. The dry lands are wearing on me. I must return to Mura Jolios soon. Okay, let's see what this is. Atop a nearby plateau, you can just make out the top of a small dome of scintillating blue energy. There is an interact option, but it's the look option overrides that. How do I even click on that? Unreachable. It's unreachable. Stop reserving your judgment and you start unconditional loving right now, mister. Fine. Fine. This craft is capable of carrying one person, two at most. The interior is richly appointed with satin pillows. And the air feels cooler inside. Quiano del Toboso. Isn't that the real life director? This scrawny old man practically rattles inside dull and dented armor that was clearly made for someone bigger than him. Nonetheless, his eyes burn with bottomless fire and his smile, as fierce as is genuine, flashes beneath his graying thicket of a beard. This is Tyrion 2.0, except you didn't even have a reason to dislike him from the start. Yeah, true. True. Another night, he bellows, clapping your shoulders with his gauntleted hands. You barely keep your feet, the man is stronger than he looks. Another hero in search of great adventure, you must stand before the wandering knight, Quiano del Toboso. What brings you to the summit of Mount Ithiador? So is this like Don Quixote? She's armed like a knight, though she carries herself strangely. We seek challenges that will test our very limits, Eretis declares. And then we will shun those challenges as unworthy of us and seek quests that stake the foundations of the possible, that defy belief. For we are not just adventurers, noble stranger. We are the breath of adventure herself. Another hero, he is too strong and too strange. Tears well in Quiano's eyes as he fishes a monogrammed handkerchief from the depths of one of his bracers. Such a noble company, he says hoarsely, dabbing his cheeks. Such a noble goal. Were I not committed to my own path, I would seek to join yours. He sighs heavily. But I will not. Instead, might I seek your blessing? Eretis, would you bless Quiano as he asked? I was hoping you would ask, he says, and turns to Quiano, spreading his arms. His mouth working soundlessly, the elderly knight bows his head. May your glory always find you, may your burdens only strengthen you, and each of your scars tell a better story than the last. And when your enemies are too many, and your wounds too severe, may you fall with a smile on your face and peace in your faltering heart. That is lovely. Who wrote that? We did. Well said, Quiano says, raising moist eyes. Well said. He straightens and oddly seems larger somehow, taller even. Truly a knight. I feel his blessing coursing through my veins. Quiano del Toboso gains the Inspired Fellow. Ah. Okay, something's... You know what? Let's not break his illusions. Let's not try to fix his delusions here. We are not going to say it's a city, not a mountain. What brings you up here? Do you know, he says, that I'm not quite sure? My memory is not what it was. I recall kneeling before my family's armor in our estate some time ago. He blinks slowly. Perhaps I was weeping. He smashes his gauntlet against his chest, leaving a sizable dent. I can't recall, and it doesn't matter, for then I heard a thunderous roar and beheld a great beast in the skies. I donned my armor and gave chase. What kind of beast was it? It defied description, he declares, and so I shall describe it to defy impossibility itself. 13 legs, 6 jaws, 1,000 eyes a-glitter with malice and flame, scales the color of clouds. Your armor looks slightly used. Yes, he says, nodding proudly, it has seen some use. My ancestor forged it with the fires of Silvercloud Mountain for her battle against the Siricond hordes. This was the wound that killed her. He taps a much-mended spot on the chest plate. In fact, many of my ancestors died in this armor. It served them well. Alright, go on. The horrible beast leered down at me, promising destruction. I promised it death, and it fled across the sky. I followed, darting between trees. He pauses, frowning. And I don't recall much after that. I remember walking, having various adventures along the way, of course, but I cannot quite recall why I came here. Ah, he says, raising a finger. Of course! I must have had the frankly brilliant notion of scaling this lonely mountain to a better spot to better spot the beast from afar. He shakes his head, his wispy beard waggling. Alas, I've seen nothing so far. That was an amazing story. Thank you. You are most welcome, he says, patting your hand fondly. It is so good to share my tales with a fellow knight. Everyone else raises such peculiar doubts. You said you are looking for a great adventure? Yes, but I feel I must speak plainly, he says, plucking at his beard. Too many people have mistaken me for a common mercenary. He straightens. I am not interested in entangling myself in local quarrels. I will not hunt a beast that cannot hunt me in return. If I am to fight, it must be against a foe of such wickedness that the stars themselves would wink out rather than shine upon a world that could harbor such malevolent creatures. Oh, can we find an enemy worthy of him at some point? Actually, I can't think of any enemies worthy of you. Oh, he says, his face falling. Perhaps you will think of one later. Farewell, Quiano del Toboso. Can we go here? Unreachable. How exactly do we go over there? We cannot. Probably once we go through here, maybe something will give us way. But this scene was pretty small. There wasn't much here. Let's go to the government square then.
Aratus, a curious thought occurred to me. You know I've warned you about those. Really, Aratus? Why, yes, I am. I am really Aratus. Oh, good one. You know, it is so nice to have someone I can talk to.
He's talking to himself, right? Oh, here it is. Metal rungs have been fastened to the side of this structure, extending into the darkness far below. You love your sweet baby boy, so. Well, let's take a look at what's down here. Where does this take us? This takes us to Underbelly, so we are going right back up. In fact, I'm going to reload. We will do this later. I don't want that part of the map to be explored. You might be higher up in your boy list than any of the Gothic boys or even Siren. Really? Wow. That's very high praise. Are you looking for the Order of Truth? The entrance is down the stairs. Okay, so there is Red Thicket here, there is the Order of Truth. Let's continue exploring the streets maybe. Oh man, this is so many characters. Okay, let's look at what this is. This fountain is constructed of a material that seems halfway between wood and stone. It doesn't contain water, as might be expected. Instead, it's filled with swarming, tiny fish-like creatures that leap and cavort in a wriggling mass, chattering to each other in what sounds like 1,000 different tongues. Listen to what the creatures are saying. They are saying... You fold your arms, listening intently to the fish jabber at each other. It sounds like a cloud of nonsense syllables smashed into baby speak. A few oft-repeated sounds tug at your memory until something unravels. You stand before a rusty intelligence terminal surrounded by crooked ruins, laying unfamiliar hands against the cracked glass. You speak words in all the languages you know. This takes some time. The terminal awakens at the sound of an ancient guttural greeting. You recognize it immediately as one of the words the fish-like creatures are babbling cheerfully at each other. Spend more time listening to the creatures. Fish-like creatures continue the gibberish song of melodic syllables and broken words. Examine the woodstone fountain. The fountain, now that you are looking at it, is unfathomably old. Coppery, tongue-like decorations curl up and over the rim of the structure, as if lapping at the endless stream of creatures within. Catch one of the creatures. 95%, that is pretty good. We'll do it. You deftly snatch a single fish from the glistening, tumbling flood. The bubbling mass of remaining creatures squat together in nonsensical outrage. Oddity. Oh, okay, that's nice amount of money. Try to catch another creature. Oh, I took damage. You close your hand around another fish, tiny teeth chomp at flesh between your fingers, and you release it with a curse. Leave the fountain alone. Alright, Red Thicket, Order of Truth, bunch of characters here. I don't know in what order I want to explore these places. I know I'll go to the Order of Truth last. Let's leave Red Thicket for later as well. This merchant stand displays expensive clothing and finely wrought armor. A tall, thin, and exquisitely dressed older man stands in the shade of an exquisitely crafted stall. The cut, color, and quality of his clothes are a symphony of harmonious coordination, while the expression of benevolent condescension he gives you would be more at home on the face of a king. Good afternoon, he says, bowing slightly. I am Sangolin, and this is my store, Sangolin's Fittings. Welcome. How may I be of service? What do you sell here? I sell the finest to wear for discerning men and women, as well as quality armor for those traveling to less civilized locales. He clears his throat and directs your attention to a well-dressed mannequin wearing the badge of a city official. Also, it's our honor to have been chosen to provide the city of Sagas Cliffs with the official badges worn by all properly credentialed city employees. You may trust in their trust in us. Tell me about the government square. Of course, madam. He puts a finger to his chin. Let me think. There's the council tower just over there, and the Order of Truth. And you can't forget the Red Thicket, that walled courtyard on the edge of the square. Or were you curious about our fountain here? Tell me about the council tower. It's ancient beyond reckoning. The tower's roots go all the way down to the forges in the underbelly. And within it sits the Council of Sagas Cliffs, the finest, fairest legislative body in the Ninth World. And I don't say that just because they are my most valued patrons. They have run the city well for centuries, and thanks to you, they look magnificent while doing it. Thanks to me. What can you tell me about the Order of Truth? They are a credit to our city, wise scholars and deep thinkers, he smiles. Excellent customers as well. They are very particular about their robes. Now I was thinking about that adversary at the tavern. Maybe we don't really need to bring different companions there, but maybe we need to find like a spotter NPC somewhere. And bring him there, or her. Bring that character to the tavern. Doesn't necessarily have to be a companion. I'm not sure if you met anyone like that before. Anyway. What is the Red Thicket? The Whispering Wood, I call it, a very curious and ancient place. You can speak as loudly as you like in there and none but your partner can hear you. A great place for diplomacy. Tell me about the fountain. One of the stranger and more poignant attractions in this square. Poignant, is that correct? The creatures in it are called Jallies, and they chatter in 1,000 dead tongues. The priests say that a new Jalli is born each time an old language dies. He shakes his head. You could listen to them for a month and never hear the same language twice or understand a single one. Tell me what you know about the people in this district. I'm not one to gossip, madam, but if you insist, who do you wish to know about? Have you seen white-skinned, hard-faced woman in the neighborhood? Very tough and dangerous looking. He frowns for a moment, thinking, then nods. Yes, in fact, I believe I sold her a cloak once. The way she wore it, it seemed as if she wished to hide her face, which with a face like that I could readily understand. He looks in the direction of the council building. I got the impression that she might do secret work for the families, but I wasn't about to ask. Let's see what you have to sell. Okay, let's get rid of this... let's see. They are all only usable by the last cast off. Three resistance. Value 6. What is this? This is terrible. Why is it even more expensive? No, I didn't mean to buy it. Ah, I misclicked. Ah, I thought I was canceling. Okay. Here is 4 armor. So plus armor comes at a great cost. Except this one has 2 armor and 3 resistance and doesn't cost anything. It's still light armor. Like compared to this medium armor, 2 armor 1 resistance. This is 2 armor 3 resistance. And it's only 20 more shins. 20 shins more expensive. Pretty good one. But of course I have no money for armor right now. This is pretty good. But I don't have any money for that. I could sell a shield. I'm so poor. Can we sell all? Maybe I'll sell Rin. Or better yet, I'll sell Eritis. Alson Perry. This woman seems to be absorbed by what she's doing, her blue eyes narrowed in concentration. You realize that she's the nicest looking person you've seen in a while and feel almost compelled to approach her. She shakes out the golden cloth she's examining and holds it up to the light. Such beautiful colors, she murmurs, and she meets your gaze. It would look lovely on you. In fact, she leans back for a moment and looks you up and down pensively. She nods once to herself as if pleased. As I thought. No touch of a miserly nature in you. She offers you a sweet, shy smile. We are going to get along just fine. And you? She returns to Rin, crouching down so they're on the same level. Wait, what is this? She reaches behind Rin's ear. When Rin turns to look at what she's doing, Alson taps her lightly on the nose. Rin laughs, Alson smiles. Such a gem. Yours? She glances up at you, her expression softens at the look on your face. She stands and takes your hands in hers. You're a good person, she says simply, looking into your eyes as if willing you to believe it. Then she lets go. A foster girl. So few are willing to open their hearts these days. Can you tell me about this place? Of course, this is the government square, home to the city council and the Order of Truth. The rest is embassies and city records, but you might enjoy a stop at Red Thicket. She points to a redstone enclosure nearby. She smiles at you briefly. Or you might not. It's a place where secrets are traded, and having few secrets of my own, I make a poor visitor. Who are you? My name is Alison Perry. You can call me Alison if you like. She offers a tentative smile. I'm a surgeon, but I work mostly with children. You know, healing scraped knees and the occasional broken bone. We are lucky here in Sagas that is rarely anything more serious. I almost thought she would say we are lucky here in Sagas that there aren't many children. So many children need my help. Too many. Gotta get rid of some of them. There are too many. Oh, okay. I'm being terrible. Let's continue. What are you doing? Waiting for an appointment, she says with a tentative smile. I heard that you are keeper of the House of Empty Time. Ah, she glances at Rin, then bows her head for some moments before meeting your gaze again. What do you want to know? A home for the girl? Perhaps. How does the House of Empty Time work? A child enters the gate and emerges in another time to find a new family wanting for them. Willing parents register with the keeper in their own time period and, after rigorous questioning, have their names added to the gate itself. After that, she shrugs. Who knows? Children have loving families and those families have children to love. Why is the House of Empty Time a secret? Because it's not the strongest system in the world. No one knows how many trips an old thing can stand, so we use it only for those who really have nowhere to go. Her face hardens, and if everyone knew about it, some of them would treat it the same way that they do other orphanages. We'd find babies dumped in boxes, small children left crying with nothing but the clothes on their backs. She realizes Rin is watching her in growing horror and makes an obvious effort to stop herself. She breathes deeply, then smiles at Rin, though you can see her hands are shaking slightly with the effort of controlling her anger. So we keep the gate for children who really need it, do you understand? You mean orphans? She watches the way you and Alison are looking at her. Good thing I'm not one of them. Alison smiles but says nothing. I often forget how the truth can affect children. Still, it's better than lying. Can I adopt a child? A new brother or sister? Wouldn't that be wonderful? She says to Rin. At the girl's frown, she laughs. I'm afraid not, she says, turning her attention back to you. One of the main requirements for adoption is a stable environment. If you ever decide to settle in Sagas, we can talk. We are not going to give Rin. We'll keep her, I think. I think I'll keep her, yeah. It would be interesting to see, though, what kind of dialogue comes about from that. Let's save and try. I think Rin would be better off with a family of her own. What? She glances at you, startled and hurt. I do have a family. I just... Do you have a family? Why haven't they come for you? Because I'm lost. My home is a long way from here, but it is my home. What if we can't find them? You don't want to go where I'm going. This way is better for you, trust me. But I don't want... She looks uncertainly between you and Alison. How can this be best? She nods and crouches down in front of Rin, taking the girl's small hands in her own. She speaks in a low, urgent whisper, of which you can catch only single syllables. Perhaps the girl will speak plainly to me in private. She yanks her hands out of Alison's. No, I have a family. I don't need this. She runs over to you, throwing her arms around your waist and sobbing into your shirt. Between her muffled cries, you manage to catch a single repeated sentence. I don't want to go. She gives the girl a sweet smile. What are your parents' names, child? Do you remember? Of course I remember. Their names are... As she tries to remember, horror creeps onto her face. Her lips tremble. I don't know. Why don't I know? She smiles. Somehow she manages to avoid looking condescending. Maybe you really have forgotten. Alison looks at you. Her face is carefully neutral. This is not something you should put a child through twice, she says calmly, though you sense another current to her words. You two must decide. Either Rin goes through today, or she resigns herself to whatever fate this world holds for her. I won't be a party to this debate a second time. Choose. Truthfully, I don't know what is best. If it were up to me, the girl would choose for herself. Well, I'm going to reload anyway. I'm not going to let any of this be canon in our playthrough. So we'll go all the way to try and convince Rin to leave. See what happens, then reload. Rin steps back, mouth agape. I thought I knew you. Her face hardens, her mouth forms into a frown. I misjudged you. Maybe this is best then. She turns her back on you and faces Alson. Fine, I'm ready. Alright, Alson says, standing slowly. If you'll both follow me, we can begin. Hey, I'm just seeing the content the game offers, dude. I'm going to reload. The gate flickers to life, accompanied by a droning buzz. Rin stands next to it, small and pale. She makes eye contact and offers a small smile.
Thank you. I guess this is farewell.
She shakes back her hair from her face and leaves without another word, stepping through the gate and disappearing in a blinding flash of light. For several moments, all you can hear is the tick of cooling metal as the gate slides back into dormancy. Eventually, Rin's afterimage disappears from your eyes. Are they going to give me a ring for me to hear Rin's laughter? Did she really have to leave so soon? I don't think she should be questing alone. She's only a squire after all. Try showing some compassion next time, if not for her, then for your own well-being. Okay, interesting. So yeah, that was interesting. Obviously, we are not doing that. I was just curious what kind of scene we would have. We are not letting Rin go. Right, Gibra Dignitary. Mercenary Glaive. This goes to the Circus Minor, of course.
I don't hate you.
You ain't seen a lady with a silver belt, have you? Only a plotter paid us to watch for her. Some plotter in a hood gave us... Ah, different, okay. Trash is piled against the building as if someone had been sweeping the square each day and leaving all the detritus here. Stylized writing along the base of the statue reads, Sheila the Great, who struck off our chains. Behind the lectern, a four-eyed, hairless mutant processes paper with balletic grace. Balleic, I guess. With balleic grace. Ballet. It's ballet, so it should be balleic grace. He is endlessly snapping the elegant fingers of his left hand, and each time the air twists and shimmers, either disgorging a document to be processed or accepting one that he's completed with his ink-stained right hand. Each of his eyes regards a distinct object, portals that are opening, preambles and recitals that must be reviewed, his own addenda that must be flawless, one eye twitches in your direction. Exaggerated scorn twists his mouth, and though his eye remains fixed on your face, he gives no verbal acknowledgement. The closest he comes is a faint sigh. At last, after shunting a half a dozen more documents to some distant cubby, he condescends to speak. You must wait, of course, until council matters conclude. His quarter gaze leaves you. His face returns to his former equanimity, and he continues his work, which shows no evidence of slacking. I assure you that my matters are important enough to be worth a moment of your time. Well, give me a critical, please. The clerk conveys his personal regard for the importance of your matters with a long, loud sigh, but he focuses one of his eyes on you and replies, very well, let us weigh the worth of your needs, shall we? What is it that you want? I'd like to ask you some general questions. A faint sigh is the only acknowledgement you receive. Who are you and what exactly are you doing with all those papers? I'm neither a tourist attraction nor a docent, he sniffs, but the irritation in his voice is only a thin disguise for the obvious pleasure he takes at your interest. He elaborates. I'm the council clerk, and unto me falls the responsibility of directing the fate of every official document in Sagas Cliffs. His tone becomes wholly boastful as he continues. I'm the mind that channels the blind, nervous impulses of the city, and turns it into muscular action. He preens adding a certain flair to his routing of the paperwork. Nature, of course, provides every being with his proper niche, and here my power to bend space, my divisible vision, and my unerring integrity allow me to carry out the task no other in the Ninth World could possibly undertake. He sighs, but with rapture nor exasperation. A venal man, a distractible man, an ordinary man would break beneath the temptation and strain, but not I. With that, his bureaucratic scowl returns. Alright, I'm going to have to stop here. We are going to have to run the ads once more, up to 3 minutes. Hopefully you won't get any, but we shall be here waiting, so see you soon. Any boosts? No boosts. Any boosters? Any boosters? I guess not. Well, that's fine. Then I will hydrate for 3 minutes.
Don't forget to drink water.
Eshrafel just boosted Pathfinder. Eshrafel just boosted Scald. Eshrafel just boosted Darklands.
Scald passes Lionheart. There we go. Thank you for the boost, Sash. Boost thugs. You cannot boost thugs. I'm sorry. It's not in this game, unfortunately. Maybe we can finish Government District today as well. That will leave only Underbelly for next week. You're not feeling so great today. You are quiet. Nice, just listening though. I'm sorry that you are not feeling great, Ash. If you'd like to share, feel free. Otherwise, I hope you feel better soon and never feel bad about not being active in the chat. It's perfectly fine. I love that emote. More appear. More badgers. I don't know why I keep yawning when I play this game. It's not that it makes me sleepy or something, or I'm bored. I think, I don't know, reading a lot kinda makes me yawn, maybe. Maybe I'm just not very well rested. Because you're constantly speaking. I guess, yeah, constantly speaking causes that sometimes. Or rather, it has to do with, I don't know, inhaling more air in a given time. Something like that. It's perfectly normal. You'd be shocked how much energy it takes to stream. Salt, water, minerals, and vitamins get drained. True, it does. It does. I don't particularly feel tired. I just, keep yawning. It happens sometimes. No, I don't feel sleepy. I wouldn't be able to sleep if I went to bed right now, or in 2 hours, or in 4, or even 6 hours. I wouldn't be able to sleep. Thought process of gaming while also managing a stream, responding to chat while it's a whole thing. I know it too well. It's more difficult, at least for me, than it looks from the outside. It is definitely fun. Yeah, it's worth it's worth it all, I think. Welcome back, everyone. We can continue now. Anamnesis. Suddenly the world changes. You're in a laboratory that reeks of spoiled milk. In a vat before you, floating in grey, viscous fluid, is a very young child. His skull is in your hands, and you are kneading and stretching it like dough. Two nubby spots stare from above his natural eyes. What? We are kneading his skull? He is howling as he clenches and unclenches his tiny fists. Oddments appear to disappear. A blue rag, a gourd rattle, a lock of black hair. Someone else's thought comes into your head. He will do. Nature didn't create you, I created you. Your words are enough to stop the clerk in his work, if only for a moment. All four eyes stare at you, probing, searching for a smirk on your lips or a twinkle in your eye. Finding nothing, he resumes routing the papers, but some of the grace is gone from his long fingers. At last he sniffs. Next, no doubt, you'll just about bedding my mother. His forced tone reveals he took it for no joke, but for all his gift in filing, he seems unable to fit what you told him into his hand. Impossible and inconvenient. More general questions. What exactly is the council and how does it govern Sagas Cliffs? The clerk sniffs. Paper governs Sagas Cliffs. Paper allows the few to rule over the many. Paper allows the many to organize into a single whole. Authority resides in diktats, compacts, agenda, the means by which thoughts are defined, disseminated, and preserved. In a calmer voice, he adds, of course, the council is a party as well. Each of the great slave families sends a representative, and they dicker and bicker until they form the will embodied in paper. And I am their clerk. Can you tell me about the city's history? Why exactly would an overburdened clerk be able or willing to recite the city's sad tale of decline? Then a certain twinkle appears in all four of his eyes, and he begins to speak. Here is what the documents themselves reveal, not in their words, but in their very selves. He works faster as he tells the story. Centuries ago, when the Ninth World was fresh, the city began. Its founders kept meticulous records, all lost. Only the columbarium that held them remains. A time of aristocrats followed. Each paterfamilias traced his lineage to ancient heroes and inscribed these lies in stone. Today those tablets pave the midden heaps built in the wake of Chila's rebellion. He clucks his tongue in his distastes. That came later. First came to Taba. As they laid siege to Sagas Cliffs, the city's records degraded. Like hygiene and decency, proper documentation falters in long years of terror. With a shrug and no detail, he adds, but the siege failed and the Tabat vanished. Next, an age of decadence, the long gestating consequences of the aristocracy's ever more outlandish choices. In screeds, they laid out their reasons to people, not to explain, but to mock. He smirks. Naturally, rebellion followed. Chila cast down the old lords and raised up new slave families. An empire expanded, contracted, holidays and boulevards changed names, all else persisted, corruption most of all. At last a new clerk came, bringing order. He bows, and here we are. Ah, so you are the savior of the city, I see. You must have uncovered some fascinating stories about the city in all this paperwork. Naturally, the clerk replies, but for a moment, notions of privacy and probity keep him quiet. Then one of his eyes flicks your direction, and you can see he's avid to indulge the twin pleasures of the voyeur and the gossip. There's this from an ambassador sent from the Steadfast. Sent to the Steadfast. He snaps his fingers, summons the dispatch, clears his throat, and reads. Today, with great ceremony, the Iron Priest buried a man said to have lived for 277 years. I asked how this grey beard had lasted so long, but was told as follows. 300 years ago, there was a painting of a spectacular beauty hung in the Dark Hall, a relic from before the Ninth World. For reasons unknown, the work was incomplete. The Amber Pope believed that if it finished, it would reveal a truth about human nature that had eluded all intellectual inquiry. He proclaimed that whatever painter could complete it would receive a cipher that would enable him to live for 250 more years. Great artists flocked to the dark hall to examine the masterpiece, but when they saw it, none dared lift a brush. At last, a young white washer approached, carrying brushes and rollers and buckets of paint. "I can finish this," he declared. The Ember Pope nodded, and the boy flung an entire bucket of paint across the canvas. The blank region was filled, but the painting was splattered with white, its majesty gone. The Pope held to his vow and bestowed longevity upon the white washer. He was, however, borne to the torture pits below Dark Hall, where he remained until that very day, where at last his long life ceased. The clerk folds the faded dispatch, returns it to its envelope, and sends it away, saying no more. Could you tell me another story you discovered? After Chila tore down the old ruling families, there was a time when the council stripped the euphemisms from its ledgers, and one sees such and such paid for racking a nobleman till he gave up his stash of shillings, and such to settle the claims of mothers bereft of their children by rampaging mobs. One can debate whether this is shamelessness or transparency, but it has yielded an entry of terse brilliance, a sum allotted for the assassin to dispose of said whale. He smirks. In a less literal age, said whale might have been the spendthrift scion of a mercantile clan, or a contessa of a grand scale, but not here. These were funds requisitioned to assassinate a whale, no more no less. The eye regarding you twinkles with delight, and best of all, it seems the mission failed. One wonders, how does one assassin miss a whale? Another story. Reading, the clerk declares, for centuries the council's amanuenses would record the council's commentary on proposed legislations with Reading. Then the draft law would be returned to the solicitors in the basements of the council towers to frame anew. He plucks an example from the air, a regulation concerning the stabling of a mule. You see, he sends it back whence it came, and then abruptly the annotations are in blue ink. And I stares at you. Why? He asks, rhetorically. One finds in the criminal docket an entry concerning a solicitor executed for waste of official resources, to wit 8,216 liters of Reading. Drowning was the sentence, the clerk shrugs. I suppose he was not drowned in Reading. He snaps his fingers and produces a thick sheaf of papers, which he thumbs through like a deck of cards. Each is covered in red revisions. Draft after draft after draft. It seems he could never get it quite right. The clerk looks at you and smiles. So, no more Reading. Another story. The clerk shakes his head without looking away from his work. I've indulged your curiosity to find out. Another! Give me more! Okay. I'd like to talk about the paperwork. A faint sigh is the only acknowledgement you receive. I'm trying to resolve a legal dispute between two men named Eritis and Renio. Eritis crashed an airship of Renio's. Can you help? Do you think that because I can make a document vanish at the snap of my fingers, I can do the same for a civil suit? He shakes his head with a slow condescension. It's not so easy. The only relief the suit could provide would be taking over Eritis' liability for the accident through a certificate of indemnity. But I assure you, the council does not take on such liability willy-nilly, nor does it grant its clerk discretion to fritter away this money. He stares at you with two eyes. Only someone much more important than you or I could persuade the council to do such a thing. Have you such a friend? How can I find someone who could help me? Finding the powerful is never difficult. Their glory shines like a beacon over the entire city. Look among the slave families for one who needs assistance of the sort your kind provides. Even the mighty, especially the mighty, understand the principle of quid pro quo. Alright, we'll find someone. Why can't you just give it to me? The clerk sighs in exasperation. A well-ordered city is a powerful, implacable machine. Passerby cannot change its operation merely by jumping up and down and shouting, nor does a mere cog have the power or volition to act on its own. Rather, one must cry out to those whose hands are on the levers of power. I don't have any. Not yet. Then your request is denied. Do you have any records of someone named Matkina? I've seen the name, he mutters, in far too many requisitions for discretionary funds. With confident but deliberate speed, he reviews a series of documents which seem to confirm his initial impression. She does not appear as a citizen, nor in any census. Indeed, she is mentioned nowhere but on ledgers and requisitions. Pull the tree of his eyes give you a significant look. Needless to say, there are transactions whose nature is not specified. These are transactions. Do you have any records on a woman named Loss of Self? Loss of Self? One eye glances to see if you are joking. I recall no such name. He snaps his fingers, and a sort of a living codex appears, each of his pages covered in intricately patterned fur. Caressing his spine, he turns to a page, nods sharply, then returns codex to his portal. As I knew, the census holds no such name. Perhaps that is merely an alias. With the eagerness of one who would provide his system cannot be thwarted, he adds, we will need another way to find our records. What about a missing person report for someone who looks like Loss of Self? I can describe her to you. The clerk listens to your description, then gives a decisive nod, muttering something about checking the onomasticon. He snaps his fingers and a heavy, lead-bound tome appears from nowhere. He turns to a page, nods again, snaps again, then takes hold of a vellum scroll. As he unrolls it, an involuntary cry escapes from his lips. Impossible! You can see the scroll is badly damaged by patches of grey-green mold.
Making a note.
Voice quivering with panic, he says, these records are stored in a sealed chamber, housed in niches carved from solid salt. He shakes his hand. There is little left. If this is your woman, I can tell you only that she was born in the city and that her family was searching for her. You and your request are forgotten as he begins systematically checking every other scroll in the vault, one stab at a time. None of the others appear damaged, though there seem endlessly many to examine. What exactly are you doing with all those papers? The clerk shakes his head at your ignorance. I'm taking them from where they were to where they must be by bending the space between, and as they pass across my lectern, I assure that they are properly prepared. To the body politic, I serve as heart, kidney, and nervous system all in one. He snaps his fingers, opening a portal and flicking a scroll through it. Before I undertook this role, the council employed layers and layers of logothetes. Scriveners, registrars, and couriers, each corruptible, vulnerable, insular. The Memovira's tendrils grew through the cracks in that teeth-ringed edifice. He stares at you with two bright eyes. But now there's only myself. Had I not come to this office, I wonder who would rule the city. Not that the Memovira has not tried, but even she cannot corrupt the incorruptible. Who is the Memovira? The clerk scowls without looking up. Some builders raise monuments of marble, others tear the monuments down, cook the marble to lime, mix the lime into concrete, and use the concrete to make hardened bunkers. He shakes his head. Organizations that can be made the same way, and people. The Memovira has demolished many things, and from the rubble has built an impenetrable organization of hardened souls. You would be wise to keep your distance. An eye glances your way, but you don't look wise. Where can I find the Memovira? The clerk chuckles quietly while filling out the form. The balloon. A moment later he adds, sometimes it seems one can indeed judge a book by its cover. Could you tell me anything else about Loss of Self? The clerk shakes his head, only that she was born in Sagas Cliffs and that one time her family filed a report that she was missing. If the city has lost all record of this woman, then her identity is a secret. Indeed. Farewell. I guess we are done with him for now. Clerk gives no acknowledgement that he heard and merely continues his work. This woman is dressed much like the levies who flank her, but unlike them, her expression is sober and alert. Her hair is cut short and corners of her eyes wrinkled with crow's feet. A little swarm of mechanical drones circles around her, buzzing messages in her ears. She whispers replies in return, and every so often one of them whisks away, disappearing into the city. What is it, citizen? She pauses, eyes darting to your tattoo, then to your face. No, you're the one they call Adan. I heard you were in the city. Adan? What? No, what? No. Wrong game, wrong game. What's happening? Why would they call me Adan? You sense a sudden awareness in her. It's been 10 years since your last visit. I was too young to know you then, but the drones remember. What do the... My name isn't Adan anymore. What do the drones remember about me? On cue, two of her attendants' drones dipped close to her ear, emitting a stream of raspy noise that might be some sort of language. You kept your own affairs, but everywhere you went, the city held its breath. People deferred to you, even the ones with power and influence. You look the same as you do now. Exactly the same. I want to know why. And if you don't mind telling me, I want to know what you are doing in Sagas now. The stories they tell me are troubling. I'll have to keep an eye on this one. I'm trying to escape a creature that's hunting me. Smoking tendrils, grasping talons, a towering nebulous shape. She sees the look on your face and nods. I've seen it, but only through the eyes of a drone. Not long ago, it killed a man in the streets, but a man with the same mark you bear. Ah, okay. If anyone else knew, there'd be panic. Even if it's only hunting people like you. I haven't told anyone, not even the council. Excuse me. Let me get some water. Hey drummer, welcome. How are you, drummer? Happy Sunday. Another drone swoops past you, stopping just short of the woman's head. It unleashes a series of raspy buzzes and squawks. She whispers something to it, then glances back in your direction. What was it you wanted? As she turns her face back from the drone, something about her profile strikes you as familiar. In that moment, she looks so much like the ghostly girl you met in the Fifth Eye that they could be the same person, though this woman seems 20 years older at least. It's going well. It's going well. Tiring, though. We are reading a ton. Apart from that, I'm having a very good time. It's going slow. How many words have you read? Well, at least 69,000. I'm sure Tazen would approve. Who are you? Sigyn, captain of levies. I'm not a levy myself, but I command them. What are levies? She gestures at the two burly smiling men to her left and right. They look like identical twins. Soldiers in the council's service, they keep order in the city. Her lips purse briefly, but she continues. Every citizen is required to raise a levy for the city's defense. The price is a year of their lives. Do your levies keep every district safe? No, she frowns. Underbelly lives under its own law. Cliff's Edge lives under no laws at all. If the levies don't keep order in Underbelly, then who does? A man called Folsom. Her expression is unreadable. I don't know anything about him. Except that the council needs them, so he does whatever he likes. Why don't you send in levies to Cliff's Edge? A lot of homes have been collapsing and the city hasn't been able to help. Her tone is cautiously neutral. The council believes that the presence of levies could incite them to violence. It's the memo, Vera. The council's giving her free reign outside the bloom as well. How are levies raised? Anyone who lives in the city can become a citizen at 16 years of age or equivalent if they are not human. There's only one requirement. They step into a machine at the order of truth and it takes away a year of the citizen's life. It uses that year to create a levy. She lowers her voice, seemingly for the benefit of the levies standing beside her. That 1 year is all the levy gets. When it's over, they die. Why do all levies look the same? They don't, but the differences are subtle. Citizens can usually tell their own levies apart from the rest. She glances at one of the smiling levies standing next to her. I don't know why they look so much alike, but they are all born from the same machine in the order of truth. The levies seem awfully happy. A smile and a pleasant demeanor could have 100 explanations, yet this whole city is fooled by them. She shakes her head. I know the levies better than anyone, so the truth is plain to me, though I'd be lying if I claimed to truly understand them. If only I had a year to live that wasn't my own, I wouldn't be happy either. Are you sure the levies aren't happy? They only seem so. Her face is flat, unreadable. They are not. What were you saying to those drones? They carry my orders to levies all over the city, and they bring reports from the levies back to me. She reaches out a hand, and one of the drones buzzes something unintelligible. A few years ago, the Iron Priest found them buried underground and brought them back to life. I learned their language, so our conversations are safe from prying ears. What's in the building behind you? She frowns. How is it that you don't recognize the seat of government? I know you lived there for a time. I must learn more about these cast-offs. Something isn't right about them. To tell the truth, I've lost my memory. You lost more than that. I've seen images of you through the eyes of the drones. 10 years ago, you moved differently, carried yourself like a king in the steadfast. You've lost your soul, or gained one. I don't mean to be harsh. She gives you a faint smile. She's not who she was. That's a pain I understand all too well. I don't mean to be harsh. She gives you a faint smile. Thank you for being honest with me. She waves a hand at the doors behind her. The council meets in there. A representative from every slave family and from some of the guilds, depending upon who is in favor. Hardly anyone goes in through the doors, though. They are just a formality. Most people have other ways of getting inside and out. I've never seen a building like this one before. What is it? They say it's a ship, built by the ancients to sail the void between worlds. Now the crag grips it tight, and the old husband like an old husband holds his wife, and it'll never sail free again. I met a levy in Cliff's Edge that stole a man in Finzen. It wants an extra year of his life.
Making a note.
It wants what? Her eyes widen in alarm. She whispers something to one of her circling drones and it zooms away. Sometimes the levies go wrong. They take a bad year from a citizen and turn out flawed. You never let them live when they get like that. You've seen the little talismans they carry? I shouldn't have chosen this option. I made a mistake. The symbols of the year that made them. If the year is bad enough, they become that talisman shaped in flesh. Monsters that hide in the city and try to bring about the horrors that would have been. You can tell this Finzen that he's safe. I've sent a squad to bring in the levy. He'll never see it again. I don't think I want to solve this quest this way. I should have paid more attention. I'm going to reload. That was wrong. I didn't want to choose that option. I thought we were going to ask about it. That was a terrible mistake. Well, let's speedrun through that dialogue. I can't see. Yeah, we were... I have more questions. No, we did that. What's in the building behind you? I lost my memory. Wait, we didn't... Did we? Did we have this option earlier? Did it just pop up? How did you become the captain of the levies? Why were you qualified for the job? Most people sacrifice 1 year of their lives to become a citizen. From their sacrifice, a single levy is born. I sacrificed more. Voluntarily. I gave up more years than anyone ever has. It helped me understand the levies, and it helped them understand me. Why would you do that? This is new. How did we miss that before? Because I wanted to serve the city. That's what I told the Iron Priest. You can believe it if you want. It was good enough reason for him. And I'm still serving the city. I suppose it was the truth in its way. Weird. How did we miss that option before? Okay, we are not choosing this one. I'm trying to find a woman named Matkina. The White Death. Her expression goes flat, but her eyes flick to your tattoo again. I should have guessed that. If Matkina is all you want, then you should ask for her in Underbelly. That's the last place any of my drones saw her, and the levies don't venture down there. She leans a little closer and lowers her voice, and if you leave the city afterward, I'd be very happy if you took her with you. You don't like Matskina? I don't like assassins, especially good ones. I don't like the temptation they represent to people in power, to the people I'm supposed to serve. They make it too easy to solve problems discreetly. She pauses as if debating whether to go on, then she does. I don't like the fact that whenever I scratch the surface of a wound in the city, it leads back to someone with a tattoo like yours. You look a lot like someone I met in the Fifth Eye. She laughs aloud. In that moment, her voice is clear and rich, like that of a much younger woman or even a teenage girl. Was she a scarred peltist wedded to her blade, fresh from the endless battle? God's about, it's another one of us. Actually, she was young, with a chorus of whispering voices all around her. Her face goes pale, then I know who she was. She was the woman who haunted me when I was a girl. The woman I was supposed to become.
I'll remember that.
For as long as I can remember, I felt as though this other woman was taking shape inside me. When I was a girl, I'd gaze at myself in the looking glass, and every day I seemed less like me and more like her. I don't remember when I abandoned my family, but I couldn't have been more than 10 or 12. They seemed like strangers to me. I couldn't even remember who they were. I started hearing stories about other girls like me, older girls, younger girls. I sought them out, learned everything I could. All the ones I met went mad, and they never survived past their 20th year. It wasn't always the same death. Sometimes it was sickness, or an accident, or they ended their own lives. But somehow they always died. It was fate's, and it was mine too. But you gave that year to levies, right? But you survived. I cheated. She's silent for a moment. When I was old enough to become a citizen, to sacrifice a year to create a levy, I went straight to the Order of Truth and I told them I wanted to donate as many years as I could. I didn't think that it would work, she confides, but what choice did I have? When they started taking the first few years, and I aged closer to 20 each time, I thought I would die. And the levy that was born from my 20th year, it was a monster. They tried to make me stop, but I refused. I made them go on. I burned through my 20s and beyond, and with every year lost, I felt that other woman inside me was weakening, pleading, dying. I laughed as they burned the years away. When I walked into the Order of Truth, I was a teenage girl. When I walked out a few hours later, I was a middle-aged woman, but I was free. So how old are you really? 22. That's why I was too young to remember you when you were here last. I was a 12-year-old girl, a runaway, half mad and living in the streets. How long has this been happening to women in the city? Centuries, I think. The earliest reference I could find was around the time of Chila, but it probably goes back even further. There was an Iron Priest about 8 years ago. He thought he'd make a name for himself by discovering the cause. He found that it only affects women in sagas and never in the outlying villages. He thought it might be caused by some kind of Numenera beneath the city, underneath the city, but he was never able to prove anything. You said the levy that was born from your 20th year was a monster? It was death. Not death the way it's personified in stories, but death like it really is. A bloated thing with festering sores, vomiting blood and pus and excrement from every orifice. Even the Iron Priests were terrified. They burned it to a pile of ash. Okay, farewell. Interesting. Now I need to go back to the... I want to go back to our mind maze. Translucent man appears. He's unfamiliar to you, but he seems to be working on the machine. The ghostly man watches him, her brow furrowed. I know him, the engine, it's... Who is he? I think he's my father. She tilts her head. The memories of this place must be fuzzy. He doesn't look right, but he feels right. I'm certain it's him. She reaches out for the translucent figure, but her hand goes right through him. She calls out, "Father? Father?" The man continues his work as though she weren't there. The ghostly woman sags. I'm invisible to him. You! She placed a solid hand on your shoulder. Her eyes suddenly lit. He used that machine, that probability engine, to recreate me in other women. This machine is but a memory, but the engine exists in the real world. I know it. She looks at the ghostly man. Speak to him. Find out how to turn it off. Then you can do the same in the real world and end this.
I'll remember that.
The ghostly woman's father works frantically, turning dials, stripping metal wires, attaching and detaching various pieces within the machine. After each change, he places a hand on the side of the machine, speaks some words and gestures in the air. He doesn't seem to notice you at all. Can I help you? No, he says, but he doesn't appear to be speaking to you. That's not right. Her hair was softer, thinner. Her eyes more like caramel. He speaks to the machine again. It swipes through the air rapidly, then sticks his hands inside the engine and rearranges several delicate parts. I'd really like to help you. He continues his work, completely oblivious to you. I need to know how to turn the machine off. What? He whirls around, his eyes bright with fury. Turn it off? That would kill her. Kill her. Do you understand? I'm so close to bringing her back. It's just a matter of tuning the machine correctly. His face darkens. I won't shut it down, and you will not force me. Although he makes no signal or gesture, the Tabat soldiers from the other side of the Fatim run to his aid. Somehow, this ghostly construct's anger has summoned them. Leave! The platform rumbles with the power and pain of his cry. Leave me alone! You will not take what's left of my daughter from me. Something's wrong with the machine, though. It's hurting people. He waves you off. Bah, you're guessing. You don't know what the side effects any more than I do. But I do know this will bring her back to me. Now leave or I will force you to leave. Alright, I won't force you. That one. Go. Why are the Tabat helping him? Well, let's find the fourth one. Since the fourth woman is dead, there is something that remains of her. If we find that remains, if we show it to the ghostly man, he will have to believe us, right? Because we won't be guessing anymore. So we are missing that portion of the quest. He won't tell me how to shut it off without a fight. Maybe if you can find more women, I might be able to remember more, but we don't even know if there are more. She looks at the memory of her father. He's not real. You won't hurt them. If fighting will stop the injustice that the engine has caused, then maybe that's what must be done. Do you have any more impressions? One of them is dead, yet a piece of her still lives. Find that piece. What if, you know, what if this is the piece? What if this is the piece? I mean, I guess she would know, right? That we have it. Let's continue exploring. We'll find that that much better. I think, hopefully. I need to take a very short break. I won't run the ads. I will be gone for like a couple of minutes, not long. But yeah, I'll be back in a moment. See you again. We are actually... No, this is not a rope! This is not a rope. It was a barnacle. No. Baited. Are they angry? Ma'am?
I couldn't get away with that. You don't have to answer
Whoa.
that.
Can you stop? Can you stop?
That's exactly what I said.
Stop, please. Okay. This is getting silly.
He should have known better. From now on, keep your paws off stuff that isn't yours. Those are all just rumors. You just have to listen.
This game.
I could use some help.
I wish to summon a horde to overrun my enemies. What, it's going to be a horde of rabbits or something? I wish that magic would fail to affect me or my party. Well, that might... Okay, let's try this. What? Okay, I'm back. Sorry, everyone. Let's continue. Okay, I guess we are looking at this part. Thank you, Pat. I mean, I may be missing an important character with all this weird nameplates. Towering above you is the enormous archway of metal and synth. Energy passes through the structure, spilling from thin, transparent panels in subtle shades of gold and cyan. Examine the archway more closely. It appears to be dormant, but very much alive. The archway emits a low and constant hum just at the edge of your hearing. Across the top, illuminated words are inscribed, "The House of Empty Time." Heavy rope-like cables connect the archway to the strange generator nearby. The workmanship on this device is quite different from that of the generator. If the generator bears the mark of a brilliant mind, connecting technologies in weird unexpected ways, this archway is merely clever, like a gifted student imitating the work of a master. We suspect that it owes much of its functionality to the generator from which it draws its power. It also appears to be more recent construction. Let's save and then try to activate it. Try to activate the archway. You scan the parts of the arch that are accessible from the ground, but you don't see anything that resembles a control device. Finally, you give up your search. If the arch can be activated at all, the method is unclear. Okay. What about the generator? Power still flows through this ancient machine. A brassy heartbeat pulses within it, just at the edge of hearing, and tiny bubbles orbit the entire structure. A brassy heartbeat pulses within it, just at the edge of hearing. No, not bubbles. Holes in space. Look through the orbiting holes in space. Oh. Oh, nice. You step too close and one of the anomalies hisses past your hip like a disc made of razors. One of your pouches feels heavier. It feels the anomaly has left your presence. Look through the holes in space again. A sizzling beam shoots out of the hole and strikes you dead in the eye. It doesn't hurt in the slightest. Instead, your mind is briefly filled with mouth-watering image of a slab of grilled something and the chummy tones of an advertiser's sales pitch in a language you don't recognize. Examine the device. This generator combines a huge number of mismatched parts into a functional whole. Once again, you notice the Cersness symbol etched into the side like a maker's mark. Okay, cyclonic cube, we can sell it, it's an oddity. Some money, we should be able to get over 100 shins for this. I kinda want to look through more. For the moment, nothing lies beyond the tiny walls but utter darkness. I wonder if we can examine the archway when we are sending Rin. You know, just as a distraction. We won't actually send them. But I don't think we had any sort of control of our character at that moment. Alright, nice. 125 shins from that. Okay, still official. Oh, I love this. As soon as we enter here, there is this silence. Because this place is magical, it doesn't actually... You know, the sound doesn't really travel far apart from only to your partner. So you can have a private conversation and no one hears you. And this is the sound from outside, this is inside. It's great. Let's start here. This woman's expression defies easy definition. It's cool and professional but focused. Interested, she nods at you and clasps her hands. I haven't seen you in here before, she says. Her voice is oddly muted. Before we begin, you should understand where we are. She gestures to one of the plant-like structures nearby. This is the red thicket. No one can listen in on our conversation here. You can only hear me because I'm speaking to you directly. One of her eyebrows arches suddenly. You are trying to scan my thoughts. You won't find anything in my mind, of course. If I could be undone by so simple a trick, I'd be out of business. She flicks the air near her shoulder, though nothing is there. It's a useful skill nonetheless. People's best secrets are rarely found on the surface, but their thoughts can guide you if you listen. I expect you and I will have much to talk about. Have you come to trade? I can't read your thoughts, but can you read mine? No, she gives a reassuring smile. If I could, I'd have no need to trade now, would I? Don't worry, I'm a broker, not a thief. Trade what? I'm a knowledge broker, she says. Hunter of information. Come to me with questions, and if I have answers, I will trade them. She straightens further and blinks once, managing to make the simple action look as though it was planned in advance. My pricing is simple, a secret for a secret. The only condition is that it must be one I do not already know, and I should warn you that I know a great deal. How do I know you won't claim to know a secret you've never heard before? A fair question. If she's offended, she doesn't show it. But I don't bother with assurances. You can either judge my honesty yourself or take your business elsewhere. What's the catch? Well spotted, she says. There is one, of course, but it is hardly unexpected. Anything you choose to tell me will, of course, be traded to others in due time. A rare, slight smile graces her lips. In short, if you wish to keep something a secret, don't tell it to me. Why don't you trade these secrets directly to the people involved? A number of reasons, she says, but chiefly this. I am a broker, not a blackmailer. What is your business again? I trade secrets, she says. When you discover a problem that has no easy answer, I may be able to direct you to a solution. Oh, you are the in-game hint system. Maybe we can help her about loss of self's real identity. It's Liara. It's Liara, yeah. True. Information broker. A slight smile creases her lips in exchange for a secret of your own. I will save before I do anything. I'm interested in exchanging secrets. Information broke there. Too much information. She couldn't handle it. Someone's gotta say, information broke Liara, where? Information broke Liara, why? Information broke Liara, who? Okay, it's indeed an option. I'm trying to help a woman named Loss of Self regain her memories. Do you know who she is? I met several women suffering from an insistent voice in their head. What's causing it? We don't need to know about this. I want to propose something different. I'll trade you information for a secret you find interesting. Let's try this first. I think we definitely need this one. Because I don't think the information is in the archives anymore, so we need to find it somewhere else, right? This, we may still find an answer if we find the dead woman. So we are not at a dead end with this side quest, but we are at a dead end with this side quest. Let's try that. I'm trying to help a woman named Loss of Self regain her memories. Do you know who she is? Yes, she says without a moment's pause. Her eyes take on a distant cast. I can tell you her name. What secret can you offer me in return? I can tell you some secrets about myself. Would that serve? It might, she allows. What can you tell me? I'm a cast-off. Yes, she says, you are. The tattoo was a giveaway. What else do you have? Secret about my... I don't want to... I'm not sure if I want to... Okay, do we have any secrets about the Sagas Cliffs? Would you access secrets about Sagas? Of course, he says. If I don't already know them, of course. Oh, do we want to ruin him? Do we want to ruin Lord Wantkin completely? That would be very cool, but I don't know. I promised him that I won't. A couple in Circus Minor adopted an orphan named Jaren. The boy is from distant past. Like, this is probably harmless, right? The only way it would be harmful if the boy learned. And it's not like the boy is going to come here, or anyone is actually going to come here to get information about the boy. Let's go with that. It seems relatively harmless. Ah, she says, from the House of Empty Time. I would imagine, poor child. She touches the air beside her
I'll
ear.
remember that.
As for your question, the woman you call Loss of Self was born Alara. Her parents are still alive and they bring her food daily. She never remembers this. It's the nature of her particular curse. That is the answer you ask for. What is causing loss of self? We don't need to ask about those. You made a strange gesture when I told you a secret. How exactly do you record all your information? A good question, she says, raising an eyebrow. And one I will not answer. Not for every secret in the city. I want to propose something different. I'll trade you information for a secret you find interesting. You know what? I'm going to save and try that as well. If you don't very cash money of you to ruin the guy completely. What's going on? I'm not following your dialogue. Suddenly it's a whole other language or culture that I don't understand. I have secret selection. Okay, let's try this. I want to propose something different. Genuine pleasure warms her face. Agreed, she says. What do you offer? How about another secret from Sagas Cliffs? I want to try this. I want to try this. Maybe I will. Just being hip and groovy cool kids. Are you? Okay. I'll take your words for it. I'm not a hip and groovy cool kid. Or any form of kids, really. So I'll believe you. I believe you. Let's go with this. Lord Wantkin has Yowoki blood on his mother's side. That explains a great deal, she says, swiping two fingers the length of her arm. Now, for your interesting secret, she traces the corner of her lips thoughtfully. Perhaps this. The Memovira is closing her hand over the city. Anyone who does not already work for her soon will. Unless something changes. It usually does. And that wasn't really a secret, was it? Secret about my past. I may reload. I'm just curious how this works like. I may reload, but... Oh, we got an experience. I was the falling star that appeared in the sky over the city. Her gaze flickers from your face to your hair, then your hands. Interesting, she says, touching the air above her wrist. But far more interesting for you, I'd imagine, especially at the time. The side of her mouth cracks. Now, for an interesting secret, she traces the corner of her lips thoughtfully. Ah yes, the construction known as the Master Artisan has been able to repair its eyes for years. It prefers to be blind. Who is the Master Artisan? Who is the Master Artisan? Okay, okay. This is cool. This is cool. Maybe, honestly, if we had gotten a real cool secret, I may have kept this, but my intention was just to attempt. So I may have cheated and kept it if we actually got a cool secret. But we didn't, so I will do what I originally intended. I will reload. I will not offer those secrets. Not the Lord's secret, not my own secret. Aren't you peeping what she's saying? No. Is that another whatever the latest generation is called? Is that another word from them? Peeping what she's saying? Never heard of that as either. Yeah, this character is interesting. We may come back to ask more questions. Or, you know, at the end of this area, like this city, we can come and offer every secret we have to hear random secrets from her. We may do that. I'm not ready to do that just yet, though. Let me add a reload. Might be, might not be. You're honestly, you don't know. You caught the two of us acting like children. Okay. Let's talk to this guy. I think this guy is going to be the one who helps us with Eretis' quests. This slim man looks to be in good shape, and though his face remains hidden within his hood, he carries himself with confidence. His clothing exudes something like smoke that makes him look a bit like a ghost, perhaps a man who can't be found if he doesn't want to be. Irathor Bran, he states. Pleasure. I'm a merc, head of the Ironthine Spectre Company. What brings you to Red Thicket? Okay, maybe he is not the guy that I thought. Tell me about this Lanthine Spectre Company. You do infiltration mostly, he says with a smoothness that implies he's given this speech before. Sabotage, assassinations, assorted hostile recovery. Sometimes the city hires us to handle local threats. Problematic tribes, roaming predators, you name it. He chuckles. Pretty quiet these days, not like when we got started. Our first big job was a series of assaults in the Endless Battle. She looks familiar, that tattoo especially. Can't think why I'd know her though. Latrin Spectre Company. His eyes flick to your tattoo for an instant. What does your group specialize in again? Infiltration, sabotage, assassinations, and thefts. What's the Endless Battle? Really? He says, cocking an eyebrow. Alright, it's basically like it sounds. A fight that's given people like me a solid payday for more generations than anyone could count. As far as I heard, it's a scrap between rival factions of the Changing Gods cast-offs. What about? I couldn't tell you. He cracks a grin. Getting interested in why of a war always ends up being bad for business. What did you do in the Endless Battle? Can't say, he says automatically. Contracts, you understand. All I can tell you is Calcadon pays on time, and that's more than I can say for some of the employers I've had over the years. He sighs. One of the best jobs we've ever had. Who is Calcadon? One of the commanders of the Changing Gods side, he says, pays well and on time, and that's the extent of my opinion on the matter. Now, my turn for questions. It's not just a tattoo that gives you away. I know you, don't I? Where from? We fight together? We fight each other? What is it? His hands drop to a pocket near his hip. Tell the truth now, I'll know if you're lying. Her thoughts don't tell me anything. I'll have to try the direct approach. Try to remember how you know Irathor. Yeah, this is good enough, 90%. We should get it. You focus on the man, his features, and open your mind. Can we trust them? You hear yourself say. Your voice muted by the years. They're mercenaries, your companion replies. Of course we can't. That's not what I mean. That's not what I meant, you snap. Can we trust them to finish the work? If not, kill them now. This is no time for uncertainty. You return to the present just in time to hear Irathor speak again. Well, are you going to tell me how we know each other or not? Can you read my thoughts? He barks a loud laugh. The only way you'd know is if you could read mine too. Useful skill, isn't it? Now you know why you shouldn't try to lie to me. So where do I know you from? I was also in the endless battle. Say no more, he says, raising a hand. Should have known, with that tattoo and all. My curiosity does get the better of me. Okay, we are going to take a short pause to run the ads. And then we are going to continue. So I'll see you in a few minutes. We don't have any boosts.
Life-giving water.
Thank you, Barrett. Boost thugs? No. No matter how much you try to boost thugs, it won't work.
Starving _drummer just
now, boosting
boosted Daggerfall.
though. Boosting
Starving
Daggerfall.
_drummer just boosted Witcher 2. Starving _drummer just boosted Scald.
Oh, games changed. I see. I see the games change. What happened to Fallout 3? What else were you boosting?
C1 Iborn just boosted Dragonfall.
Yeah. Fallout 3 went, instead we got Witcher 2. Dragonfall. Of course. What happened to Fallout 3? Exactly. It's high enough. You think so? I think it has risk of falling down. Probably losing its spot. Any of these games are. Probably not Mass Effect 3. Or Diablo 3. For a while at least. Honestly, I wouldn't say any of these four places are guaranteed. Oh, by the way, I'm going to be starting the poll after the stream today. So there it is. We are going to start the poll. And obviously it's going to run until the moment we finish Torment. So at least a couple of weeks. But yeah, these four games will be in the poll. Diablo 3, Mass Effect 3, Fallout 3, Baldur's Gate 3. It's going to be a third game in a series, no matter what we play. What is the deal with Fallout 3? Where should I start? Thank you for the boosts, Drummer and Claiborne. So that he can play New Vegas. Yeah. True. Most people. I mean, Fallout 3 doesn't get much support, but most of the support it gets is to unblock New Vegas. Once you've already played it several times, you know exactly what the deal is. Yeah. You know it better than me, probably, because I actually do like the game. I mean, it's fun. It's not a great game, but it's fun. I enjoyed it. Welcome back, everyone, from the ads, if you got any. Let's continue. What is your company doing in Sagas? Negotiations, he says shortly. I'm between meetings with a few council representatives. They may want us for some ongoing work. He shows his teeth. Bit of a bidding war going on right now, to be honest. We are in demand. So long as all sides are interested, the strongest will prevail, as it should be. Perception. There is something in the satisfaction behind that smile that catches your notice. He isn't just happy at the prospect of a solid payday, it's the smile of a man who believes that everything is going according to plan. You'd like Fallout 3, but not as much as a lot of other games. New Vegas is more or less the same thing, except better in a reconcilable way. Yeah. Farewell, Irathor. So we couldn't do anything here for now. Oh, there's something we can do. No, we have her name. Why cannot we ask the council clerk about her name? I mean, I know we can go back to her and tell her that we have learned more than her name, that her family actually visits her and she doesn't remember. But it doesn't make sense that we can't also ask this guy. Much more flimsier, way more wacky than Fallout 3. Wild Wasteland, yeah. What are favors of yours in different ways? Small small frame. I almost always pick up small frame when I play Fallout 1 and 2. It's very good in the latter games as well. It's a great perk. Oh, what were they called? Traits? Traits, I think, if I remember correctly. Okay, we cannot ask this guy. So let's go into the order of truth, I guess. We cannot go into the council tower, right? Koro, Salimeri, Snurf, Lan Uring, Minov Tanling, Calistige, Belazar.
Stop it. You're staring at me.
I'm trying to figure you out. I've never met anyone like you.
Nor have I. Very well. You may continue staring.
This desk is cluttered with scrawled notes, piles of paper and worn books. The owner was either extremely disorganized or left in a hurry. Examine the papers and books. You rustle through the mess of documents and notes. Most of them discuss the buildings and architecture of prior worlds. They are filled with drawings and descriptions of bizarre structures uncovered by scholars and explorers. The owner of this desk seems to have been particularly interested in doors, door frames, and archways. He has drawn circles around all such things, but his scrawled comments are never more revealing than similar but not a match, or could there be a connection there? You also notice a few letters and personal correspondence. They appear to have been written in code, perhaps in foreign script that isn't familiar to you. Okay, leave it, let's go on. Is this the book? Yes, okay. We need to bring this book to the shop in Circus Minor. A small wire-frame pyramid sits on the base of a polished wood. Lying inside the pyramid is a dull sphere of silverish metal. It's the desk of a real explorer, obsessed with transitionary furniture. Dora the Explorer. Examine the sphere. Suspended in its wire cage, the sphere is almost perfectly sized to fit in your palm. The gaps in the wiry mesh are large enough for you to reach through, though not large enough to pull the sphere out. Examine the frame. The frame appears to be fixed firmly in place. It's constructed of an organic material grown in a manner similar to bone or coral. Thinner, vein-like strands of the material wind across each of the triangular sides. Something strikes you as odd about it, but you can't quite determine why. Examine the base. The base appears to be made from a slab of lurid redstone. On closer inspection, you recognize it as petrified wood of some kind. An inscription has been written on the base in front of the pyramid. Examine the inscription. The inscription is an alien language. It has been burned into the wood and then filled with luminous substance. Though you know you haven't seen the language in your own short life as a cast-off, it still seems familiar. An amnesis. Try to recall where you've seen the language before. I think 80% is good enough. Give me critical. Ah, no critical. A distant memory surfaces. You are standing before a large metal cylinder that looms a meter or two above your head. The cylinder is a time capsule of sorts, and you're convinced that what lies within is critical to your latest experiments. The problem, alas, is that the capsule is locked, and the only clue to opening it is a series of strange glyphs etched into its sides. Glancing around, you see dusty tomes, faded banners, metal scraps, and dozens of other objects, all featuring the same strange glyphs. You spent a lifetime collecting every trace of this language that could be found, and decades of study have finally led to this moment. You look upon the glyphs and you know their meaning. Stepping forward, you reach toward the cylinder as prescribed by the etchings, and it flares to life. Shaking off your memory, you look down at the inscription and realize that its meaning is not clear. The crimson dawn greets the seeker, the violet dusk sees the search's end. Try to discover what seems odd about the frame. 85% with 30 with you. 30 with you. Okay. Let's go with Rin, 85%. While examining the frame, you try nudging it gently, and it shifts in a most peculiar manner. You focus on moving the frame in various directions and discover that it can easily be lifted straight up the base and lowered back down onto it. But it refuses to move laterally even while being held mid-air. Touch the sphere. As you extend your hand towards the sphere, the thinner strands along the front side of the cage retract toward the thicker frame edges, creating an opening large enough for the sphere to fit through. Take the sphere. You pull the sphere out of the frame through the opening facing you, and it immediately begins to glow a scintillating blue. You pause a moment to make sure there are no other effects, then try to put it with the rest of your belongings. At some point during this motion, the sphere simply vanishes, only to reappear within the frame, once again a dull grey. Apparently taking the sphere will not be quite so easy. Read the inscription again. The crimson dawn greets the seeker, while the dusk sees the search's end. You pull the sphere out again, and once again it glows a brilliant blue before disappearing and returning to the frame. After a little experimentation, you discover that the sphere's position seems to reset whenever it moves beyond a particular distance from the device. As long as you keep it within the distance you are now, you can hold on to it. Take the entire device with you. The device is far too bulky to carry around with you. As if reading your thoughts, Min looks over and shakes his head sadly while muttering something under his breath. Read the inscription. Leave the device alone. As you step away from the device, the sphere disappears, immediately appearing within the frame. Is that the useless machine, but Numenera variants? Could be. Wait, what happened to the sphere? The sphere option is gone? Why did the sphere option disappear? That's weird. Why did it disappear? Oh! I got a crit! I got a crit. Stat pool spent on effort restored. Okay. Cool. I didn't get it last time. I got lucky, punk. I did. With the inscription again. Touch the sphere. Let's save here. Take the sphere. Take the sphere again. Put the sphere back in the frame. As you place the sphere back in the frame, it changes to a vibrant orange color. It occurs to you that the sphere seems to respond to moving through the frame boundaries. Perhaps moving it through the other sides will produce additional results. Read the description again. Crimson Dawn greets the Seeker. The Violent Dusk sees the Search's end. Violent Dusk. Remove the sphere from the frame via the front opening. The sphere deepens to a deep violet hue. Leave the device alone. Sphere disappears. But it was violet. Okay, at least it's not bugged anymore. At least it's not bugged. Lift the frame and remove the sphere via the bottom opening. Shining yellow. Return the sphere to the frame via the back opening. Cool green. Shining yellow. Indigo. Shining yellow. Indigo. Okay, I think I know. Crimson Dawn, so we need
Marto
to...
underscore Varna just boosted
Hey
Mass
Marto,
Effect
welcome.
3.
Welcome. We need to put it through Crimson Dawn, so red, and take it out through violet. So we need to take it out through the front opening and put it back. Lurid red, dull orange. I'm doing well, Marto. We have come across a puzzle, which feels nice. How are you doing? How was your day? So, remove sphere left opening, return to the front through the front opening. No. Remove from the front opening, return left opening, deep violet. What? Then we have left opening, deep violets. What? Crimson Dawn greets the Seeker, Violet Dusk sees the Search's end. Remove via red, put back via orange? I don't get this. I don't fully get this. Indigo. Remove via front makes it deep purple. Deep violet, not deep purple. It stays at deep violet somehow. Leave the device alone? No, it... You got a little bit stuck? Oh no, did you take hints? Did you look at the world through? Shining yellow, put back bright orange. Shining yellow, deep violet. When we put back via left, it's deep violet. Lurid green, deep violet. Deep violet, deep violet. Pick up lurid red, put back deep violet. Crimson Dawn greets the Seeker. Maybe the Crimson Dawn isn't red. You took a Sutherland's. So what was it? Was it like a puzzle you couldn't solve? Was it like a hotspot issue? What did it turn out to be? Shmoo. Put back blazing orange. Well, simultaneously don't be smart when you solve this puzzle. I don't really get it. John Cena, I miss the ah. Oh, it's always him. The Crimson Dawn greets the Seeker. The Violet Dusk sees the Search's end. The crimson tells me it's red. There is only one reference of red, and that's while picking up from the left opening. There are two deep violets. That I don't get. Crimson Dawn is maybe the bright orange, I don't know. You have very gentle hints. I might need hints, yeah, but not right now. Maybe Lurid Red is the wrong one to focus on. Like, maybe I have to focus on Dull Orange, Blazing Orange. There is also Bright Orange. Oh, I understand! I get it! I get it. It is the red to violet, the color scheme. It's the full chroma scheme, right? From red to violet. We need to order them. Yes, okay. It was a puzzle with movement. You kind of suspected what you had to do, so you asked them to confirm. Okay, that's cool. That's the nice thing. Can't stay awake anymore. Take care, everyone. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for being here, Taze. And as always, hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good sleep. Have a good rest. Okay, so yeah. From the red to violet. Let's write all of them down. Deep violets. Bright orange. Lurid red. This is our first move for sure. Another deep violet. There are two deep violets. You see what you mean? It's very simple, but the puzzle gives you very little to guess from and a lot to distract you. Exactly, yeah. Dull orange. Blazing orange. Brilliant blue. Cool green. Shining yellow. Indigo. I mean, I don't know the color chroma though. I need to find some reference image. Let's see. So it starts at red, goes towards orange, yellow, green, then blues. Alright. So let's say we start with lurid red. Then probably we are going to go towards orange. So to go towards orange, we put back through dull orange, I guess. What makes sense? So lurid red, dull orange. Then no, lurid red. Wait, how does this lurid red, blazing? No, wait. What is blazing orange is probably towards yellow. Bright orange is the one we want first. So we pick up through lurid red, put back bright orange, pick up with dull orange, put back with blazing orange. Is that it? Then we pick up with shining yellow, then we put down with cool green, then probably the blue colors. We pick up with brilliant blue. Put down with indigo. And pick up with the deep violet. I guess. Let's try. So lurid red. What? Lurid red. Then what did I say? Dull orange. Oh, I made a mistake. Blazing orange, yes. Then dull orange. Then bright orange. Then shining yellow. Then cool green. Then brilliant blue. Indigo. Deep violet. Leave the white. No, I made a mistake. I didn't use one of them, first of all. Maybe we need to... Because there are two deep violets, right? There is the... We can pick up with a deep violet hue, put down with deep violets. What is the difference, deep violet hue and deep violets? I don't know if there's a... Okay, let's try again. Lurid red. But it has to be red, then dull orange, then bright blazing orange. I don't know what blazing orange means. Lurid red, blazing orange, dull orange, bright orange, shining yellow, cool green, brilliant blue, indigo, deep violets, deep violet, yes. I guess I don't get the order. Crimson Dawn greets the seeker. Violet Dusk sees the search's end. Maybe the order is different. Let's see if I can find another reference image. So it starts with red. Then orange going towards yellow, then greens, then blues, and violets. Lurid red. Maybe I'm starting with the wrong one. I have to start and end, right? Start and end at the deep violet. Maybe that is... Since there are two of them. We start with deep violets. Then... But indigo. Then we go indigo. Then lurid red, I guess. Lurid red. Let's do what we did before. Blazing orange. Dull orange. Bright orange. And then yellow. Shining yellow. Cool green. Brilliant blue. No, indigo should have been here. Maybe not. Brilliant blue, then put back with a deep violet. No, I think I'm misunderstanding. Leave the device alone. I don't think I'm understanding colors correctly. What's indigo? Let's see. Let's find a reference image of indigo. Indigo. Indigo is, of course, a shade of violet, but is it between red and violet? Is it between blue and violet? I would imagine it's between blue and violet. Indigo color. Maybe I should look at the rainbow, you know. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violets. Those are the rainbow colors. So we do have all of those. Do you want chat input? I might. I think I do want chat input in this manner. So the rainbow colors are red. There is one red. Orange, there are 3 oranges. Then yellow, there is 1 yellow. Then there's 1 green, there's 1 blue, there's 1 indigo, and there are 2 violets. I don't fully understand why there are 2 violets. Maybe we have to put it back with a violet, then pick it up again with a violet to finish it and leave. I think I may need to ask about how to order the violets. So there is dull orange. How to order the oranges. There is dull orange, there is blazing orange, and there's bright orange. Now, I think blazing orange is between red and orange. Then there is the dull orange, which is orange itself. Then there's the blazing orange, which is between orange and yellow. But I've been trying that, and it hasn't been working. So let me try once more, then maybe I'll ask for a hint. We pick it up, so it tells me Crimson Dawn greets the Seekers, so I think we need to start with the red. So we start with the red. Maybe bright orange is between red and orange. Let's try that now. We put it down with bright orange, then we pick it up with dull orange, then put it down with blazing orange. Then we pick up the shining yellow, put down cool green, pick up brilliant blue, put down indigo, pick up deep violet. Put down deep violet. Sphere changes to deep violet. Oh! Okay, that was it. So I got the oranges wrong. And I didn't fully understand that I needed to pick up the violet and put it back again. I just thought I could take it and leave. That looks so cursed. I was a parrot able to clap. That is very weird. Where's the wing? Artifacts. Beads of time never ending. Confers hastened movement speed. Evasion and attacks. Which magic? Upon being placed back in the frame, the sphere trembles slightly and begins oscillating through the various colors over and over, faster and faster. When your eyes can barely keep up with the color shifts, a bright flash erupts from it, blinding you temporarily. When your vision returns, the sphere is gone, and in its place is an item of alien design. Okay, we got it. It's an ornament. Hastens movement speed, evasion, attack. So maybe it's good to give to our fighter, right? I mean, even though we don't fight, we may fight. So give it to a fighter.
Don't you?
That was a nice puzzle. I enjoyed that. It took quite a bit of theorizing and experimentation. These books are piled haphazardly on the floor. They reflect a dozen areas of inquiry, most of which are entirely unrelated to each other. This glowing display shows a globe, the ninth world probably. Green lines depict the trajectories that a ship could follow into the void between worlds. We read this. A mass of leathery flesh sags against the railing. Sharp probes are stuck into its skin, surrounded by festering sores that ooze a foul-smelling oil. The light that shines from within this strong glass chamber has a cruel and clinical glow. Its doors are firmly sealed. This synth sarcophagus could hold a large human. Its surface is pitted, as if survived a sandstorm, and the original color has worn away. This machine is a chaotic assemblage of metal tanks and tubing. A work table mounted with spare parts stands beside it, and is connected by wires to an oddly familiar sarcophagus and other devices. Examine the machine. As it turns out, there is very little to examine. Every access point to the machine has been carefully sealed. Some of the hatches and panels are worn with use. They are likely accessed by the Order when they perform maintenance on the machine. Others are gleaming, ornate locks with twisted keyholes, unmarred by the scratches and nicks of the careless everyday use. You run your hands across its surface and feel the ghost of another person's hands doing the same. Try to determine why this machine looks so familiar. 80% should be okay. The memory opens like a gaping mouth and closes around you. By the way, the last time I got so happy about critical success, but it didn't actually do anything for us because we had spent no points. I was under the impression that it filled the pool completely, but it just gives back the points that you spend on that particular check. So that critical roll did nothing for us because we just used our edge. Oh well. The memory opens like a gaping mouth and closes around you. Hot wind pulls at your robes. Jagged grit glows at your eyes. Squinting through the storm, you see the machine, half buried in the sand. Curiously, you wedge open a panel. Inside is a sphere, sparkling like a jewel, but soft to the... Life drains from you into the sphere like blood from a wound. The machine is stealing your life. Growling, you return the favor, ripping the sphere from the machine and regarding it with cold eyes. The memory releases you abruptly, leaving you panting in front of the machine, which is not the ruined monstrosity your predecessor discovered in the Archipelagian ruins. You know, however, that the orbs is sealed somewhere inside this device. Pick through the spare parts on the table. You search through the jumbled components on the table. There aren't many, nor are there any duplicates. These appear to be spare parts for the machine. Try to determine how the machine works. Easy. After several minutes of examining the spare parts on the table and the machine itself, you think you understand. Most of the components can channel or focus the life taken from a subject. One of them, if you are correct, is the device that pulls the life from the subject. But none of them can store life even temporarily. Furthermore, there are no duplicate components. You will only have one shot at building the device Finzen's levy needs. Oh! That's what we are doing. Let me save. Knock on the side of the machine again. The sound bounces around the inside of the hollow machine like a rock falling down an infinite well. Use the parts on the table to build a cipher for Finzen and his levy. Okay. You can go 85 with Rin. You can go 90 with Eritis. 100. 85 with Tybir. And 95 with us, spending everything. So, who has an edge? Eritis has an edge, I think. We could try spending 1 point with Tybir, not Eritis. Let's try that, 85%. Makes sense.
Making a note.
The goal, of course, is to channel the life directly from Finzen to his levy with no intermediary step. It will not be as elegant as the machine beside you, but it should work. Working with great care, you fit the delicate components together with quiet snicks and clacks. following the insubstantial blueprint in your mind. Clack. There, done. Finzen and his levy awaits. Quest sites. Okay. Alright, I'm going to turn these in. I'm not going to start the dialogues today. We are going to come back here next stream to do all these dialogues. This is where we are going to stop, but not now. We are going to first turn in the few quests that we completed or partially completed. So we need to visit Finzen, we need to visit the shop, and we need to visit Loss of Self. See what happens next. What did the book look like? The thief said, playing coy and knowing full well that it was a large book called The Tome of Singing Thorns. Oh, this is not the... It was a large book called The Tome of Singing Thorns, bound in the skins of unknown animals and branded with a jagged symbol divided into 5 different colors: red, blue, silver, gold, and purplish. Melinda knew the word indigo, of course, but suspected the thief did not. An amnesis. Memory curls barbed tendrils around the thief, Melinda continues, and it's true. A memory is closing around you. The merchant leans forward with interest, and now she remembers that day 10 years ago when she came for the book. Okay, I guess I didn't do all of the dialogue, and I thought the book we got was the one she wanted. I guess I was completely off. Frost burns your nostrils as you stare at the book in the creature's hands. You thought it lost in the fire, but here it is. I wrote this book, you grumble. I don't remember what's in it, but it's mine. I don't want to borrow it, I want it back. And yet the customer knew that a book once lost belongs to everyone, Felinda says smoothly, and as such, customer would settle for borrowing the book for a little while. And with that, the thief returned to the present, swaying and dizzy, Felinda says, masked cheek propped against a gloved hand. The merchant briefly wondered what memories had carried the thief away, but nothing good could be gained from prying into the secrets of others. And once again, Felinda was exonerated. The thief knew she was a thief. What is this then? It's an item. What's an item? What does it even mean? It's not an oddity. It's not usable. It's not a quest item. It's not Numenera. Quest item or consumable, so this is something else. Abhumans. Maybe it's just like a lore item. Well, okay. We need to find that book. And now I'm slightly worried because since we didn't do that dialogue completely, maybe we've been to where that book was. And we didn't get the option to retrieve it. Maybe we passed by it. Well, we can think about it later. Let's do Finzen first. I brought a device that will transfer a year from you to your levy.
I'll remember that.
Fine, just 1 year, right? He chuckles, but there's not much humor in it. I got a few to spare, let's get this over with. Hey, Levy! How does this thing work? And do I get to pick the year or what? Feel this hurt him? I don't want this to. I am well now, sir, are you? I'm fine, leave me be, alright? Whistling. Wow, it must have been a good year. Well, it's done, he says. Funny thing, it's the first year they took that didn't hurt a bit. This one stings like a glass in the gut. He rubs his head, but Levy is gone, that's something. Are you feeling alright? Honest? No. Got some hammering in my head and a greasy feeling in my throat, hoping it goes away. Do you regret helping the Levy? Sure, he says, but no too. Way you described it, I owe them a debt. You have to pay your debts, Disnor no. He says, think I need a lie down, I'm off. He moves to do just that, then pauses. Hey, before I forget, let me give you something for all the trouble. He drops a small pouch into your hand and stumbles away, clutching at his side and cursing under his breath. So we got a spray flash and 50 shins. That's good. I think that's better reward than, you know, snitching on the levy. Where is the levy gun? I think it's completely gone. Okay, let's talk to loss of self then. Her hands cradle her flushed temples like a crown and her eyes are closed. Still, she manages a humorless smile as you approach. Help you. I've learned that your parents visit you every day and bring you food. I also know your name, Alara.
Making a note.
Alara, she murmurs, her forehead relaxing. Alara! Her eyes are shining now. I see my parents' faces. I don't remember their names, but I can ask them when they come to visit. She squeezes your hand. Thank you. The woman in my head's not quiet, not yet, but she's quieter. Give me some time. I need to clear my head. Pressing a pale hand to her forehead, she gives you a brief, genuine smile. Are you feeling better? My head hurts all the time, but I'm remembering more now. I visited the garden with my parents. My mother tickled my nose with a flower. My father stole my shoe and I chased him through the hedges, following his laughter. She touches her fingers to her lips. Thank you so much for what you've done. Can I take a look at the shining vial of yours again? All right, she says, dully grimacing. Why is that vial so important to you again? Did you remember? It's not that it's important, she says. It just feels better holding it. Okay, she didn't remember. I don't want to take it from her. I think this is the extent of how much we can help her, honestly. So let's go to Mother Tamaz. Let's see if this was enough. I need to talk to you about loss of self again. I solved her problem. Have you? Mother Tamaz's eyes unfocus. Her hand rolls the overlapping spherical beads between her fingertips. You leveled up. Mayhap you did, she says at last. I'd rather that she solved it on her own mind. A force told her she was someone else. You helped her remember who she was, who her family was. She still had to trust the word of someone else over her own wit and will. She shakes her head. I know you did what you thought was right, but you won't be there the next time she doubts her own thoughts. She roots about in a saddlebag, hanging at her hip. Well, but that would be, you know, she would commit suicide. That would be the way she solves it. I don't want that to happen. So the cold is a shield. +2 might pull shield, though. Take the call, girl. You earned it. Multiple levels too. Okay, we will equip that. It is our shield, and it gives us +2 might. And evasion, and it was an empty slot, so I don't mind it at all. Alright, let's level up. We'll go with extra effort, maybe. Or increase stat pools, maybe? No, we'll go with extra effort, I think.
I learned something new.
We'll do that. We'll do that. And you, ability or skill, we could... What could we get for you? Quick fingers. Definitely would work well. I think quick fingers would work well. We could increase the edge for deception and persuasion checks. He does a lot of them, right? He does a lot of deception and persuasion checks. So if we could increase the edge of intellect, we would save on a ton of intellect points overall. That would be a good upgrade. We'll do that. I'll do that. Yeah, we'll go with increased edge for intellect. Now, Eretis can only get improved skill. I don't care about crisis improvements. I guess we'll go with smashing. In case there are smashing checks. 5 bonus gained from each level of effort spent on smashing or quick fingers tasks. +3 might pool, +3 speed pool. Oh, that is actually very good. This is very good, I think. Yeah, definitely. Kinetic overdrive. And we get 1 attack. Hook. Hook is nice. We'll go with hook. Select the skill to increase. Heavy weapons. So heavy weapons give you 15% bonus per level on attacks with heavy weapons. This gives you 15% bonus per level on attacks with melee weapons. I mean, all heavy weapons and medium weapons and light weapons are melee weapons, right? There are no heavy range weapons or medium range weapons. So increasing melee weapons would increase all of them and we wouldn't need to specialize. I think Eretis goes for heavy weapons, right? But we'll go with melee too. Let's see, this is a heavy weapon, yes. Okay. You didn't level up, you are very close to leveling up. Well, this is a good point to, I guess, kinda wrap up for today. We completed a couple of side quests. Leveled up. Let's go back to the Order of Truth. Hey Shimmer, welcome. How is this game? It's been a lot of fun. It's a lot of reading, a lot of thinking and talking, a ton of lore. I have avoided every single combat that we could have had. We are doing, I guess, kind of a pacifist playthrough so far. And I may continue with the pacifist playthrough. We haven't had a single combat yet, except for the tutorial. Having a good time though, definitely. Great stream today. Thank you, Gian Farmer. Thanks for saying that. I appreciate that. And thank you for being here as always. Thank you, Parrot. Thank you, everyone. Let us bring ourselves to Order of Truth. That is where we are going to start from next week. We are going to come back to this game next week, next Friday. So a little bit of a break from reading, which I think my throat sorely needs. My sore throat sorely needs some break from reading. Let's get a save. Thank you, dude. Good night, Ash. Glad to have all of you here today. Let me find someone to read. Raid, not read. I don't want anyone to read. I don't want to read anyone. I want to raid someone. I think I'm going mad. I'm looking for someone to read. Okay. Who do we read? Who do we read, chat? I know who to read. Let's see when I'll... Okay. It's been a while, so it's about time. Reading, not reading. No more reading. That's all. That's all the reading we do today. 6 hours of reading. Now it's time for some actual raiding. So we are going to go see Variax. We are going to see Big Wee himself. He is doing co-op stream Borderlands 2 with Successfully Lost, who is also a great streamer, by the way. So check her out as well. And but we are going to Big Wee to say hi, share some love, enjoy his stream. Always great streams, always very entertaining over there. Yes, a little bit of a break from Torment. I will come back to Torment next Friday. But tomorrow is the next stream. We are going to play Slay the Spire. It is a viewer request by Babylon Zul. Our good friend Zul has picked up Slay the Spire for me to play. Tomorrow we are going to play it. And on Tuesday and Wednesday we are going to continue the Deponia series, starting the third game, Chaos on Deponia. Of course, I'm going to be starting the poll in an hour or so. So the poll is going to be on Discord. Check it out if you are interested in helping me select what next critical hits game we are going to play after Torment. But all of that being said, thank you so much for being here today, for your company. Hopefully you had a great time. Pi, thank you for the bits, and everyone else, thank you for chatting and lurking and doing whatever else you enjoy doing here. I shall see you soon, hopefully tomorrow. Until then, take care of yourselves and be well, and goodbye for now.
You know,
a chest.
asshole. Yeah. Okay. Fine.
Oh, Mitchell, raiding. Thank you very much, Mitchell. Hello, Parawise. Hi. Hi, everyone. Hi.
Hello.